Honourable members, good evening. Nice to see all of you. Please be seated.
Under government motions, government motion 33, Honourable Mr. Nixon.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I should say I rise to move government motion 33. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020 is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in committee of the whole, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith, Madam Speaker. We, of course, are at a stage now where we have to make a decision on how to be able to continue the House moving forward. I believe it's become clear that the opposition is intentionally trying to delay legislation through the Assembly, which is fine when they have something productive to do on that legislation. But as we saw last night, they spent 6.5 hours of debate last night alone, and they only on this bill alone, sorry. And they only managed to introduce 2 amendments, despite telling the media that they have dozens of amendments. They only managed to get 2 amendments on the floor of the Assembly in 6.5 hours. It's pretty clear they're not serious about doing their role inside this chamber at all, Madam Speaker. So hopefully by moving to a time allocation motion, we can encourage the opposition to get on with the work of Albertans inside this chamber and bring forward their amendments if they really do have them. If not, an hour after we return to committee of the whole, we will be able to move on with third reading of this important piece of legislation.
The opposition has up to 5 minutes for comments. The Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't think I need to say it, but obviously we object very strongly to this particular motion. We do, in fact, have many, many amendments which we were prepared to bring forward, but as the Government House Leader may recall, they brought forward an amendment that the opposition had no notice on, and so we had to figure out how to deal with that amendment and how to alter some of our amendments to become some amendments. So that was a lot of work. It was a lot of work on the part of Parliamentary Council. So I think the suggestion by the Honourable Government House Leader that it is our intention to do nothing more than delay is absolutely false. We do have a number of amendments to bring forward on these bills. I think it's worth considering that the issue isn't the number of hours of debate, but the time that a bill is before the House. Because as opposition, one of our fundamental duties is to communicate to the public and to communicate with stakeholders. And so before we tend to form a position, we like to go out and talk to people and get their opinions and form an informed opinion about those bills. We have seen a remarkable amount of legislation come forward, some bills upwards of 75 pages. We need time to digest them, to consult with stakeholders, and to talk to people out there in the world about how they are impacted by it. And people out there who are impacted need time to raise their voices and to have a say, because that is how democracy works. This, Madam Speaker, is nothing more than an attempt to short-circuit that democratic process. The government doesn't want to talk about these bills because they're not good bills. This bill in particular is a bill that has been brought forward intentionally to Americanize our healthcare system. And they know that Albertans are upset about it, so they don't want to talk about it anymore. So it has absolutely nothing to do with any heel dragging on anyone's part. It has to do with the fact that they don't want to talk about their legislation. And I mean, if you're proud of your work, normally you don't try to hide it. That's all I have to say about that. But Madam Speaker, I think this is a huge concern. I think Albertans should be concerned not just about the substance of the bill, but about the fact that these moves have been made to cut off debate in advance of amendments being able to come forward. Amendments that have come from people out there in the public, from people who are experts in health law, in health policy, in all sorts of different areas, who deserve to be able to communicate with their MLAs and to bring forward their ideas on how to improve something that the government is doing. That's not an unreasonable ask. We live in a democracy. People out there in the public have a right to have the time to digest and understand the bill. They have a right to have the time to bring forward changes that they would like to see to the government side or to the opposition side. And Madam Speaker, I think that this is a very sad day that we are seeing this come forward, because I think at the end of the day, this is one of the fundamental issues that I think is important to all Canadians. Public health care. Public health care is one of the things that defines us as Canadians, and I understand why the UCP don't want to talk about their attack on public health care. I understand why they want to slide it through under the radar. I understand why they don't want Albertans to know about it. But they have an obligation. They have an obligation to Albertans to allow them to have time to consider the substance of the bill and to have their say. And I think it is incredibly concerning to see this move. I would urge all members who think that democracy in this province is important to vote against this motion.
Honourable members, on the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader, does the Assembly agree with the motion? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. So carried. A division has been called. Ring the bells. 33. All those in favor of the motion, please stand.
Honorable Ms. Furr, Honorable Mr. Nixon, Honorable Mrs. Sawney, Honorable Mr. Wilson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Amory, Honorable Ms. Schultz, Mr. Scow, Honorable Mr. Luan, Mr. Getson, Ms. Armstrong-Homenack, Mr. Jones, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Reed, Mr. Horner, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Glasgow, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Rosewell. Mr. Barnes, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker.
Those opposed to the motion, please stand.
Ms. Notley, Ms. Ganley, Ms. Pancholi, Member Hoffman, Member Loyola, Mr. Fian, Ms. Sigurdsson, Mr. Schmidt.
Madam Speaker, total for the motion 23, total against 8.
Members, that is carried and so ordered. The honourable member for Calgary Mountain View.
I would like to move that we move to 1-minute bells for the remainder of the evening.
Having heard that motion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. That has been defeated. Honourable member for Calgary Mountain View.
Oh, nope, sorry.
Nope. All right.
Under government motions, government motion 35, Honorable Mr. Nixon.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise to move Government Motion 35. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplace Act 2020 is resumed, not more than 1 hour should be allocated to any further consideration of the bill in Committee of the Whole, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at this stage shall be put forthwith. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, I should say, as a government, of course, we need to use our time wisely in the chamber. However, we also need to make sure that the official opposition has some time to do their role. This bill has been in this legislature for 3 sitting weeks. Last night alone, the opposition had this bill for over 8 hours in Committee of the Whole, was only able to bring forward 3 amendments, despite telling everybody in the world that they had all these amendments to bring forward, and instead continue to go with a repetitive process inside the chamber and not move forward in the best interest of Albertans. Hopefully, by bringing forward allocation, we'll be able to get the opposition back working on legislation for the people of Alberta. I have to point out, after more than 20 hours of debating Bill 32, including 13 hours happened in second reading, which is significant. I also want to briefly mention, I was listening with interest to the Deputy Opposition House Leader. She spoke in regards to time allocation and the horrors of time allocation being used inside the chamber. That, first of all, Madam Speaker, is ridiculous. Time allocation is a reasonable tool to be used by the government, particularly when the official opposition is not doing their role, and we need to be able to make sure that the government mandate is not being plugged up in the House from the opposition, going through repetitive speeches while not working on legislation. And I will note that the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, a member from Edmonton Strathcona, has voted for time allocation in here. The Government House Leader has voted for the official opposition House Leader has voted for time allocation inside the chamber. The member for Edmonton Decore voted for time allocation inside the chamber. The member for Edmonton West Henday has voted for time allocation in the chamber, in this chamber. The member for Edmonton Gold Bar has voted for time allocation in this chamber before, as has the member for Edmonton Riverview, the Edmonton McClung, Edmonton Ellerslie, Edmonton Rutherford, St. Albert, Edmonton Northwest, Edmonton Beverly Clairview, Calgary Mountain View, that's the Deputy Opposition House Leader, Edmonton South, Edmonton Castle Downs, Calgary McCall, Edmonton Glenora, Calgary Buffalo, and Edmonton City Centre. Oh, a couple more actually, Edmonton Mill Woods and Lethbridge West, who have all in their time in government used time allocation and Madam Speaker, never gave us, when we were official opposition, anywhere near this amount of time when they moved time allocation inside the chamber before. This is a process that we need to do to get the NDP back to work inside this chamber. They've told everybody they have lots of amendments. Let's see more than 3 moving in 8 hours and get back to work on behalf of the people of Alberta.
Hear, hear.
The official opposition has up to 5 minutes to reply. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I, of course, am steadfastly opposed to this heavy-handed approach of managing this legislature. Let's be clear. We are in the middle of this summer, in the middle of a pandemic. If the members opposite wanted there to be a thorough debate where people could have a full understanding of the depth and breadth of the changes that are being proposed through Bill 32, the number of constitutional rights which are being violated through Bill 32, the number of different ways in which money is coming out of the pockets of Albertans through Bill 32, they might have considered introducing the bill before the July long weekend. They might have considered allowing debate, the vast majority of debate, to happen not in the middle of the night. They might have considered those things, but they did not consider those things. They very clearly hid it until as deep and as dark into the summer as they possibly could, so that people wouldn't be around to register their concerns. And at the same time, it's an omnibus bill which addresses many different issues, which was never the subject of consultation with regular working people, which was not shared with working people before it was introduced in the middle of this summer, and as I said before, which makes historical attacks on the rights of working people. So it is, in fact, a bill that warrants roughly 20 or more amendments. We will do everything we can to get as many of the amendments that we have crafted so far into place before we run out of time. But let me be very clear. The one occasion where, when we were in government, we used closure, there was much more debate that was allowed than what has happened here. And moreover, the frequency with which this government uses time allocation in the middle of a pandemic, in the middle of the summer, it's unprecedented. People are very concerned about this bill, yet they're not in a position to be able to fully register their concern because it was introduced at the time that it was, without any kind of significant consultation beforehand. There are so many ways in which this bill detracts from the rights of working people, and quite frankly, it's complex. Having a conversation about the minutiae of how, for instance, an averaging agreement works, because clearly the Minister of Labour doesn't appear to understand it. So it is important for us to be able to walk through the elements of the legislation and explain why, for instance, the language around the averaging agreement effectively means that overtime has been eliminated for the vast majority of working people in this province through the passage of this bill. So there are a number of similar kinds of changes, statutory changes, that require time to draft the amendment and then time to debate the amendment so that it can be fully considered by members of this Assembly. As for the parts of the bill that take away the constitutional rights of unions and through them union members and individually union members, as well as many other third-party organizations, well, constitutional law is complex. Yet I think certainly when this bill is struck down, as in the many ways that it will be because of its violation of the constitutional law, the decisions themselves will be as long as one conversation about these amendments, let alone 100 conversations about these amendments. And it will be rather unfortunate that the decision of the Supreme Court of Canada that will strike down this legislation will in fact be longer than the amount of debate that was allowed to happen on the pieces that will ultimately form the backbone of that striking down by the Supreme Court of Canada and other courts between here and there. So this is an exceptionally anti-democratic move, as are many things that have been done by this UCP government. I still am mostly impressed by the way in which they ripped up the rules around how you debate a budget and short-circuited that. But I mean, there are a number of different omnibus bills that this government has brought in, as much as they claim that they hate Ottawa. They've brought in a number of tools that their leader learned at the foot of their friend in Ottawa, and it's unfortunate for Albertans.
Honourable members, on government motion 35, does the Assembly agree with the motion? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. So carried. A division has been called. Ring the bells. Division has been called on Government Motion 35. All those in favor of the motion, please stand.
The Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Amory, the Honourable Ms. Schultz, Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Luan, Mr. Getson, Ms. Armstrong-Hominack, Mr. Jones, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Horner, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Glasgow, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker.
All those opposed to the motion, please stand.
Ms. Notley, Ms. Ganley, Ms. Pancholi, Member Hoffman, Member Loyola, Mr. Fian, Ms. Sigurdsson, Mr. Schmidt.
Madam Speaker, total for the motion 22, total against 8.
Well, members, that is carried and so ordered.
Committee of the Whole.
Well, members, I would like to call Committee of the Whole to order. Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020. Are there any members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Ellerslie.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I actually have an amendment that I'd like to introduce, so I'm going to hand that over. And if you like, I'll wait until they reach there.
Please, thank you. Is this A3? 4. Honourable members, this will be known as Amendment A4. Honourable member, just please note you're moving on behalf of another member. No names. Please proceed.
Thank you very much for the reminder, Madam Chair. I appreciate that. So I move on behalf of the member from Edmonton City Centre that Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, be amended in Section 11, subsection 4, in the proposed Section 5.1 by adding the following immediately after subsection 2, and that is point number 3. A regional health authority shall, as soon as practicable, make public the following items of each agreement entered into the regional health authority with a person under subsection 1. A, the name of the person who entered into the agreement with the regional health authority. B, the duration of the agreement. C, the services to be provided by the person to the regional health authority. D, the health region in which the services will be provided. And E, the cost of the services or remuneration to be paid by the local health authority to the person. So, Madam Chair, this particular amendment will ensure that the regional health agreements are indeed public. And I'll speak a little bit more to that effect in a moment here. But this has to do with the fact that more and more power is being concentrated in the hands of the minister. And here we see yet another example of the many, many times that, you know, and I know that I'm probably starting to sound like a broken record to the members across the other side, but most literally with almost every piece of legislation that has come through this House on behalf of this United Conservative Party, you have more and more of the power being concentrated in the hands of the ministers. And I don't see how this is democratic at all. In this particular case, it's the Minister of Health wants to privatize our Alberta healthcare system. But regardless of that fact, I mean, this is my one last-ditch effort to at least, if we're going to move in this direction, that these regional health agreements should be made public. Because, of course, you know, although the members on the other side like to speak a good game when it comes to transparency. With a lot of the pieces of legislation that they've actually introduced into the House, there's less and less transparency. And of course, that has to do with the fact that more and more power is being concentrated in the hands of the minister. The minister will have the authority to make decisions for the entire province on that particular ministry. And yet here we have yet another example of that. So really, this is just about making sure that the existing standards of transparency remain in place. These contracts are currently available online, and any Albertan can actually see these contracts. So Albertans deserve to know where their tax dollars are going and which companies are making a profit off of providing health care to the Alberta public. Now, we believe that the public health care system and the doctors that this minister is so set on attacking are the people who are best positioned to provide high-quality, accessible health care. And this government disagrees as they want the ability to give sweetheart deals and $4.7 billion handouts to profitable corporations and their and party insiders. If this government has nothing to hide, then they should support this, indeed, this amendment. So I just wanted to cover this section 11.4 in a little bit more detail and just go into a little bit more detail on specifically how the minister will have all this power. So in this particular section, it says a person who submits a claim for benefits in accordance with subsection 1 has all the duties of a practitioner with respect to the provision to the minister of information required to facilitate the handling, assessing, and payment of that claim for benefits. So the whole thing is being brought inside. The minister will have authority over this whole process. And I look at the members on the other side and I ask them, like, seriously, this is where you want to take the province. This is where you want to take the province so that the people who are providing the service will only have to provide that information to the minister, and the minister will be required to facilitate the handling, assessing, and payment of the claims for benefits. Now, I understand it's the ministry, but of course, what's happening here is that before, these agreements were completely transparent, and Albertans could actually see what these agreements are. They could see how much money was paid. They could see who was providing the service. Now, none of that this government will have to adhere to as we move forward. So with this particular amendment, it's my hope that members from the other side, if they truly believe in the principle of transparency, I mean, they're already running roughshod over democracy here in the province of Alberta. But I would believe, because so many times when these other members were on this side of the House, when they were in opposition, and I'm looking to the members here to my right, because I heard them say it so many times. They believe so much in transparency. I remember those were the good old days of the previous session, right? They were a lot more vocal back then, that's for sure. That's for sure. I mean, every second word out of their mouth was transparency, I believe. So, I think that at least these members would be willing to support this here particular bill, if not, perhaps these members, but not this cabinet. But it's my hope that all members of this House will vote in favor of the principle of transparency and support this here amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any members wishing to join debate on Amendment A4? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A4 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Ellerslie on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The amendment has been defeated. We are back on the main. Any members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise to propose a further amendment to Bill 30, which is an amendment to Section 1, and I will endeavor to get them to you so they can be distributed.
known as Amendment A5. Please note you're moving on behalf of another member. No names, please. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, so I am introducing this on behalf of the member from Edmonton Centre. And what this bill would do is it would amend Bill 30 in Section 1 of that bill by striking out subsection 10, and in subsection 11, in the proposed section 20.1 sub 1 sub A, by striking out, quote, established an arrangement and substituting arrangement. In essence, what this bill is attempting to do is to restore the language around the minister's authority to come up with alternative payment arrangements with physicians, so that it says they may enter into an agreement with those physicians. The implication of that language is that that agreement would be voluntary on both sides, that the physicians themselves would agree to be part of that agreement, hence enter into an agreement. But this Bill 30, what it does, of course, as members opposite know full well, it is also attempting to break the relationship between doctors and the AMA, and also it is a part of a long pattern of attempting to force doctors to work in places they don't want to work, and also now be paid under certain arrangements that they don't want to be paid. And by injecting the new language in Bill 30 of establishing an alternative relationship plan, it removes from the language the expectation of it being a jointly agreed to arrangement, and that in fact it gives the Minister of Health the ability to impose an alternative relationship plan on doctors. And, you know, if people think, oh, we're just reading too much into it, witness merely the shocking behavior of the minister last week, where he attempted to bully the College of Physicians and Surgeons into using their authority as the holders of physicians' licenses as a means to threaten doctors if they should choose to exercise their constitutional rights and leave their practice, particularly if they're leaving their practice because, of course, this government has driven them out of it. And so we know that this minister and this government absolutely has a record of trying to force doctors to work in places where they don't want to. And this language that currently exists in Bill 30 would allow for the minister to establish alternate relationship plans that were not agreed to by doctors. And let me just say that in some cases, alternate relationship plans can be a good thing. In principle, like I've got a big problem with this whole corporatization arrangement that is found in other parts of Bill 30. And of course, members opposite spent much of last night resisting our call to inject the criteria of corporatization only if it doesn't hurt the public health care system. And that was apparently a bridge too far for these folks who obviously don't see the health and sanctity of the public health system as being a thing that is worthy of protection by way of legislation. But nonetheless, we know that kind of relationship is definitely one that is going to lead to a whole bunch of negative outcomes for the public health system and for Albertans and for patients. But the alternative relationship plan is different than that. And in some cases, I can see them working. And we've seen examples of where that can work. And frankly, clinic models of physicians on staff where the physicians are in an arrangement where they are able to actually provide health care in the way they see fit, and they're not trying to make money for people and all that other kind of things, it could potentially work. There's lots of settings where it can work. It doesn't work, however, if what happens is they are forced into that relationship by the minister. And this bill allows the minister, that oh so wise and steady-handed kind of guy that we've all been observing over the last year, allows him to force doctors into a relationship that they would not otherwise choose. And that is why we are proposing an amendment simply to restore the language to where it was before, where the minister may enter into an agreement with physicians to allow for an alternative relationship plan. It is a nod to the notion that someday this government may stop attacking doctors and someday may actually attempt to reestablish a respectful relationship with these very, very important public health and public servants who do so much for so many Alberta families each and every day. So with that in mind, then, I would urge the members to agree to this very simple amendment that would simply get us back to a place where both the doctors and the minister have to agree to an alternative relationship plan before they are forced into an arrangement with the minister. Also, of course, it allows then for the doctors to continue to do that kind of or consider that kind of alternate relationship in conjunction with the AMA, which of course is the organization which they have chosen to have represent them in the vast majority of their discussions with the provincial government. And although the provincial government is also attacking that relationship, I suspect that too will found to be unconstitutional. I tell you, you know, they wake up in the morning, they don't get both feet out of bed before they've found a way to breach the Constitution. It's really quite striking. But nonetheless, this amendment would be an effort to avoid this particular breach of constitutional rights that is found within the two pieces of legislation that we are here discussing tonight. And so I urge all members to join with us in supporting this proposal. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other members wishing to join debate on Amendment A5? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A5 as moved by the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition on behalf of the Honourable Member of Edmonton City Centre. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The amendment has been defeated. We are back on the main bill. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Glenora.
May I get a time check, please, on time allocation?
We will go until 8:18. 9:18.
Time's flying, and we have several amendments that the government is seems so committed to defeating without even giving rationale. So I will table more amendments. Last night, I appreciate the crosstalk. Last night, we did spend considerable time on an amendment brought forward by the government themselves, so that's interesting. Anyway, we have an amendment here on behalf of the member for Edmonton City Centre. Originals area. Thank you very much.
So be known as Amendment A6. No, moving on behalf of another member. No names. Please proceed.
So I'm moving on behalf of the member for Edmonton City Centre that Bill 30, I won't bother saying its time, title be amended in section 5 sub 4 B sub 4 by adding the following after the proposed section 3 sub 2 D. D1, undertake an assessment of Alberta's residents' health care needs that require the provision of health services by physicians and nurses, and based on that assessment, develop a labor workforce plan that, if implemented, would ensure that those health needs can be met. So why are we bringing this forward? Well, it certainly seems that over the last 18 months there's been considerable strife between healthcare providers and the government of Alberta. This is something that, especially in rural Alberta, seems to be a particular area of attack and undermining the professionalism and the integrity of physicians and others who provide care in these communities. This is, I think, members on the other side boast about how they represent the vast majority of rural constituents in this province of Alberta, but I will remind them that they were elected on a mandate to protect public health care. There was a massive public health care guarantee that they shopped around the province. So it's nice to say you have the trust of these communities but the trust was created on a promise that has not been fulfilled by this government, to say it parliamentarily. So I have to say that I think at a bare minimum, the appropriate steps would be to ensure that there is an assessment done. And it does take time to draft these amendments, as you heard all of the subsections and the sections and the renumbering. I think it's important that we acknowledge that we are on the brink of what I would say is a rural healthcare crisis in this province. In the government House Leader's own riding, many doctors have left already and have given up privileges at their local hospitals, which of course impacts care in rural communities. And I was proud to be the Minister of Health in partnership with the member for Rimbey Rocky Mountain House Sundre at the time to work to improve the local hospital in Sundre, actually bring new lab services there, and it seems to have been undermined quite quickly by the very same MLAs at present. So that also has been done when interviewed about the situation by the doctors. The member said, you know, I'm going to advocate for you, but I might not win. I might not be able to do the things you want us to do to keep your hospital open. This is broadcast, through Facebook, through a live event. So I think that it would only be fair and appropriate to have this assessment to ensure that we know what the needs are throughout the province, that this is done independently. So we naturally would like to see, as we move forward in the face of this pandemic, I think healthcare has never been more important to the people of Alberta than it probably is right now, making sure that we are all well and that we are meeting the needs of one another. So being able to do this, we're proposing through this amendment that we make sure the Health Quality Council can track this important issue and make sure that it's reporting publicly back to the people of Alberta on the original assessment of what the needs were, and making sure there sure are a lot of amendments, honourable member, and this is one of the reasons why we're so disappointed through the chair that the government's acted so ham-fistedly to bring forward closure when very well it was known that we were still working with Parliamentary Council to draft some of the specific amendments. So with that being said, I think I've made a case to the acting whip as to why it is that Albertans deserve to have an assessment of what the healthcare needs are for physicians and nurses, and the labour force plan should be created publicly, it should be monitored publicly, and it should be reported back to the people of Alberta so that they indeed can keep track and measure the impacts that this government is having on their healthcare system, or any subsequent government, to be very honest. This is, amendments are written at one point in time, but the intention is to make this law to make sure that there's a public accounting for what's happening for Alberta residents in terms of their healthcare needs. And I think that would be fair and transparent and respectful to the people who voted for each and every one of us. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Any other members wishing to speak to Amendment A6? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A6 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Glenora on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That amendment is defeated. We are back on the main bill. Any members wishing to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Whiteman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to rise to introduce yet another very thoughtful amendment that the government won't even consider today, but I'll bring it forward anyway so Albertans can hear what the official opposition has to say in our efforts to protect our public health care system. I'll provide copies to you right now, Madam Chair. Thank you. Yes, it is.
Please note you're moving on behalf of another member. No names.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm moving this amendment on behalf of the member from Edmonton Manning, and it moves that Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, be amended in Section 2, A, by striking out subsection 6, B, in subsection 8, by striking out clauses B and C in subsection 10, by striking out clause A. So, Madam Chair, of course, to be brief, because we are being forced to close our debate on this in a very abbreviated fashion, because the government doesn't want to consider thoughtful amendments to the changes that they're making to our public health care system. This amendment would, basically, Bill 30 removes a requirement that where the minister is designating a surgical facility, withdrawing the designation of a surgical facility, or deleting one or more surgical procedures from a surgical facility. Right now, Bill 30 amends the existing legislation to say that no longer does that have to be done by order, but it just may be done in writing. And while that may seem like a minor change, it actually speaks to what the government's approach has been from the get-go when it comes to, well, all actions that they take, but specifically with respect to Bill 30 and their attack on our public health care system, is that they are basically removing the requirement that Albertans have some transparency around the exercise of the minister's authority by designating or withdrawing designations of surgical facilities. And by order means, Madam Chair, of course, that it's done by a ministerial order, which may either be published in the Alberta Gazette, which is available to any person to search online, but also where it's not published by the Gazette, they are available for public access within the ministry responsible for those orders. So again, this is so Albertans have clear understanding of which facilities have been designated, as well as where those facilities have lost their designation. And this is important, Madam Chair, because we need to have transparency when the government is going full steam ahead by making it very easy for private surgical facilities to be opened that do not have to consider the adverse impact on our public health care system. Albertans deserve to know which facilities these are, or where they're located, and they deserve to know when a particular surgical facility is no longer meeting the accreditation standards or is no longer able to offer a particular surgical procedure. This is very important, again, for transparency. Now, by the changes proposed in Bill 30, all of those changes can be made, again, by the minister in writing, which means that if an Albertan wanted to know what agreements or designations had been made or withdrawn, they'd have to make a FOIP request, which of course is subject to fees and time delays, and of course the government could use extensive authorities under the Freedom of Information and Protection of Personal Information Act to basically withhold some of that information. And I imagine they would use that authority to withhold information quite liberally, because it seems very clear that this government is intent on keeping as much of the exercise of their authority tightly held within particular ministers' hands, perhaps within executive council's hands, and not providing transparency to Albertans. This is a minor amendment that, again, if there's no concern around being transparent about the decisions that they're making, that the Minister of Health is making, there should be no concern with accepting this. But I imagine, Madam Chair, given the abbreviated time that we have to actually consider amendments, and given that we are likely not to hear any even rationale as to why the government won't accept this, it further reinforces for Albertans that really the intent behind Bill 30, behind much of the legislation that this government has brought in since they've been elected, is to actually keep more Albertans in the dark. And when we're talking about our public health care system and the way they're sneaking in a lot of things, Madam Chair, to make it harder for Albertans to know what's happening and to stand up for the protections of our public health care system, all Albertans should be concerned. So I urge the members, all members of this Assembly, to consider this amendment thoughtfully and to vote in favour. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other members wishing to join debate on Amendment A7? Seeing none, I will call the question. The Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View.
Thank you.
Honourable Member? We're on Amendment A7.
I apologize. I will sit down.
I will call the vote on Amendment A7. All those in favour of Amendment A7 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Whiteman on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Manning. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. The amendment has been defeated. The Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View. Nope. The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Goldbar.
Madam Chair, and I'm pleased to offer a few comments with respect to Bill 30. I do have an amendment that I would like to move at this time.
This will be known as Amendment A8. Honourable Member, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to rise and propose the following amendment on behalf of my friend from Edmonton City Centre, who moves that Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, be amended by striking out Section 5, sub 17. Now, for those of you following at home, Section 517 of the Health Statutes Amendment Act amends the Health Quality Council legislation to change the reporting that that body does on an annual basis from reporting to all members of the Legislative Assembly through the Speaker of this Assembly to reporting to the Minister. And this is a significant change in the way that, the reporting for the Health Quality Council has been done for a number of years. And, you know, I think back to earlier in this debate on this legislation, my friend from Edmonton Strathcona gave a quite a succinct but insightful summary on the history of the Health Quality Council of Alberta. You know, the Health Quality Council of Alberta exists in its current form because of a number of healthcare system related scandals that previous Conservative governments found themselves in. And so they amended the Healthcare Quality Council reporting structures and procedures and related legislation in an effort to get themselves out of those scandals. And I think, you know, the reasons that the government chose to do that aside, that the improvements that they made as a result of those scandals actually did a lot to serve Albertans. And so now we have a Health Quality Council of Alberta, which is relatively arm's length from the current administration and submits its annual reports to all members of the Legislative Assembly. And I think that even though it's not legislatively required, but the Health Quality Council of Alberta also submits copies of the other reports that it generates from time to time to all members of the Assembly via various means, but they're certainly a frequent visitor in my inbox, Madam Speaker. But that apparently is too much transparency, and we can't have that any longer when it comes to the Health Quality Council of Alberta. And so the Minister is proposing in Bill 30 that we change the legislation to require the Health Quality Council of Alberta to report directly to him instead of all members of the Assembly. And, you know, I think it's quite worrisome because, as my friend from Edmonton Strathcona made in her comments with regard to the amendment that she brought forward here not too long ago, there is a significant lack of trust in the ability of the Minister to carry out his job with a great deal of transparency. And in fact referred to some of the distasteful behavior that he engaged in when it came to light, that he apparently directed the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta to do everything that they could in their power to stop physicians from leaving our province. And so, you know, this isn't a one-off. We know that the Minister has a pretty solid track record after being in the job for 16 months of bullying behavior. He hasn't just bullied the College of Physicians and Surgeons. You know, he takes it upon himself to actually go in person to individual doctors' homes to attempt to bully them into silence. And if he can't find their addresses through the information that's available to the health department, then he takes to social media and attempts to bully them and silence them. Or if it's not himself, then it's the staff in his office, the issues managers and the press secretaries and the people who make $200,000 a year to you know, to bully people on social media. So, you know, this amendment is intended to limit the ability of the minister to bully at least one organization in his sphere of work, and that's the Health Quality Council of Alberta, because...
Point of order, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Cardston Sixiga.
Resolution 23I imputes false or unavowed motives. The member from Edmonton Gold Bar clearly just stated that the purpose of this legislation was for the minister to bully. I recognize that if he was suggesting that the government is bullying, I can see how that might be permissible in this chamber, but I know the NDP does like to ride a very fine line between what is and what is not permissible, and that, in my opinion, is certainly a point of order. It is said in order to cause disorder within this chamber, and I would ask that that member retract those comments, apologize, and smarten up.
The honourable member for Calgary Mountain View.
Thank you very much, and I did appreciate that little reference there to the simmer down kitty cat comment from earlier. So I think in this particular instance, it's quite clear that the member was speaking about what the legislation enables the minister to do, so not necessarily the intention of the minister, but what the legislation would allow the minister to do, which again, I mean, we've been over this and we've split this hair 17 gazillion ways, but I think the Speaker has been quite clear in his rulings on a number of occasions. Particularly, I reference the recent rulings around war on women and those sorts of comments as made by the Honourable Minister for the Status of Women. I think that the Speaker has been fairly clear that this is not a point of order in this instance.
Honourable members, well, certainly not helpful for debate, and I'm certain the member will choose his words more carefully. At this time, this will not be a point of order. Moving forward, I very well may think differently. The honourable member for Edmonton Goldmar to proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to proceed with my arguments. As I was saying, I think this the legislation as proposed in the amendment that we are trying to bring forward does address the ability of a minister to direct the Health Quality Council of Alberta to do whatever the minister feels is appropriate, and we don't know. We can't, of course, read the mind or understand what motives he possibly would have, but it certainly would be interesting. It's certainly not true that Albertans trust the minister with the kind of power that Bill 30 is giving to him, and this is an attempt to curtail that power somewhat and maintain the current structures and reporting requirements that the Health Quality Council of Alberta has that I think Albertans generally trust and have faith in. You know, Madam Chair, in moving this amendment and certainly in listening to the debate so far, when it's disappointing to me that the Minister of Health hasn't intervened in this debate yet this evening. You know, the member, the government House Leader, spent a lot of time talking about how the opposition should do our jobs. So I'll return the favor and suggest some improvements to how the government can do its job. And one of the things that I think the government could do to improve the job that it's doing on behalf of Albertans is to actually stand up and share with us the careful consideration that they're giving the amendments that we've brought forward. And certainly, I don't think that's breaking with past practice, Madam Speaker. I know that in previous debates we've seen other ministers of Executive Council engage quite thoughtfully in debate. Earlier this afternoon we had a debate on Bill 32, and the Minister for Labour and Immigration was quite actively engaged in the debate. And while, you know, obviously we don't agree with the points that he made, he made arguments as to why these amendments shouldn't be considered. And I recall earlier this session, Madam Chair, that we had the Minister of Service Alberta when we were dealing with the Mobile Home Sites Tenancies Act, very actively engaged in that debate. He gave up, or stood up and gave very thoughtful, reasonable arguments that, of course, we didn't agree with, but at least he took the time to participate in the debate. We've seen that from the Minister of Municipal Affairs. We saw that from the Minister of Justice in the debate on Bill 21. I would certainly hope that if the government is intent on telling us how to do our jobs, that they would listen to us when we tell them how to do their jobs, and we could at least have somebody from Executive Council stand up and tell us why we can't, why they can't accept these debates, so that we can explain to Albertans exactly why they haven't accepted any of these amendments and why the bill should stand as is. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other members wishing to join Amendment A8? No. I will call the question on Amendment A8 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Goldbar. On behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre, all those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. So defeated. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to rise. I know the Honourable Member from Edmonton Goldbar was excited to have the Minister of Health rise, and I'm sure he will rise later to speak on his bill. I do know yesterday inside this chamber, into the wee hours of the evening, the Honourable Minister of Health spent a considerable amount of time speaking about Bill 30. It's been interesting to listen to the debate so far this evening, particularly in around concerns from the Leader of the Official Opposition and some of her colleagues in regards to time allocation and the concern of not being able to have time to do the job that the opposition feels they could. I think it's important, given that this continues to be raised by the official opposition, to point out that the Leader of the Official Opposition was mistaken when she said that when she used time allocation, she provided more hours of debate on the legislation that was involved with that. Her maximum amount of debate that she allowed on a bill that she or her government House Leader brought forward time allocation on was 10 hours. I would point out for you, it was 10 hours, Madam Chair, when they brought forward the very first, the Leader of the Official Opposition heckling away. She's mad. As the Premier always points out, she's mad because she was fired. I get it. But the reality is, she can't help it. She's angry, Madam Chair. She's mad. She's mad at Albertans, and she shows it every day. Team angry. Team angry, right there. The reality is when they moved their first time allocation motion, when she was Premier, it was on Bill 6, and there would have been 10 hours of debate when they moved their first time allocation. There's 20 hours of debate on this bill, and we're a long way from done. The reality is they could only bring forward 3 amendments in almost 6.5 hours of debate last night. They say, Madam Chair, it was because they couldn't get ready. Well, they've had the bill since about July 6, which is 3 sitting weeks. I don't know about you, but Madam Chair, my constituents expect us to get ready for work a little faster than 3 weeks. So I would suggest, if that is the case, that the official opposition should have started to work on their amendments 3 weeks ago when they got the legislation, not last night, late at night. That's quite disappointing. But back to this important piece of legislation. At its core is about trying to help Albertans. You know, there is a heavy-duty mechanic who lives in Ponoka County. His name is Lou, and Lou comes and visits me quite often, both in my Rimbey office, and occasionally he will jump on his motorbike and drive all the way down to Sundre to have a visit. I enjoy the time with Lou, but Lou could not work at one point. He's in his mid-50s, he's a heavy-duty mechanic, very busy, has a pretty successful shop, as I said, in Ponoka County, north of Rimbey. I don't know, Madam Chair, if you've ever had the opportunity to come up to Ponoka County, but it's a great place, good people, and Lou does a great service for him running his heavy-duty mechanic shop. But he had a hip problem, and his hip had begun to deteriorate, and the pain got so bad that he could not work no more, couldn't make a living no more, couldn't keep his shop going, had to bring in other mechanics to help be able to deal with his clients' needs, which then made him have trouble paying his bills and being able to provide for his family, and he went on a waiting list. The then NDP government was in power. We sent letters to try to get Lou help. We were quite concerned, and Lou sat on that waiting list, and sat on that waiting list, 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 sat on that waiting list. No help from the NDP, no comments from the NDP, no reach out to say, hey, how can we help you, Lou? No explanation, no plan. Madam Chair, no explanation on why wait times for surgeries had went up underneath the now member from Edmonton Strathcona when she was the Premier of Alberta. They went up. People like Lou were spending more time in pain on the wait list underneath the member from Edmonton Strathcona when she was the Premier of Alberta than they were under the previous Progressive Conservative government. In pain on the list.
Wow.
So here we have the Minister of Health trying to bring forward a way to be able to get people more help. People like Lou who need help. Now, I see many of my colleagues nodding because they all know that they hear from constituents on a regular basis like this. It's a pretty regular thing at the constituency office to hear the frustration with waiting lists. Always hard to hear somebody who's struggling or to be able to keep working and be able to, or they're in danger of losing their livelihood because they can't get in for a surgery. Now, what happened during that period of time, the NDP did use charter health centers, which is what the official opposition is now calling private health care, or their scare tactic of, what do they call it? Their American style, yeah. But they used the same technique when they were in power. 15% of surgeries went through charter health centers underneath the NDP government. 15% went through underneath the NDP government. Well, the member from Edmonton, Glenora, was in power as health minister, and my constituents suffered because they couldn't get into surgery. She was at least using charter health facilities to help with it, but the wait list, Madam Chair, underneath that member when she was health minister went up. It went up, not just for minor surgeries, it went up for heart surgeries and knee surgeries and hip surgeries and eye surgeries. That's that honourable member's record, Madam Chair. That's her record. Terrible legacy. So now you got the current health minister who comes in and says, look, we need to beef up this process, a process that already exists, process that was used by the NDP government, not to enough impact, obviously, because people like Lou are still hurting, but it was a process used by the NDP government. So now the honourable health minister comes in and says, no, we're going to get wait times dealt with. We're going to get people like Lou in, and we're going to give an opportunity, and we're using the same technique the NDP did, but the NDP come to the chamber and what do? They go right to Team Angry. You saw it already tonight from the member from Edmonton Strathcona. She gets mad. She doesn't like to get pointed out her brutal record when she was Premier when it came to issues like this. He just hates it. Just hates it. She says it. She hates it when it's pointed out. She admits it right there in her heckling. But her record, when it comes, there she is, being unparliamentary. All right, well, that's not new when it comes to the member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, this time it was very clear the member from Edmonton Strathcona, in her anger, said, I hate it when you mislead people. You, referring to the Honourable Government House Leader and Sundry's favourite son. Now, Madam Chair, I would prefer if the rest of this evening doesn't go along that road, but maybe we can, again, raise the decorum as members on this side of the chamber have been trying to do for so long. And I think we've done a very good job on this side of the chamber. Unfortunately, Team Anger on the other side continues to berate members of our side while they're speaking. And I want to hear a little more about Lou, because I think every member in this chamber knows a Lou. Absolutely. We all know a Lou. So, Madam Chair, I would ask that the member from Edmonton Strathcona apologize for those remarks that were directed directly at the government House Leader. Why you are misleading people. That is unparliamentary, and it is certainly out of order.
Remember, there is a certain limited amount of time left in this debate, and while I certainly agree that the level of decorum is very low at this point in time, I will expect all members to turn that ship around. Let's see if we can get some more time back to the official opposition to finish this debate. But the Honourable Leader, or the Honourable Government House Leader, does have some.
It was very important to the member from Edmonton Goldbar that a member of Executive Council got up to speak about this legislation. In fact, Madam Chair, he went on at length about that and accused the health minister of not debating his bill, which, by the way, Madam Chair, he did debate in this House many times, and he will yet again. It's quite shocking to hear anything from the member from Edmonton Goldbar in regards to him calling out behavior of the Minister of Health. I mean, this is a member who celebrated the death of Margaret Thatcher in this very chamber. So I think we'll take that for what it's worth. Now back to Lou, though. The reality is that we got a health, happy to compare records. I've never stood inside this chamber and had to apologize nearly as much as the member from Edmonton Gold Bar. I mean, maybe one day we'll have to get some of the comms guys to do just a rolling videotape of how many times the member from Edmonton Gold Bar has had to apologize for saying outlandish things inside this place. It will be a long video. But back to Bill 30, which is the point of today. We are dealing with a situation where the now Honourable Health Minister is trying to get people like Lou off of waiting lists, into surgery in a reasonable period of time, back to reasonable health, and be able to go on with their lives. Lou has grandkids that he wants to see. He's got a business that he still wants to run. As I said, he likes to come down and on his motorbike for a visit. The ride from the top of my constituency is almost 3 hours from the bottom of my constituency. So it's a long trip when he comes down for a visit for us guys down all the way in Mountain View County. It's a long way from Panoka County. I'm always happy when he does it. But that's what the Honourable the Health Minister has been trying to do. And using the same techniques that the former one-term NDP government used when they were in power. 15% of surgeries to chartered health centers. So it was okay when the NDP did it, but now when the new minister is going to use that technique to try to get people like Lou off the waiting list, it's somehow Americanizing healthcare. It is such a ridiculous argument by the NDP. But again, they don't focus on facts, just like when the member from Edmonton Strathcona rises today and says that she time allocated not after 10 hours and said it was 20. Well, that's not a fact. That's easy to verify. That's the reality, that they only went with 10 hours. Just like the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona glosses over the fact that her party couldn't get their amendments ready for this bill that they said was so very important to them. It's so important to them, they waited by their own words in this chamber. They waited till last night to start to prepare their amendments. They had the bill for 3 weeks. In fact, we gave them these pieces of legislation a little bit early to be able to help them with their work. They just, I don't know, showed up for work late. Well, Lou can't count on the NDP no more. Lou can't count on the NDP who spent their time and power making sure that heart surgeries went up, and cataract surgeries went up, and knee surgeries went up, and wait times. The surgeries themselves didn't go up. That would have helped. The wait times went up. That's the legacy of the member from Edmonton Glenora. Wait times went up through the roof, while people like Lou couldn't go to work. And now you got a minister coming forward with a solution and a way forward to be able to use charter health centers and to begin to make sure that our citizens can receive help at a reasonable rate. But the NDP want to fight that. They want to fight that. Because all they can do is focus, Madam Chair, on their main goal, which is to protect their union friends, people like Gil McGowan, to spend their time fear-mongering and making Albertans scared, and say, this legislation will Americanize healthcare. Well, it won't. But at the end of the day, as I said, do you think Lou cares if he has surgery inside a chartered health center or not? What Lou cares about is that there's still a publicly funded healthcare system, and he gets a surgery at a reasonable rate of time, he can get back to work. The honourable members in there across the way in the NDP and their comments continue to spend their time trying to imply that the Alberta government wants to bring in a two-tier system or go to an American type of system is the language that they often use. Again, I think through you to the Honourable Deputy Whip, I believe it's Americanization, I think was the terms that they've been using. Something like that along those lines, but they don't want to actually talk about the real people that are being impacted by their policies when they were in government. Now, if I was an NDP supporter, and they seem to be indicating that a lot of their supporters have concerns with this legislation, I would also be extremely disappointed in the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona in her leadership of her party, that she could not get amendments done in advance of a debate inside this assembly for 3 weeks. That for over 20 hours of debate inside this place, they could only bring 3 amendments forward on this legislation. Madam Chair, they've done, I think, at least 4 or 5 in the last 40 minutes. But that's because they showed up for work late when it came to these amendments. It's disappointing. At least they didn't prepare the amendments. They were here, certainly in the chamber. I would never want to refer to the absence of a member. That's not what I'm doing. But you need to do more than just be here inside your seat if you want to move amendments. You got to stand up and move an amendment. You got to stand up, make sure that your amendments are prepared in advance. Instead, what they did was they waited until the last minute yet again, and then had the nerve to stand up at this place and then ask for more time, on one hand, to be able to debate their amendments, but then to have their speaker stand up and ask members of Executive Council to stand up and respond, and accuse members of Executive Council of not doing their job, and accuse the Honourable Health Minister of not doing his job. What a shame. What a shame. That's the member from Edmonton Gold Bar. I think who has the most apologies in the history of the 30th legislature, certainly. The reality at the end of the day is they don't care about Lou if they don't want to help get surgery wait times fixed. They don't want to have a conversation about why people like Lou had to spend so much time in pain. That is a reasonable conversation to have. The NDP may have a better idea of how to handle it, then one would have to ask the question why they didn't do it when they were in government 15 months ago. Why did they sit idly by as the wait times went up for people like Lou? I don't know. I don't know if they care about people like Lou, but what I do know, Madam Chair, is that their actions don't show that they care about people like Lou. They don't show it. Their focus instead is to be in here dragging out 6-7 hours of debate without even bothering to move one amendment. Not one amendment. And instead then, as they get near the end of Committee of the Whole, stand up and then say that the Honourable the Health Minister won't stand up and answer their questions when at the very moment that they're asking for more time to try to jam through their amendments that they didn't prepare in advance. It's a bizarre NDP strategy. It just doesn't make any sense. But what I can tell you, Madam Chair, is Alberta's government won't tolerate that. We're not going to sit around anymore and allow the NDP to block things like Lou getting help. Lou's going to get help, and I want to thank the Honourable the Health Minister for that. Thank him for doing that. Thank him for taking that serious. I also want to thank him for spending time in here late last night with so many members of the chamber, actively communicating his piece of legislation, talking about it in great detail. I don't know if the member from Edmonton Gold Bar didn't hear his comments. I mean, I don't know if he wasn't paying attention. Maybe he was reading up on Margaret Thatcher finally so he could learn about her great legacy. I don't know. He does like her legacy. But I do want to thank the Honourable Member for taking, the Honourable the Health Minister, my friend for many years, for taking the time to debate in this House his important piece of legislation, despite the fact that the Honourable Member for Edmonton Gold Bar has tried to say that he hasn't. Madam Chair, I just want to stand up for him and say thank you very much for taking your time to speak inside this House. The other interesting thing about the Honourable Member, the Health Minister, is he moved an amendment for this piece of legislation last night that was debated on and was ultimately passed, I think, the next day. And he had his amendment ready when he came to the chamber. So if the official opposition is looking for some help on how to prepare amendments, maybe the Honourable Health Minister can give them a little bit of help on how you get ready when you come to the chamber. Because what you just saw from the opposition, and I used to be an opposition House leader, I've never seen an opposition prepare on a bill of this importance to them that they say, and I suspect pretty important to their base. I won't argue with that. And then they prepared it last night in the middle of the night. That's the Honourable Deputy Opposition House Leader who said that in her speeches, Madam Chair. She said that the reason that they were struggling to get all those amendments done in 6.5 hours of debate alone last night was because they started to prepare the amendments when the House was sitting. Wow. I mean, that's like kind of trying to fuel the airplane when it takes off. It's crazy. That's the great NDP plan. It's good for short flights. Led by the member from Edmonton Strathcona. They're going to show up inside the chamber without their amendments. I mean, Gil McGowan's got to be furious. Oh, he's mad. I don't want to be at the NDP next AGM because I guarantee you he's got to be mad about that performance. Yeah. I mean, if he can take a break from calling conservatives Nazis and calling religious parents nut bars, he's going to have a conversation with the NDP on why they can't get their amendments ready. And then they run out of time to bring forward amendments on this legislation. The last thing I want to close with, Madam Chair, the Honourable Member from Edmonton Glenora complained about the Health Minister's amendment and that she didn't have enough time to review it, though it was debated for several hours last night. The official opposition, Madam Chair, did not provide the government or the Honourable Health Minister with one of their amendments. Not one of their amendments. It takes a lot of, I don't know what you would call it, to come in the chamber and then say about one part. Yeah, that's right. That's certainly what the Honourable Premier would use. But that's what you get from the NDP. Can't be ready for work, can't get your amendments ready, and then you're going to come and stand in the chamber and say, hey, we need more time to talk. We're frustrated because the debate is being time allocated after we delayed and couldn't get any amendments down. And then we're going to put up a speaker, the Honourable Member from Edmonton Gold Bar, and then call on Executive Council to stand up and talk about the bill. And then when the Executive Council stands up and talks about the bill, then we're going to heckle them because they're talking about the bill. Lack of planning by the member from Edmonton Strathcona. It is shocking. Maybe what she should do is let her House Leader take over because it isn't working very good. Lack of planning. It's shocking.
I hesitate to interrupt, but pursuant to Government Motion 33, agreed to earlier this evening, I must now put every question necessary for disposal of Bill 30 of Committee at the Whole. On Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, on the remaining clauses of the bill, are you agreed? Any opposed? No. Carried. On title and preamble, are you agreed? Any opposed? Oh, my apologies. Division has been called. Ring the bells. against you. Honorable members, a division has been called. Order. Division has been called on Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act, and Committee of the Whole on the remaining clauses. All those in favor, please stand.
Honorable Mr. Dew, Honorable Ms. Furr, Honorable Mr. Nixon, Honorable Mr. Shandro, Honorable Mrs. Sawney, Honorable Mr. McIver, Honorable Mr. Wilson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Amory, Honorable Ms. Schultz, Mr. Scow, Honorable Mr. Luan, Mr. Getson, Ms. Armstrong-Homanack, Mr. Jones, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Reed, Mr. Horner, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Glasgow, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Rain, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker, Mr. Dreeshen.
All those opposed, please stand.
Ms. Notley, Ms. Ganley, Ms. Pancholi, Member Hoffman, Member Loyola, Mr. Fian, Ms. Sigurdsson, Mr. Schmidt.
Madam Chair, total for 28, total against 8.
Members, that is carried. We will now continue with voting on title and preamble. Are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? No. Carried. A division has been called. Ring the bells. Members, a division has been called on Bill 30, title and preamble. All those in favor, please stand.
Honorable Mr. Madu, Honorable Ms. Furr, Honorable Mr. Nixon, Honorable Mrs. Sawney, Honorable Mr. McIver, Honorable Mr. Wilson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Amory, Honorable Ms. Schultz, Mr. Scow, Honorable Mr. Luan, Mr. Getson, Ms. Armstrong-Hominiuk, Mr. Jones, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Reed, Mr. Horner, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Glasgow, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdson, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Rain, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Smith, Honorable Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Walker.
All those opposed, please stand.
Ms. Notley, Ms. Ganley, Ms. Pancholi, Member Hoffman, Member Loyola, Mr. Fian, Ms. Sigurdson, Mr. Schmidt.
Madam Chair, total 4, 27, total against 8.
That is so carried. We shall continue. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? Any opposed? No. Carried. A division has been called. Ring the bells. Members, the division has been called on Bill 30. Shall the bill be reported? All those in favor, please stand.
Honorable Mr. Madu, Honorable Ms. Furr, Honorable Mr. Nixon, Honorable Mrs. Sani, Honorable Mr. McIver, Honorable Mr. Wilson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Amory, Honorable Ms. Schultz, Mr. Scow, Honorable Mr. Luan, Mr. Getson, Ms. Armstrong-Hominiuk, Mr. Jones, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Reed, Mr. Horner, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Glasgow, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdson, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Rain, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker, Honorable Mr. Dreeshen.
All those opposed, please stand.
Ms. Notley, Ms. Ganley, Ms. Pancholi, Member Hoffman, Member Loyola, Mr. Fian, Ms. Sigurdson, Mr. Schmidt.
Madam Chair, total 4, 27, total against 8.
Members, that is carried. We are now on Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces Act 2020. Are there any members wishing to join debate? The Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Regret having to rise at this point and to try to condense my comments to 20 minutes. It is quite unfortunate. And of course, I have to begin that condensation just by responding to a couple of things that we heard the House Leader saying at his most recent rant. Of course, I wasn't actually being angry. I was just sort of trying to point out the fact that even though the House Leader kept saying things that were contradicted by the record in front of this House, it was not helpful that he wasn't listening when I was pointing out or trying to helpfully point out that his comments were contradicting the record in this House, and simply that if he were to go to Hansard, he would see that in fact the last time allocation with respect to Bill 6 actually occurred after 24 hours of debate. So not the 10 hours that the member refers to. So it's helpful to look at the record and try to align your comments with the facts that appear on the record in black and white. So I just wanted to comment on that. I also, I too worry about Lou, and I just wonder how he's doing in Sundre with the shortage of doctors that we now see in Sundre. It must be quite frustrating for him. That being said, Madam Chair, I'd like to talk about the many amendments that we are not going to get a chance to introduce tonight because they are complex. In some cases, we haven't been able to get them back from Parliamentary Council. And they all relate to the rights of the unions, and they are complex because they involve numerous breaches of the Charter and the Constitution of the country. Now, I know that the House Leader and others over there think that the way in which a good opposition does opposition is that they just sort of walk in, they drop an amendment on the table, they talk about it for 4 minutes, and then the folks over there do a big stamp on it and go reject, and then we move on. Well, that's actually not a very robust type of democracy. Actually, what you try to do is sometimes talk about the facts and the foundation and the history behind the amendments in order to have folks on the other side hear what's going on, because sometimes they don't hear it all from the people that are telling them when to stand, when to sit, how to vote, all those things. And so that's what you do when you're in opposition. So I'm sorry that it's inconvenient, or the pace of amendments being introduced is inconvenient for the House Leader, but nonetheless, it's democracy. And for folks over there who've been pounding their chests with great passion over how they are the saviors of democracy, just to be clear, most people don't buy that. But nonetheless, I'm glad you believe it. It makes you happy, and so it makes me happy too, that you're able to feel warm and fuzzy about that. But it is a bit ironic to say you're the savior of democracy when, in fact, you're doing the kinds of things that are going on here. So with respect to...
For Cardston, Siksika.
Member opposite is saying, complaining that the government house here didn't bring in amendments, or claimed they didn't bring in amendments. We're saying we didn't bring them in last night. So she's actually misleading the House, and I would encourage that member to refrain from misleading the House. I know it's so difficult when you don't have the truth on your side, but
What's he been saying?
The Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain.
So I think we've had this conversation with the Speaker on several occasions about instances in which members are quite clearly trying to eat into the time simply by raising spurious points of order. He literally stood up and said that member is misleading the House, which is itself a point of order, in calling a point of order on absolutely nothing and just wanting to jump in on the debate. So I think perhaps, Madam Chair, if you might be willing to warn the Deputy Government Whip that he should not be using points of order to attempt to engage in debate.
Honourable members, this is clearly a dispute of the facts. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition still has the floor.
Well, thank you. So there are a number of amendments that had we had the opportunity to get them through, or had Parliamentary Council had a chance to look through them fully, that we would have introduced as it relates to protecting the rights of unions. So I'm going to try to go through them very quickly. We had an amendment that was going to change the clear stated intent within, or not stated intent, but obvious intent within Bill 32 to bury unions in red tape with respect to the nature of the financial statements that this bill requires them to provide to their members. And let me be very clear. A, we're fine with there being statutory obligation for unions to provide financial statements to members. B, unions already do this. C, the way this is written, it is done in a way to allow people to essentially paralyze the union's operations, and it is written that way intentionally. So what we would have done was we would have still allowed for that obligation for the financials to be in there, but we would have removed the opportunity for the matter to be tied up endlessly, thereby paralyzing the union in its efforts to do its work. We also would have brought in an amendment that would have changed the due structure from an opt-in model to an opt-out model. The members opposite are fully aware that the broad range of activities that they require individual union members to opt in on amount to an elimination of the RAND formula, amount to as well, or are part of an overall regime that would, again, paralyze the union from doing anything at any given time. It would also actually paralyze the employers who are unionized, because they too would be required to constantly check and recheck the ever-changing rules that the government reserves to itself the power to make, and also just the timing of all the things, and I won't get into it in great detail because I don't have the time, but again, this was constructed in a spurious way, definitely intended to paralyze the union in its activities of any type. And again, because this is effectively a union-busting legislation, and this section, of course, will be absolutely found to be unconstitutional so quickly, but nonetheless, we had hoped to have a chance to propose an amendment that would have stopped that particular unconstitutional amendment from passing this legislature, which unfortunately is going to be used in such an unfortunate way. We also would have introduced an amendment that would have specifically allowed unions to continue to donate to charities, because again, the UCP doesn't seem to believe that unions should be allowed to donate to charities. It's strange. I don't know what they have against charities. I don't know if they think money that comes from unions is actually radioactive. I'm not exactly sure what the problem is, but nonetheless, the current bill is essentially going to put a limit on unions donating to charities. We don't know why. We wanted to change that. Members opposite, we could have had a good debate. We could have asked questions. We could have heard why it was that you wanted to do that, but now we can't. Anyway, then we had a couple of amendments that were going to undo the opportunities that are now introduced into this legislation, which are unlike anything anywhere else in the country, which essentially invite employers to engage in unfair labor practices, and then at the same time prohibit the Labor Relations Board from providing equitable remedies, a long-standing common law principle, to those unions once the employer, through their intimidation tactics, have effectively poisoned the well and made it impossible for a union to ever organize, because everyone is scared to death for themselves and their jobs. So this was an effort to undo the invitation for that kind of behavior. But unfortunately, we will not be able to bring those in. One of the things that the bill does that we would have eliminated is it allows for certification drives and revocation drives to go on endlessly, and for there to be opportunity after opportunity after opportunity for them to be delayed. That, of course, is what employers using unfair labor practices often rely on, and it flies in the face of legal decisions which articulate the reason to avoid that kind of process. We were also going to propose some amendments to eliminate what is now in this bill, which is a very limited circumstances under which the board can provide a remedy when the employer's unfair labor practices have resulted in a representational vote that do not reflect the wishes of workers. So again, this is something that's been part of labor relations law across the country forever. It has previously been part of the labor relations scheme in Alberta even before our changes 4 or 5 years ago. What these guys are now doing through 32 is they're making it almost impossible for the Labor Relations Board to provide an equitable remedy when they find that either party, actually, the union or the employer, engages in an unfair labor practice such that the representational vote can no longer be done in a democratic way. So again, interfering with the authority of the Labor Relations Board. Now, here's an interesting one, actually, because, you know, the whole alleged reason for this horrid collection of union-busting, Alabama-esque attacks on labor rights is that we have to do everything we possibly can to support the democratic rights of individual union members, and that's what this whole scheme is about. Now, that is hooey, but nonetheless, if one were for a moment to just follow along the notion that this is correct, then you run right up against this brick wall of two things that are within Bill 32, which fundamentally undermines the democratic rights of individual union members to choose their union. So there used to be a thing where typically employer-dominated unions would come up with a deal with the employer, and they would negotiate a deal before the open period. And by doing that, there was never an opportunity for union members to go to a different union and try to have an organizing drive, or conversely, to actually decertify the employer-dominated union, or any union, frankly. And eventually what happened was the court said, this is ridiculous, these closed periods. That's really bad. It undermines the fundamental democratic rights of the individual worker who might not like their union. Oh my God, that sounds like the very group of people that the UCP is out there to defend, except you know what? They've actually put that back into the legislation. So now you can have unions work together with employers to negotiate away open periods. So now the individual worker has lost their ability to choose their union, something that was built into the system before, but now it's gone. So just in case any of you folks back there were thinking, hey, we agree with the boss, what he's trying to do is stand up for individual union members' rights, note to self, actually the opposite is what's happening in this legislation. That's something that we would have proposed changing. Now we don't have the opportunity. We were also going to make a number of amendments that would have brought these particular changes into the Police Officers Collective Bargaining Act, the Public Education Collective Bargaining Act, and the Public Service Employee Relations Bargaining Act. So all of those were amendments that we had hoped to be able to bring in front of this House in order to stop the government from breaking the Constitution and also stop them from undermining the democratic rights of individual working people. Unfortunately, that is not something that's going to be allowed as a result of the imposition of time allocation by this government. Now, There were a few other things that we were also going to bring in. Just a second, they are right here. Again, the whole issue of time limits and allowing for opportunities for union members and or employers and or unions to engage in additional adjudication in the course of either a certification, a revocation, or a certification process. Another thing that has been removed by Bill 32, which we would also have brought an amendment around, was the limitation of the use of first collective agreement, binding arbitration. This was a thing that frankly was brought in BC by the NDP back in the day, where you have a first contract and there's a strike because the employer is shocked and appalled that they've actually been unionized, and the last thing they want to do is negotiate, and things get really heated and it's really bad and nobody ever works and there's much disruption of business activity. And so in BC, back in the 90s, the NDP government brought in what was referred to as first contract arbitration, and it just basically meant if you meet a certain point in your first contract, you must go to arbitration and you will get an agreement of some type with certain fundamental basic rights, and the rest has to either be arbitrated or negotiated. But it gives the basic element of it, and then they can sort of learn how to start negotiating with each other from there. Now, of course, at the time, the Liberals/Conservatives were appalled at it and said, oh my God, this is the worst thing ever, blah, 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 blah. Interestingly, once they took over government, they decided not to get rid of it. Why? Because it reduced the number of lost days of industrial activity and lost days of productivity and lost days of just contribution to the whole overall economic world by something like 80%. So those picket line conflicts disappeared because they had that first contract arbitration language. And it was something that both sides agreed worked. Bill 32 significantly limits the circumstances in which that first contract arbitration will now happen at all. So it's a huge loss, again, to the notion of a functional collaborative labor relations scheme. Anyway, so those are the primary things that we are not going to be able to talk about. Suffice to say, I think if I had the time, I could probably walk you through about 9 different constitutional violations as it relates to the rights of unions in here. It is truly unprecedented and quite shameful. That being said, I am going to introduce an amendment that relates to Bill 32 that relates to the averaging agreements and the regime through which this government, in the absence of this amendment, is taking overtime away from at least 500,000 to 1 million working Albertans. So I will take this opportunity now to provide a copy, the original copy of this amendment, and copies to members of the House to take a look at that.
This will be known as Amendment A4. Honourable Member, please proceed.
Okay, so this is moved on behalf of the member for Edmonton Mill Woods and our labor critic, and what it would do is amend section 1 sub 11 sub a sub I by striking out the employer may require or permit the employee or group of employees to work an averaging agreement, and substituting the employer may, following consultation with the employee or group of employees, require or permit that employee or group of employees work to an averaging agreement. So in essence, it just goes back to the state of play that members opposite valiantly argued in this House they were in favor of last fall when they said, oh, we don't know why you're talking about this taking away overtime. This would only happen if the workers agreed to it. That's the only thing that's in here. You guys are all about fear and smear. Oh my goodness, you're just so hysterical and you're so angry and blah, 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 blah. And lo and behold, turned out that the language didn't work quite the way they thought, and so they had to change it to actually do what we said we thought they were going to do, which is force employees to work an averaging agreement, which takes away their overtime. And so Bill 32 forces employees to work an averaging agreement with no ability to say yay or nay. The employer can just do it. Instead of doing it for 3 months, they can now do it for 12 months, and they get no choice. So this is exactly the thing, in fact, that we said to Albertans that this government was bent on doing. This absolutely goes after the ability of working people to earn overtime in cases where they might work 80 hours in a week. It is an attack on working people, and absolutely contrary to what the Premier promised Albertans in the election campaign itself, because we actually raised it in the election campaign as well. So we have to think that members opposite didn't actually mean to say something that wasn't accurate at the time, whether it be in the election or whether it be last fall. And so on that assumption, we believe that the members opposite would be very pleased to accept this amendment, because the acceptance of this amendment would align with the statements they made in the House last fall, and it would also align with the guarantees and the promises the Premier made to Albertans in the last election. And I know that the members opposite are super proud of the fact that they won the last election, and very super proud that it was based on the things that they said. And what they said is that it would look like what it would look like if you passed this amendment. What they did not say is that they would bring in Bill 32 with the imposed averaging agreement for 52 weeks. So knowing how much they are so proud of that victory, presumably they want to still align with what they said to Albertans when they earned that victory. And so I'm sure that they would very much enjoy the opportunity to support this amendment, which will actually allow working people to choose whether an averaging agreement on overtime works for them, as well as the employer suggesting that it would be helpful to them as well. Because, of course, to listen to folks on the other side, it's a partnership. And both partners, the employer and the employee, should agree to that kind of flexibility in the workplace. So I certainly hope that members opposite will agree to support this amendment.
Any members wishing to join debate on Amendment A4? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A4 as moved by the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. On behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The amendment has been defeated. We are back on the main bill. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Glenora.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I will begin by distributing the amendment, including the original, through the hardworking LASS. Thank you very much. And while it's making its way up, if I could get a time check, I'd really appreciate that.
10:43.
10:14?
10:43.
43. Thank you very much.
Remember, this will be known as Amendment A5. Please proceed.
So I move on behalf of the member for Edmonton Millwoods that we amend the Bill 32 by striking out Section 1 sub 9. And for everyone's awareness, that's the section that changes rest periods. So currently, if there is under current legislation, which this bill is attempting to amend, there is a rest period that says if you work 10 hours, you can receive a 30-minute rest period. And this is what we think is at a minimum. The amendment strikes the proposed Section 1 sub 9 so that the previous set of rules apply. So, under the previous set of rules, so the government's proposing that it be only 30 minutes, and under the previous set of rules, it could be a greater period of time, Madam Speaker. So I'll walk through some of those changes. So if you're taking if you want to ensure that you have the ability to work a fair and reasonable hour, 10 hours is certainly a long period of time. It states that the rest period could take place in an agreed upon time, but if not, that the employer gets to decide what works best for them in the current Section 1 sub 9. And those times that could be best for them are at the end of 5 hours, or if there's a second 5-hour period, another break in an unspecified time. There's no reason then to assume that if a 30-minute rest period can be at the end of the shift, that the second rest period couldn't be at the end of couldn't be at the end of the 10 hours. So that essentially you would get only one 30-minute rest period. So under Bill 32, a worker could be scheduled to work from noon until 11 p.m. and get a break 5 to 5:30 and another break 10:30 to 11. So that certainly wouldn't be the kind of rest period that would enable them to achieve their greatest productivity. This is one of the reasons why we believe it was so important that there be agreement rather than imposed directives on this when we brought in the legislation originally that this is attempting to amend by the government. So under the previous legislation, you would be at work for 11 hours and you would definitely get 2 breaks, not have one of them scheduled at the end of the shift. So again, the point of breaks is to make sure that people have the ability to recharge, refocus. I know I appreciated that we had one tonight, as I'm sure so did my colleagues, an opportunity to get some fresh air, maybe return some phone calls, do other things to help one sort of sharpen the saw and get ready for another period of work and focus. And I think that is the original intent of having breaks when one works, and that intent should be met. And that's why we're bringing forward this amendment. I wish I could go on at great length because I think this is something that taking away people's breaks definitely wasn't in the campaign platform, I'll tell you that much. And it isn't something that I think most people would agree with. I think that's one of the reasons why the government has chosen to introduce this in July in the midst of a pandemic, calling most of the debate in the late evening, knowing that people aren't spending a lot of their time focused on what's happening in this assembly, although I know many people are tonight. And I think that's one of the reasons why the government ultimately has brought in closure to try to ram through these kinds of changes in hopes that people won't pay attention. So I think that an 11-hour shift, you should definitely be entitled to 2 actual breaks rather than having one scheduled at the end of a shift. I think that this is a way to make sure that happens, and I thank the member for Edmonton Millwoods for bringing it forward. Thank you.
Any members wishing to join debate on Amendment A5? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A5 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Glenora. On behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. An amendment has been defeated. We are back on the main. Any members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to address the House again on Bill 32, and I have an amendment. So I'll begin with that.
Thank you. This will be known as Amendment A6. Honourable Member, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will read the amendment on behalf of the member from Edmonton Millwoods to move that Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces Act 2020, be amended in Section 1 by striking out subsection 15. Now, this subsection has to do with the notice for temporary layoffs. In the present circumstances, workers would be given 2 weeks' notice to before a temporary layoff occurred. And in this bill, the direction is to have the employer be able to begin temporary layoffs without that 2 weeks' notice. And this is very significant as it takes people who are already in a precarious position and being vulnerable to temporary layoffs, and therefore are people whose work is not always consistent, and therefore his income is not always consistent, be put in a place where the little planning and safety that they had in place before, opportunity to do some planning to take care of themselves, has been taken away. In this case, it means that if you lose 2 weeks of notice, it also means that you lose the last 2 weeks of your work, so they're losing 2 weeks of pay. It means that you do not have 2 weeks to plan your application for EI and to get in the proper documents to ensure that your EI comes in a timely manner. And it puts you in a situation you are without work and do not have 2 weeks to begin the process of trying to seek work while you are approaching your termination date, your layoff date. So it really is a situation where 100% of the pain is put on to the worker. Workers who are already vulnerable, workers who are already living a precarious life in terms of the security of their employment, and again puts us in this position that power is shifted from the hands of workers who are those vulnerable people to provide that power to companies to take away some important options for the individual workers, take away some of their pay, take away some of their options for planning, for taking care of their families, planning whether it would be EI or planning to get new work. And all of this, I think, is really completely unnecessary. I think that when temporary layoffs are coming, that is tends to be a well-planned out process on the part of corporations and businesses, and as such, they certainly have the time to offer the employees notice that this is coming down the pipe. And I think that is very important that we go back to respecting workers and respecting the difficulties that workers will experience if this part of Section 1 were to go ahead. So this amendment withdraws those pieces of the bill and puts back into place the protections that were offered previous to the application of this bill. Thank you.
Members wishing to join debate on Amendment A6. Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A6 is moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The amendment has been defeated. We are back on the main bill. Any members wishing to join debate? Oh, my apologies. A division has been called. Ring the bells. members, the division has been called on Amendment A6. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand.
Ms. Ganley, Ms. Pancholi, Member Hoffman, Member Loyola, Mr. Fian, Ms. Sigurdsson, Mr. Schmidt.
All those opposed to the amendment, please stand.
The Honourable Mr. Madu, the Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mrs. Zahir, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Amory, the Honourable Ms. Schultz, Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Luan, Mr. Getson, Ms. Armstrong-Homenuk, Mr. Jones, Ms. Lovely, the Honourable Mr. Dreesen, Mr. Horner, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Glasgow, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Rain, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker, Mr. Hanson.
Madam Chair, total in favor of the amendment, 7. Total against, 26.
Honourable members, that amendment has been defeated. We are back on the main bill, Bill 32, the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to rise and speak to Bill 32. And of course, we know that this bill is about creating greater inequality in our province, which should not be anything that any government is proud to do. Even though we already have the greatest income inequality of any province in Canada, this UCP government is continuing to pick the pockets of workers, do whatever they can to keep tipping the scales of power more and more into sort of those top percentiles. And this legislation before us continues to do that. So I have an amendment to take part of that, the legislation and make it better so that it doesn't actually do that. And I do have the original on top. There you go. Thank you.
Get all your steps in today. Honourable members, this will be known as Amendment A7. Honourable member, please proceed.
Thank you. So before us, we have Amendment A7, and I'm doing it on behalf of the Minister for Edmonton Mill Woods. And I'll just read it into the record to move that Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces Act 2020, be amended in Section 1, subsection 11 by striking out subsection A and substituting the following. Hours of work averaging agreements, 23.1, subsection 1, subsection to subsection, subsection 1.01, and the regulations. If an employer and an employee or a group of employees are not bound by a collective agreement, the employer may require or permit the employer or group of employees to work an averaging arrangement that provides that the employer will average an employee's hours of work over a period of time of 1 to 52 weeks for the purpose of determining the employee's entitlement to overtime pay, or instead of overtime pay, time off with pay. The period referred to in subsection 1 must not include any period that exceeds 4 consecutive weeks during which the employee did not work for the employer. So that, in short, will make some changes for this legislation and allow because this current legislation is allowing employers to force workers to accept their hours being averaged over an entire year, which could result in no overtime pay at all, even though someone might work 12 hours a day. This means seasonal workers, part-time workers, or workers whose schedules fluctuate, and they may be working those long hours, but they can have those hours averaged out over the whole year and perhaps months where they would not be working, which lets their employer avoid paying overtime. So of course, we know lots of jobs like that, jobs in the oil and gas industry, jobs in landscaping industry. Some people work only in those summer months. And so with this legislation, because they're not working in those winter months, the employer can average out their working hours over those months up to the whole year. And even though they may have worked extremely long hours, they will not get any overtime. And so, of course, this amendment corrects that and makes sure that people are paid fairly and that they do receive overtime. Before these changes, workers and employers could agree to averaging agreements, but the maximum period that hours could be averaged over was 12 weeks. So quite a dramatic difference between 12 weeks and 52. And most important, Madam Chair, workers had a choice. Agreements have now been replaced by arrangements. And there's a big difference between an agreement and an arrangement. An agreement is, of course, between the worker and the employer, and they come to an agreement about something. Both have input into the end result. But with an arrangement, that means that the employers can just say, this is how it is. And so the worker, again, has no power to have any input into that. And so, of course, that decreases their ability to influence, and the employers can do what they want. So just to reiterate, because the new averaging arrangements can be for up to 52 weeks, those weeks off could be used to average down the weekly hours worked and overtime. The minister says that these new provisions will not remove overtime, but their own FAQ documents state that there is more flexibility to determine how and if daily overtime applies. More flexibility for the employer so that they can do what they want. And remember, it's not an agreement anymore, an agreement between the worker and the employer. It's just an arrangement. The legislation has changed it so the worker doesn't have a say, and the employer can just impose that on them. Certainly, if the government is serious, their intention is not that hours, including overtime, be averaged for up to a year or longer with the new easier exemption period. They should have no problem agreeing to this amendment. Because, you know, people who do seasonal work, they work very long hours, and they should be compensated for that. They should be able to get overtime. It is certainly what's fair. The new averaging agreements put all the power again into the hands of the employers. And again, even from the government's own FAQ docs, it says employers can start or change an hour of the hours of work averaging arrangement by giving employees 2 weeks' notice without getting employees' consent. So once again, it's just, tipping the scales always in favor of the employers, not supporting workers, picking the pockets of workers here in Alberta. And this is something that we've seen time and again with this government, and this amendment goes a long way to creating more fairness for workers so that they can be remunerated properly for oftentimes working very long hours. And if they're seasonal employees, they're still working those hours, and they deserve to have that overtime. So I encourage all members of this House to support the amendment that's before us, Amendment A7. And with that, I'll take my seat.
Any members wishing to join debate on Amendment A7? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A7 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview. On behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Mill Woods, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The amendment is defeated. We're back on the main. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitemud.
Chair, I'm pleased to introduce another amendment to Bill 32, and I've got the copies here to provide. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll wait till you get a copy of it.
Thank you very much. will be known as Amendment A8. Honourable member, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm moving this member on behalf of my colleague, the member from Edmonton Mill Woods, and the amendment reads, the member to move that Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces Act 2020, be amended by striking out Section 1, subsection 18, subsection C. So, Madam Chair, the purpose of this amendment is to address the fact that Bill 32 removes from the Employment Standards Code the requirement that when a director is considering an application by an employer or group of employers to seek an exemption from the requirements of some portion of the Employment Standards Code, that the director, before approving such exemption from the application of the code, must be satisfied that issuing the variance or exemption meets the criteria established by the regulations. So Bill 32 removes that requirement that the exemption has to meet these criteria set out in the regulations, which clearly suggests that there will no longer be criteria set out in the regulations. And as a reminder, Madam Chair, currently in the regulations, before an employer can seek an amendment or an exemption from the application of the minimum standards, which are there to protect the employer, but also, most importantly, the employee, because we recognize that there is an imbalance between, a power imbalance between employers and employees, and that's the purpose of the Employment Standards Code, is to provide those minimum protections, that before an employer can seek an exemption, that the director has to be satisfied that certain criteria are met. And these criteria are currently set out in the regulations, and they describe various things such as ensuring that the employer's compliance history relating to employment standards legislation and occupational health and safety legislation. So they'll consider the track record and the compliance record of that employer. They'll look at the rationale for the request for the exemption. They'll look whether or not there is support for the proposed variation or exemption from the code by either if the employees are represented by a bargaining agent, if the bargaining agent or union has support for the exemption, or where there is no bargaining unit or union that the employees to which the application would apply to have also provided some support for the exemption from the code. As well, the director would look at any effect that such a variance or exemption from the Employment Standards Code provisions could have on the safety, health, or welfare of the public or the employees to which the application relates. So this is important, Madam Chair, because it sets out that we need to be sure when we're exempting employers or groups of employees from the minimum standards set out in the Employment Standards Code, that some consideration is given to whether or not that is appropriate to do so. That's why criteria is set out in the regulations. It's there to make sure that that the employer is not taking advantage of the Employment Standards Code, and that there's not a vulnerability of either the public or the employees for the exemption from those provisions. And this is really, again, about basic protections for workers under the Employment Standards Code. By removing this under Bill 32, all an employer has to show to the director is that the area of the code or the subject matter of the code which they're seeking a variance or exemption is one of those areas which can be subject to a variance or an exemption. It certainly does not require the employer anymore to establish that the criteria which I just described have been met, and we have significant concerns that this means that exemptions will be given out much more freely, and we need to make sure that there is some thoughtful consideration given by the director under the Employment Standards Code to make sure that workers are not being exempted from the minimum standards of Employment Standards Code without a proper consideration of the context, the history of the employer, and the effect of such an exemption on employees or the public. And that's the purpose of the amendment that we brought forward, Madam Chair, is simply to strike this out to make sure that there is still some protections when employers are seeking for exemptions from the Employment Standards Code. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other members wishing to join debate on Amendment A8? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A8 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Weymouth. On behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Mill Woods, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The amendment has been defeated. A division has been called. Ring the bells. members, a division has been called on Amendment A8. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand.
Ms. Ganley, Ms. Pancholi, Member Hoffman, Member Loyola, Mr. Fian, Ms. Sigurdsson, Mr. Schmidt.
All those opposed to the amendment, please stand.
Honorable Mr. Madhu, Honorable Ms. Furr, Honorable Mrs. Ahir, Honorable Mrs. Sani, Honorable Mr. Wilson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Amory, Honorable Ms. Schultz, Mr. Scow, Honorable Mr. Wan, Mr. Getson, Ms. Armstrong-Hominick, Mr. Jones, Ms. Lovely, Honorable Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Horner, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Glasgow, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Rain, Mr. Smith, Mr. Hanson, Mr. Walker.
Madam Chair, total for the amendment 7, total against 25.
Members, that amendment has been defeated. We're back on the main Bill 32 in Committee of the Whole. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Goldbar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would also like to move an amendment to Bill 32 at this time.
Said too many steps. It's a two-pager. This will be known as Amendment A9. Honourable Member, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So on behalf of my friend from Edmonton Mill Woods, I move that Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces Act 2020, be amended in Section 1, Sub 5A by striking Clause A and substituting the following. A in subsection 2, I by striking out an employer may and substituting subject to subsection 5, an employer may. 2 by adding the following after Clause A. 8.1, a recovery of an overpayment of earnings paid to the employee resulting from a payroll calculation error. 8.2, a recovery of vacation pay paid to the employee in advance of the employee being entitled to it. B in Clause C by adding the following immediately after the proposed Section 12, Sub 4. Sub 5, unless a written authorization under subsection 2, Sub C is provided by an employee in respect of a deduction of which the employer is required to give notice under subsection 4, the employer A must not, in respect of the employee's earnings for any pay period to which the deduction is to be applied, deduct from those earnings a sum of money that is equal to more than 10% of those earnings, and B, subject to subsection 2.1, may apply the deduction to the employee's earnings for more than one pay period until the total sum of money in respect of the deduction has been collected. And subsection 6, for greater certainty, an employer is not required to provide notice to an employee under subsection 4 in respect to deductions made in accordance with subsection 5 sub B. A lengthy amendment to be sure, but I can summarize it quite succinctly, Madam Chair. This amendment makes changes to sections 1 sub 5 that would limit the amount an employer could deduct from any given check to 10% of the total earnings without employee approval. And so what Bill 32 allows, and what this amendment is trying to limit, is employers deducting payroll errors made to their paychecks without consultations with the employee. And I'm sure that we've all been in the situation where potential payroll error has been made, you know, we probably spent that money before we even realized that the payroll error was made, and then the employer wants to claw that back. And there are a number of Albertans, Madam Chair, as you know, who can't even cover a $400 emergency expense, much less whatever the payroll recovery the employer wants to give. And so we think it's only fair that this power be curtailed to limit the extent to which an employer can deduct earnings in the case of a payroll error to 10%, to limit the amount of damage that these kinds of clawbacks would have on the bottom lines of employees. We think that this is only fair, and we think that this legislation, if it was truly about creating balance in the workplace, would recognize a significant power imbalance between employers and employees and give employees more power in these cases, and that's what we believe this amendment does. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The members wishing to join debate on Amendment A9. Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A9 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Gold Bar. On behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods, all those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say no. The amendment has been defeated. We are back on the main bill 32. The Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View.
Madam Chair, you will not be surprised to discover that I too rise to move an amendment. And so I move this amendment on behalf of my honourable colleagues.
Sorry, just wait till I have a copy. Sorry.
I move this amendment on
This will be known as Amendment A10. Now you please proceed.
On behalf of my honourable colleague for Edmonton Mill Woods, and I move that the act be amended in Section 1A in subsection 22 in the proposed Section 137 by adding the following after the proposed subsection 2.1. An employer who gives notice to the minister under subsection 1 must immediately give that notice to the minister, provide a copy of it, A, in the case of an employee who is subject to the notice who is in a bargaining unit, to that bargaining agent, and B, in the case of an employee subject to the notice who does not have a bargaining agent, to the employee in accordance with the regulations, B, in subsection 23C by striking out the proposed clause D3 and substituting the following D3, respecting the manner in which notice must be given to the employer under section 137 sub 21. And so the intention with this particular amendment is to ensure that individuals are given notice about large group terminations. So Bill 32 removes the need to notify employees or their bargaining representatives about large group terminations, but they do still have to notify the minister for reasons that I will not speculate on. The employee would still get their statutory notice of termination, but the minister will know ahead of time before either the bargaining agent or the employee knows. There isn't, Madam Chair, in my view, any good justification for this particular change. I can't imagine why it is that the minister would need advance notice of what's happening to a group of employees being laid off, or why it would be more relevant to the minister than it would be to the people who are losing their jobs. I have a series of theories, but I won't go into them right here. I think this would certainly allow a certain, shall we say, issue management of the issue. But I think this is a huge concern, and I think it is the individuals who are being terminated who have the right to know about this. And so with that, Madam Chair, I would suggest that all members vote in favor of this particular amendment.
Honourable members, pursuant to Government Motion 35, agreed to earlier this evening, I must now put every question necessary for the disposal of Bill 32 of Committee of the Whole on Amendment A10 as moved by the Honourable Member for Calgary Mountain View on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is defeated. A division has been called. Ring the bells. members, a division has been called on Amendment A10. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand.
Ms. Ganley, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Shepherd, Member Loyola, Mr. Fian, Ms. Sigurdsson, Mr. Schmidt.
All those opposed to the amendment, please stand.
The Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Mr. Madu, the Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mrs. Ahir, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Amory, the Honourable Ms. Schultz, Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Luan, Mr. Getson, Ms. Armstrong-Hominack, Mr. Jones, Ms. Lovely, the Honourable Mr. Grecian, Mr. Horner, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Glasgow, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Rosewell, okay, yeah. Mr. Rain, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker, Mr. Hanson.
Madam Chair, total for the amendment 7, total against 27.
Members, that amendment has been defeated. Now on Bill 32, Committee of the Whole, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces Act 2020. On the clauses of the bill, are you agreed? Any opposed? Carried. A division has been called. Ring the bells.
The Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Mr. Madu, the Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mrs. Ahir, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Amory, the Honourable Ms. Schultz, Mr. Scow, the Honorable Mr. Luan, Mr. Getson, Ms. Armstrong-Hominick, Mr. Jones, Ms. Lovely, the Honorable Mr. Dreesen, Mr. Horner, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Glasgow, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Rain, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker, Mr. Hanson.
All those opposed, please stand.
Ms. Ganley, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Shepherd, Member Loyola, Mr. Fian, Ms. Sigurdsson, Mr. Schmidt.
Madam Chair, total in favor 28, total against 7.
That is carried. Now, on title and preamble, are you agreed? Any opposed? No. Carried. A division has been called. Ring the bells. A division has been called on the title and preamble. All those in favor, please stand. Shh.
The Honorable Mr. McIver, the Honorable Mr. Madu, the Honorable Ms. Burr, the Honorable Mr. Nixon, the Honorable Mrs. Ahir, the Honorable Mrs. Sawney, the Honorable Mr. Wilson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Amory, the Honorable Ms. Schultz, Mr. Scow, the Honorable Mr. Luan, Mr. Getson, Ms. Armstrong-Hominick, Mr. Jones, Ms. Lovely, the Honorable Mr. Dreesen, Mr. Horner, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Glasgow, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Rain, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker, Mr. Hanson.
All those opposed, please stand.
Ms. Ganley, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Shepherd, Member Irwin, Mr. Sabir, Mr. Fian, Mr. Dack, Ms. Sigurdsson, Mr. Schmidt.
Madam Chair, total in favor 28, total opposed 9.
Members, that is so carried. Just a friendly final reminder, there will be silence when the vote is being called. Next, shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? Agreed. Any opposed? No. Carried. A division has been called. Ring the bells. Honorable members, a division has been called on shall the bill be reported. All those in favor, please stand.
The Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Mr. Madhu, the Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mrs. Zahir, the Honourable Mrs. Sawney, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Amory, the Honourable Ms. Schultz, Mr. Scow, the Honourable Mr. Luan, Mr. Getson, Ms. Armstrong-Hominack, Mr. Jones, Ms. Lovely, the Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Horner, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Glasgow, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Rain, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Smith, Mr. Walker, Mr. Hanson.
All those opposed, please stand.
Ms. Ganley, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Shepherd, Member Irwin, Mr. Sabir, Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Dack, Mr. Schmidt.
Madam Chair, total in favor 28, total opposed 8.
That is so carried. The Honourable Government House Leader.
So excited about the progress tonight. Let's see how much further we can go with this. And as such, I will move that we rise and report Bill 30 and 32.
Having heard that motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried. We shall now rise and report.
Sorry.
We got time. Let Chris get back. The Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat.
Madam Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has had under consideration certain bills. The committee reports the following bill, Bill 32, and the committee reports the following bill with some amendments, Bill 30. Madam Speaker, I wish to table copies of all amendments considered by the Committee of the Whole on this date for the official records of the Assembly.
Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried.
Under Government Bills and Orders for Third Reading, Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, the Honourable Mr. Shandro.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to rise on behalf of the Minister of Health to move third reading of Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act. You may have heard of it already, Madam Speaker. Bill 30 will ensure we can modernize our health legislation so that it's more nimble and helps us achieve three important goals. First, we must create more opportunities for Albertans to be involved in our health system. Opportunities. Second, we are committed to reducing surgical wait times so every Albertan receives their surgery within medically recommended timeframes, reducing wait times. And third, we must modernize the health system so that it is more effective both for the people and families who need its services and for those who provide those services. Bill 30 supports our efforts in ensuring Albertans have access to safe, high-quality health services delivered in a more sustainable and efficient manner. Let me address some concerns raised during earlier readings of this bill. There was much noise made about introducing American-style private health care through these amendments. Yet underneath the previous NDP government, wait times ballooned for cataract surgeries and for hip and knee replacements. Here in our province, 43 chartered surgical facilities already provide 15% of publicly funded surgeries under contract with Alberta Health Services. No patient pays for these medically necessary surgeries. Patients simply go to one of these facilities rather than to a busy hospital, and they then receive the care they need. The previous NDP government's socialist ideologies were a barrier to universal access and to people getting the care that they needed. Those choices left people behind. The NDP, Madam Speaker, left people behind. Amendments to the Healthcare Protection Act will make it easier for chartered surgical facilities to work with us and for HS to provide publicly funded surgeries to people who need them. As chartered surgical facilities perform more low-risk surgeries, more space will be created in hospitals, which can instead focus on getting wait times down for more complex surgeries. More partners in the health system who provide publicly funded surgeries at no cost to individual patients improves and strengthens the entire healthcare system. To suggest this is introducing American-style healthcare to Alberta does a disservice to an innovative solution that will help drive down wait times. In terms of the Healthcare Insurance Act, we are giving physicians more choice in how they are paid based specifically on the request of physicians and the Alberta Medical Association. We are in no way forcing doctors to sign service contracts with us or forcing them to be paid through salary-like agreements. We are providing more compensation options that are easier to sign up for should they wish to, Madam Speaker. We recognize that doctors are independent practitioners and run their clinics as private businesses. And we have repeatedly said we support doctors to continue to be the best and highest paid physicians in Canada. But we also need to have sustainable healthcare systems and sustainable compensation models that boost physicians and the care they provide and also drive future innovation. Our amendments in Bill 30 allowed for that. This is about more options, more innovation, and more choice for patients and their medical providers. This is also good in particular for our rural and remote docs who often need to spend more time with complex patients and families. To suggest this is not person-centered care but profit-centered care disregards and undermines the doctors who are providing the best care possible in our province. Another amendment that the Health Minister was pleased to see passed in the legislature last night will add necessary provisions to allow for government to disclose payments made to practitioners under the Act for publicly funded healthcare services. This will increase transparency and accountability for these payments. Physician compensation disclosures is not new in Canada. In fact, the NDP brought forward similar amendments in 2015, but then failed to act. Most other provinces already publish payments to physicians, including BC, who has an NDP government, Ontario, Manitoba, New Brunswick, and Newfoundland. Our intention is to create the most comprehensive disclosure in Canada to add to Albertans' understanding of the important work physicians do and how we support our publicly funded health system. As we said before, we believe Alberta doctors should be among the best paid in Canada. These amendments do nothing to change that view or the view of the Alberta government. But we also need to have a sustainable healthcare system and a sustainable payment model. Healthcare is one of government's largest expenses. Albertans deserve to know how these dollars are being used. Our proposed amendments to the Health Profession Act also put people at the center of important discussions and decisions on governance, complaint reviews, and disciplinary hearings. Medical professionals will still have independence to appoint their own members and do their own work. But involving more members of the public opens up the health system, making it more transparent, Madam Speaker, and making sure it works best for everyone. Changes to the Health Quality Council of Alberta will also ensure we hear more directly from Albertans about any gaps they encounter in seeking health care. We are empowering the HQCA to expand their work and mandate to include person-centered care on top of their current focus on patient safety and health quality. This means the HQCA will have space to really engage with Albertans in new ways, moving beyond patient surveys. This is about strengthening the role of the HQCA to help us transform the health system and drive system improvement. This council will remain an independent body and will continue to launch public inquiries when and where needed. Other slates of other amendments will also modernize the health system and make sure it works smoothly for Albertans with proper accountabilities in place. And our repeal of outdated legislation removes legislation that is no longer used so that we can focus on the future and building a stronger health system built around the people and the families who need help on their health journey. Mr. Speaker, our government, Alberta's government, is committed to building a more responsive health system that puts patients and their families at the center. Is committed to engaging more Albertans to ensure our health system meets their needs. Alberta's government is committed to a surgical wait time guarantee and increasing access to physicians and other health professionals. The Health Statutes Amendment Act will create us a strong, made-in-Alberta health system that is more accessible and sustainable. Madam Speaker, I move third reading of Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act, on behalf of my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Health. I would close with a couple quick thoughts also on the debate that is taking place in the chamber tonight. The Honourable Member from Edmonton-Whitemud has spent considerable time on Twitter tonight claiming that time allocation of only 1 hour has been moved when it comes to third reading of Bill 30 and Bill 32. Madam Speaker, as you know, nothing could be further from the truth. We have not moved time allocation to the stage. We had moved it for committee of the whole after 20-some hours of debate. There's still more debate to come inside this chamber. It was shocking to see the Leader of the Official Opposition claim that on Bill 6 she never moved time allocation until 24 hours, when in fact she moved it after 10 hours in second reading of Bill 6 only after a couple days. These pieces of legislation, including Bill 32 and 30, have been in the chamber for over 3 weeks and currently well into 20-some hours of debate, with more debate to come. I would encourage the official opposition, who has admitted today on the record that last night when they showed up for our debate that they did not have amendments ready, and one of the reasons that they were struggling with us moving with time allocation is after 6.5 hours of debate on each bill last night, they still had not been able to get their amendments ready, and that this was somehow a problem that the government had created. Madam Speaker, again, you need to get your work done before the chamber arrives. I was an official opposition House Leader in this chamber. I can tell you we had our amendments ready when we came to the chamber. And we had to work with Parliamentary Council with 3 other parties in the legislature, and we still managed to get our work done. The government, under the leadership of the Honourable Premier, has been clear we will do everything possible to allow the official opposition to do their job. We respect the role, but they need to show up and they need to do their job, because eventually we have a mandate from Albertans to pass our platform through the legislature, and we will not allow them to plug it up.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre to respond.
It's been fun in here tonight.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak to Bill 30 at third reading. The Honourable House Leader suggested nothing could be further from the truth. One thing could be, Madam Speaker, pretty much everything that gentleman just said. Mr. George Orwell, indeed, I think is probably rolling in his grave tonight, having listened to the prepared speech read by the Honourable Government House Leader about the intentions and what this government is in fact doing with Bill 30. Indeed, just tonight, found out about an RFP that was issued by this government through Alberta Health to create a brand new health contracting secretariat in the province of Alberta. I understand that RFP just closed today. The purpose of that secretariat is to create more room for American-style private profit in the midst of our public health care system. Indeed, Madam Speaker, to bring profit-centered care to the province of Alberta in place of patient-centered care. This health contracting secretariat is going to be advising Alberta Health Services, apparently, on designing and implementing innovative, so that's more private profit. That's what this government means when they use that word, Madam Speaker. Procurement approaches, contracts, funding models for clinic services with independent providers. This government is dedicated to carving up every piece of our public health care system to put out for profit. The Secretariat is going to be doing this on a number of fronts, on chartered surgical facilities, indeed primary care. Indeed, that's what we see in Bill 30, is that this is making more room for corporate shareholders to take over doctors' offices. People will not receive the same level of personal care from their family physician that they receive now. Indeed, this government has spent months attacking physicians, undermining them at every single turn. Again, to make more room for private profit, corporate profit, on people's health in the province of Alberta. To take that out of the hands of actual health professionals and move it into the hands of corporate shareholders. It's only a matter of time, Madam Speaker, I'm sure, before we're going to hear the stories of the cronyism and the backroom dealing and the friends of government who are getting these contracts. It's a matter of time. Because let's be clear, Madam Speaker, this is not innovative. This government wants to pat themselves on the back and talk about how clever they are being, this unique brand new solution they brought. And we have been here before, as I've said many times during this debate. This has been the holy grail of conservative governments in this province for decades. Looking for the ways that they could try to dance around the principles of the Canada Health Act, take every opportunity they can find to shovel more public money to their friends in private corporations on the backs of Albertans' health. Indeed, we think back to 1996, Premier Ralph Klein. He struggled, Madam Speaker, to get private for-profit operators to take over lab services in Calgary. But due to a lack of interest from the private sector, only 3 private corporations actually came forward. They didn't have enough capacity to actually take over those lab services from the public sector. So 2 of the corporations entered into a deal with Calgary Health Authority, so we had public dollars from the public health care system going to help a private company get set up so that it could make profit off of Albertans' health. And you know what? By 2006, 10 years later, that project was a failure. Testing and other projects through Calgary Lab Services were more expensive than through the public system, and indeed, those corporations pulled out. All lab services were returned to the public sector. The Health Resource Centre in Calgary, Madam Speaker, another one of the vaunted projects of Premier Klein. Performing private facility, performing surgeries on the public dollar. and again, another failure, faced bankruptcy, had to be bailed out by the Alberta taxpayer. Again, public dollars going to subsidize private profit, just as this government intends to use public dollars to set up their little secretariat to go out and literally go out and request corporations to please come in and take over parts of our healthcare system so that we can shovel more public taxpayer money out. To continue to undermine our public system for the private profit of many who I'm sure will be found to be friends and acquaintances of this government. This has been the pattern we have seen from conservative governments in the province of Alberta. In their rush, their ideology, the Honourable House Leader spoke of how this bill would bring more opportunities for Albertans, not for Albertans who need care, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker. For Albertans who are sitting as corporate shareholders, for Albertans perhaps who own shares in TELUS, for Albertans who are looking for that opportunity to build that additional private clinic and get their contracts from this government to make their padded profits off Albertans' health, while the public system gets left with the more complex cases, while we see our limited number of doctors and anesthesiologists lured away from the public operating rooms. This is not going to provide more opportunities for Albertans to be involved in the healthcare system, as this gentleman claimed. It's more opportunities for corporations, for private shareholders. Profit-centered, not person-centered care. And it's clear this has been a strategy and this has been a plan that's been laid out by this government. From those first attacks undermining physicians in the province of Alberta, those guardians of the public health care system, displacing family doctors, displacing health professionals throughout the system, taking them out, sidelining them so that they would not be there to stand up for public health care in the province of Alberta, for the quality of care, to replace them instead, Madam Speaker, with far lower quality corporate care, as this government, through Bill 30, is now giving corporations the ability to bill the government of Alberta directly for medical services. Taking healthcare professionals out of the driver's seat in providing care for Albertans and putting corporate shareholders in. This is the beginning of a degradation of the public health care system in the province of Alberta. I said in a member statement that I made early on when this bill was first introduced in this House that the health care system we have today will not be here in a year from now. We are going to have a decidedly different health care system in this province. And as government makes claims about innovation, they talk big about more choice, more opportunity. I can tell you, this will not be a better system for Albertans. We're not going to see more opportunities for Albertans to access care, Mr. Speaker. What we are going to see is more private providers, more corporations, more people making profit off the public system, more public dollars subsidizing building private infrastructure, private healthcare infrastructure here in the province of Alberta, as this government is intent on building up a level of private healthcare infrastructure like no province in this country has seen. To try to build so strong a footprint that it could never be erased. Not one, Mr. Speaker, not one expert in health policy, actual frontline healthcare provider, not one has spoken in favor of this bill. But many, many have sounded the warning bells. Many have spoken out to warn that this is the first step in an utter erosion of the public healthcare system in the province of Alberta, and a quality system that just saw us through a global pandemic, Mr. Speaker, because of the investments that have been made, the capacity that had been built. And this government, through Bill 30, is set on undermining it, on tearing it down. This is not what Albertans voted for, Mr. Speaker. And I know, because my office has received hundreds of emails from Albertans who are deeply concerned about this bill. So I know that this Premier, the Minister of Health, government members are getting those emails too. And I've seen the kinds of responses they send to their constituents, full of these same talking points which they bring forward in this assembly, which I have no doubt that some government member, perhaps the Premier himself, perhaps some other member is going to get up and spout again as they talk about me spreading fear and smear. But it's just going to be a matter of time, Mr. Speaker, before the truth comes out. And indeed, we already see much of it here. The writing is on the wall. We see how this government is looking to undermine the Health Quality Council of Alberta, utterly. To put it under the thumb of the Minister of Health, much in so many other ways as they've sought to undermine every other individual, practitioner, or agency that might hold them to account, that might actually monitor the damage they will be doing to our healthcare system. Much as we have seen this minister try to exert his influence and pressure on the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta, much as they are going to give themselves the ability now to appoint themselves personally 50% of the board of every health profession college in the province of Alberta. Because again, this is a government that is hiding from transparency, that hides themselves from the same scrutiny that they insist all others should be under. Indeed, even as they, in the dead of night yesterday, suddenly came forward with the amendments to add the transparency pieces around physician compensation to this bill. Something which, if that was something they truly believed in, they had plenty of time to bring that forward, but they wait until they'd been fighting for months with doctors, and frankly, Mr. Speaker, coming out on the losing end. With the health minister himself standing in this place and saying that he had to bring that forward now to try to rescue his credibility. A bit of a lost cause at this point, Mr. Speaker. Certainly amongst anyone who has paid any attention to the healthcare system, anyone that actually works in the healthcare system in the province of Alberta. But we will see. In a year from now, and 2 years from now, indeed in the coming months, as this government continues to charge forward with its transformational plan in the middle of a global pandemic, continuing to create chaos and uncertainty across the province that is affecting rural communities, indeed like the honorable government House leaders. Many physicians in his constituency, Mr. Speaker, who are deeply concerned and troubled by the damage that his government is doing. Rural communities are going to feel this. They already are. Whatever denials this minister and this government puts forward, whatever false claims they choose to make. But Albertans see it, Mr. Speaker. And this may well be my last opportunity to speak to this bill. But we have been clear with Albertans about what the agenda of this government is. And we will continue to speak out. We will continue to defend our public health care system in the province of Alberta against this government's attacks. And ensure all Albertans know the steps this government is choosing to take. And we will be here to stand with Albertans and fight for their care. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to speak? I see the Honourable the Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak in support of Bill 30 at third reading, the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020. I can see the NDP doesn't like to hear rebuttals of their points. That is not unusual, Mr. Speaker. What we just heard was that this was a bill to, quote, subsidize private profit in the healthcare system. And that came from a member, the health critic for the official opposition, the member for Edmonton Centre, who has, over the last several months, well, really since the last election or before the last election, let's face it, Mr. Speaker, he and his party have just resorted to repeating ad infinitum the classic NDP Metascare cliches that I've heard as long as I have been an adult, Mr. Speaker. Every election, every year, every day of my life, the NDP's stock and trade to raise money from their supporters to scare people is the classic Metascare argument. They've been saying it not for days or weeks or months or years, but for decades, Mr. Speaker. They've been saying it for decades, that free enterprise parties of various hues in every jurisdiction in Canada intend to, quote, privatize and Americanize the Canadian healthcare system. Mr. Speaker, it's like some people never get tired of telling the same old, comfortable lies. They just get used to it. And the more habituated they become to telling those lies, the bigger the lie becomes. The lie metastasizes into a big lie. And I actually think, to be sympathetic, that they begin to believe the big lie themselves, to be considerate, Mr. Speaker. What I find, however, what we have in the context of this debate at this time in Alberta is a profound and, I would submit, stark irony. Because the member who just spoke, apparently is not prepared to defend his remarks, has been for weeks attacking this government daily, sometimes hourly, in this place and elsewhere, of, quotes, attacking physicians, commencing, quotes, a war on physicians, to quote him. And now he attacks the same government of seeking to introduce profit into the healthcare system. Well, Mr. Speaker, as I pointed out to the member and the NDP, I and members of the government have done at multiple occasions, the physicians in question, who are the best compensated in Canada, according to every objective data point, according to the Canadian Institute of Health Information, according to Dr. Janice McKinnon's panel, according to the Ernst & Young audit, according to all of the objective data, Alberta physicians, who are the best compensated in Canada, Mr. Speaker, are almost entirely professional corporations who quite literally seek to profit from the public healthcare system. Now, here's the difference between this government and most Albertans on our side and the socialist NDP and the angry special interest minority on their side. On our side of Alberta politics, the free enterprise side of Alberta politics, the mainstream side of Alberta politics, we do not believe that profit is a dirty word, Mr. Speaker. We believe that profit is a healthy incentive. It is a healthy incentive for people to dream, to aspire, to improve themselves, to educate themselves, to train themselves, to work hard and to work harder, to invest, to take risks. Mr. Speaker, we believe, yes, I admit it with pride. We Albertans, not the socialists, but we Albertans believe that profit is an essential element in a free market economy because it incentivizes the kind of choices which lead to a more prosperous and generous society. And that belief is embedded in our healthcare system and has been since the creation of the universally insured, publicly accessible, single-payer healthcare system in Canada. This is the profound, I can't even, the member for Edmonton Centre, the health critic for the official opposition, I have enormous respect for him. He strikes, I don't know him terribly well personally, but he's always struck me as a very intelligent individual. And how he could therefore not, I don't understand how he could not therefore grasp that the compensation for the physicians, which he defends hourly in this place, is in fact a profit for corporations. Almost every single one of those physicians is incorporated as a professional corporation. They're not taxed for their income, Mr. Speaker, for example, at the personal income tax rate that normal folks are. They're taxed at the corporate tax rate. The same corporate tax rate the NDP wants to raise by 50%, Mr. Speaker. And yet, and Mr. Speaker, let me recite some of the facts I offered in this place in debate on Bill 30 last night. I pointed out that Alberta has, according to the Canadian Institutes of Health Information, the most generous compensatory package for physicians in Canada. That on average, our physicians receive 20% greater compensation than amongst other Canadian provinces. On average, they receive, I have the data right here in my desk, Mr. Speaker. On average, they receive $443,100 in gross billing compensation from Alberta Health Services versus, by comparison, $375,000 in British Columbia, $349,000 in Ontario, $414,000 in British Columbia. So, to take our most proximate comparator, British Columbia, similar in scale, geography, older population, admittedly, our physicians on average receive 18% greater gross billings per annum than our counterparts over in BC. Now, Mr. Speaker, I should point out that at that level, granted, as I said last night, physicians, typically like general practitioners, family physicians, will pay, and surgeons and specialists, obviously, they all incur overhead costs, rent, staff and other related equipment costs, for example. So that does not represent their individual net compensation. But it is indicative of the relative compensation across the country. And ours are the best compensated. Now, Mr. Speaker, I hasten to add, as I, both the Honourable Minister of Health have said repeatedly, that we do not regard that necessarily as a problem. We believe, we honour our physicians, we acknowledge that they constitute an essential part of our healthcare system. I acknowledge, as I did last night, that these are individuals who have made choices to incur student debt, to do multiple years of post-secondary education, and so doing have deferred income and have rare and specialized skills which are essential to our society, and therefore they deserve not only to be compensated generously, pardon me, Mr. Speaker, they deserve not only to be compensated fairly, but indeed generously. And this government has no brief against the physicians being amongst the best compensated in Canada, for that matter, in relative terms, amongst the best compensated in the world amongst single-payer universal healthcare systems. Let's just put that, let's establish that as a first principle. Now, having said that, Mr. Speaker, physicians in Alberta have seen their overall gross compensation increase by 292% since 1992. Let me repeat that. 292% since 1992, compared to less than a 100% increase for total physician compensation in the province of British Columbia over the same 18-year period. In other words, Alberta physicians, God bless them, many of them my friends, essential Albertans, great Albertans, who deserve to be compensated fairly and generously, have seen their compensation grow 3 times higher, faster than their counterparts in their neighboring province of British Columbia. Mr. Speaker, I remind you, and through you, the official opposition, that in the last 5 years, Alberta has been living through a period pre-COVID of economic decline and stagnation, which has now reached catastrophic proportions. Since 2014, the gross domestic product of Alberta has declined from roughly $363 billion per year to, we estimate currently, and my colleague, the Honourable Minister of Finance, will provide an update to this place in exactly a month. We estimate currently a gross domestic product of approximately $300 billion. There has been roughly a 20% decline in the size of Alberta's economy. Let me repeat that a second time, because I know the members opposite really don't, I think they believe that economic statistics are some kind of weird voodoo. Mr. Speaker, they think these numbers are just so weird abstractions that we can wish away through good wishes, that we can somehow conjure up into reality, I don't know, economic unicorns. For example, the latest unicorn of the NDP is we're going to build 800 schools and 13,000 classrooms in the next month. Wow. That's the strange fantasy land in which the NDP inhabits. But in the real, you know, Mr. Speaker, this is not about ideology. It's not about politics. It's not about partisanship. It's not about opinion. It's about cold, hard reality. It is about math. And the math, the undeniable tyranny of the numbers is this, that Alberta's economy today is 20% smaller, approximately, than it was 5 years ago. Our economic output, our gross domestic product as a province has declined. Mr. Speaker, I know to the NDP this sounds like an abstraction. To me, it makes me emotional to think about this. Just think of a 1/5 decline. Our economy has shrunk. 1 out of every $5 that we used to produce has evaporated for a number of causes, one of which was a disastrous set of public policies, and one of which has been the collapse of the global economy in the worst contraction since the 1930s because of the coronavirus worldwide recession, the largest collapse in energy prices in history, on top of 5 years of economic fragility. A 20% decline. Now, Mr. Speaker, any political party that wanted to participate in a serious and credible way in the public discourse of this province would begin with that as its starting point, would begin with that as its founding premise, would begin with that as the central challenge which we face. Instead, the socialist opposite have decided to retreat into their socialist fantasy land, imagining that it never happened, even though much of that happened under their watch, accelerated by their anti-growth policy. A 20%, I repeat it, and you know what, I'm going to repeat it every day. Mr. Speaker, I'm hearing the worst finance minister in Alberta history starting to heckle, Mr. Speaker. He inherited an economy at $363 billion GDP, and he drove that down, Mr. Speaker, to a $330 billion economy. Mr. Speaker, he drove it down by 10% under his watch. He says it's not true. I invite him for the first time perhaps he's ever, I invite him for the first time, Mr. Speaker, open his phone, go to Google, search StatsCan provincial GDP, and he will see when he came to office, provincial GDP 2014, $363 billion a year, and when he left office, $329 billion in GDP. Again, they seek to wish away the hard numbers, the math, the reality. But here's the tragic piece, Mr. Speaker. It's not actually about math, it's about people's lives. Because under those numbers, under that 1/5 evaporation of the wealth of Alberta, are real people's lives. And Mr. Speaker, we estimate that the average private sector families after-tax income has declined in the past 5 years by at least 10%. Last night I spoke of a constituent. It's odd that we never hear these stories from the socialist members opposite. Last night I spoke of a constituent who said that her husband felt lucky to have his job, even though he had seen 3 reductions in his compensation from a major energy company. He has seen his income go down by 1/3. And I look to members around I think members all around the room have heard endless stories that are the reality of that 20% decline in Alberta's economy. In that same 5-year period, nurses, teachers, government custodians, janitors, public servants generally, have seen 0 increases in their negotiated compensation through collective bargaining agreements. Admittedly, some have seen increases due to seniority, but in terms of their actual annual increases, held at 0. While, Madam Speaker, physicians whose gross annual billings, according to the Canadian Institute of Health Information, have seen $443,100 in gross billings as of 2018, they have seen their compensation grow by 23%. 6% per year. Faster. Like we're talking about 5 times faster than the consumer price index inflation. We're talking, as well, 5 times faster than the average annual growth in Alberta population, which is about 1.5%. So CPI over the past 5 years, again, I know these are concepts that the economic illiterates and the NDP cannot comprehend, but in the past 5 years, the average CPI has been 1.5%, the average population growth has been 1.5%, the average physician compensation has been 6%. Madam Speaker, behold the class warriors opposite, the great fighters against income inequality, the champions of the working people who held nurses and janitors to zeros while they gave doctors, most of whom are in the top 1% of income earners, 6% annual increases, and they have the temerity to congratulate themselves for it. And you know, those doctors, Madam Speaker, they didn't actually compensate the doctors, they compensated private sector corporations who exist for one legal purpose, to maximize profit, who are taxed not at the personal income tax rate like the nurses, the janitors, or the teachers, but who are taxed, brace yourself, Madam Speaker, at the corporate tax rate. At the corporate tax rate. And every day they rise in this place and they seek to scare Albertans in the defense of endless increases in compensation to the best compensated people in the state sector, overwhelmingly who occupy the top 1% of income earners in Alberta. And yet, I just heard the health critic for the official opposition, the very intelligent member for Edmonton Centre stand in this place and attack and accuse this government for supposedly in this bill seeking to maximize profit in healthcare, while attacking this government for seeking to limit profit in healthcare. Because what is the government seeking to do? We are seeking very simply, with respect to the physicians, Madam Speaker, to say, we respect you, we honor you. You are an essential part of the healthcare system. We think you should be not only fairly, but indeed generously compensated. We think, in fact, because we're Albertans, we think you should be amongst the best compensated in the country. But we think that in the face of a total collapse of our economy and our fiscal capacity as a government, we think maybe we should put on hold any future increases in your compensation. Maybe while private sector families have seen 10, 20, and 30% reductions in their incomes, in some cases a lot worse than that, we think maybe after 23% increases in your compensation over the past 4 years, we should say, could we please just hold it at zero for a while? Could we please apply the same sacrifice that nurses and teachers have experienced, much less sacrifice than many private sector families have experienced? And what does the NDP characterize that request as? Instead of standing with this government to say to people, to say to professional corporations, professional for-profit corporations, I said it, Madam Speaker, I hope I didn't frighten you, for-profit corporations that the NDP is defending, who bill on average $443,100 as of 2018, according to the Canadian Institute of Health Information. We're simply saying, yeah, maybe $443,000 average gross billings, 20% more than the average across Canada, being in the top % or 2 of income earners in Canada, maybe that's good enough for a couple of years. Maybe that's good enough. While hundreds of thousands of Albertans are out of work, while this government is facing a deficit of over $20 billion. So when we propose an agreement with the Medical Association to stop the 6% annual increases, to live within the means of taxpayers, while still compensating our physicians generously, what is the NDP's response? That this is, quotes, a war on doctors. This is creating, quotes, chaos in the medical system. And then they stand up at the same time to say that the government is seeking to introduce profit into the healthcare system. So let me be absolutely clear, Madam Speaker. It is the NDP, perversely and ironically, that they imagine themselves as the party of the work. You know, here's the strange thing. The other day, the leader of the opposition stood in her place and said that the governments of British Columbia and Saskatchewan had successfully concluded agreements with their medical associations. And why doesn't this government in Alberta do the same thing? You know, a reasonable question, reasonable people could ask. And I would remind the NDP leader that in British Columbia, yes, they settled an agreement with BC physicians receiving 18% less compensation than in Alberta, and Saskatchewan physicians receiving 12% less compensation than gross billings in Alberta. Again, not opinions, not talking points, hard, verifiable data points provided not by the government of Alberta, not by me, but by the Canadian Institutes of Health Information, validated by former NDP Finance Minister Dr. Janet McKinnon's expert panel, further validated by one of the leading global accounting firms, Ernst & Young. So these are uncontrovertible facts. Admittedly, they are inconvenient facts for the NDP. So when the NDP says, why don't you just settle like they did in BC and Saskatchewan? Interesting idea. Okay. We'll see. Madam Speaker, the AMA will not settle on 0, but the NDP apparently wants us to settle with them on -18. or minus 12. Now, at the same time they say that, they attack us, Madam Speaker, simply for seeking to limit the profits going to professional corporations in the medical services industry. At the same time, they attack this government of seeking to maximize profits in the healthcare system. I say to the NDP, pick a lane. Either you are on the side, you can't play it both ways. I mean, you can try to, and you can raise some money out of it, and you can get some headlines out of it. But if you have any integrity, any shred, a modicum of intellectual honesty, if you have any belief in your founding principles as the voices of income equality, Mr. Speaker, then choose a side. Either you're on the side of the endless maximization of professional corporations operating in the healthcare system at 20% premium costs across the country, or you're on the side of minimizing those profits by at least accepting a freeze on overall gross physician compensation at $5.4 billion per year, which is the mandate we are seeking, Madam Speaker. Pick a lane. Pick a lane. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, again, I have considerable respect for the NDP health critic who spoke before me. And yet I must confess that I'm disappointed that here he is after how many hours of debate on Bill 30? 24 hours of debate on Bill 30. An important piece of health legislation for which he is responsible. And it's evident from his last speech that he's never bothered to read the legislation. It's inexplicable, Madam Speaker, because he went on and on about subsidized private profit while seeking to maximize private profit, by the way, in his argument on the physician compensation issue. So let us then actually, I'm going to do something shocking, but hopefully not unprecedented in the Assembly, Madam Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I hope you won't bring me to order for this. I'm actually going to quote from the legislation. Instead of florid mischaracterizations and vicious ad hominem accusations, I'm actually going to quote word for word from the legislation. I know the NDP will dismiss this as ideological talking points. It's actually the legislation which we are debating before us. I quote from section 20.1, subsection 1, at page 6 of Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, on which we are currently engaged in third reading debate. Title, Remuneration to Other Person. 20.1, subsection 1. A person may submit a claim to the minister, that's the Minister of Health, in accordance with this section for a benefit, that's a payment, for an insured service provided by a physician if A, the minister has, in accordance with section 20, entered into an agreement or established an arrangement with the person for the payment of benefits for the insured service on a basis other than a fee-for-service payment. Section B, Clause B. The person employs or has entered into a service agreement with the physician to provide the insured service, and Clause C, the physician was opted into the plan, that's the Alberta Healthcare Insurance Plan, when the insured service was provided. Subsection 2. For the purpose of subsection 1, a person, here's the money quote. Brace yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker. For the purposes of subsection 1, are you ready? A person, in quotes, does not include a professional corporation. Does not include a professional corporation. So let me provide some legal context for those who may be viewing the proceedings, Madam Deputy Speaker. Under law, a person can be a natural person, can be a woman or man, what we normally regard as a person in normal English. A person can also be a corporation. I know that sounds strange, but that's how the law works. So let me paraphrase what I just read, section 20.11. By the way, Madam Deputy Speaker, what I just read, I guarantee you will not read in the daily fundraising emails from the NDP or the Alberta Federation of Labour, led by that bigot Gil McGowan, that anti-religious bigot Gil McGowan. You won't read it in the emails sent out by the NDP AstroTurf group, Friends of Medicare, which basically exists to defend the NDP, but you will read it in the actual bill before the Assembly. My Government House Leader, how much time do I have?
Oh, at least another hour.
Well, then let me reread this into the record in case there was any lack of clarity. A person may submit a claim to the minister in accordance with this section for a benefit for an insured service provided by a physician if the minister has, in accordance with section 20, entered into an agreement or established an arrangement with the person for the payment of benefits for the insured service on a basis other than a fee-for-service basis, and if the person employs or has entered into a service agreement with the physician to provide the insured service, and the physician was opted into the plan when the insured service was provided. And finally, for the purpose of subsection 1, a person does not include a professional corporation. And it goes on. Actually, I should go on further to to clause 3C. No physician shall claim or receive the payment of a benefit from the minister with respect to the insured service. So you know what this section actually does? Madam Speaker, it does literally, legally, the opposite of what the NDP claims. What the section does, what the bill does, is to say that normally the form of compensation for example, general practitioners is that they will bill the government, Alberta Health Services, through a fee-for-service arrangement for every service that they perform. And again, brace yourself, Madam Deputy Speaker, their profit-making corporation typically will receive a payment from AHS, the Government of Alberta, from taxpayers. Let's put this in real plain terms, Madam Deputy Speaker. Let's say I walk out of the Assembly, I trip and I fall down the stairs, I sprain my ankle, I get an Uber up to the medical clinic, walk-in clinic on Jasper, and I walk in there and I wait in the waiting room, and then I go in and I see a physician, and they look at my sprained ankle and they give me a diagnosis. Maybe they give me a prescription for something. They maybe give me a referral for treatment. Maybe they put a cold press on it, and they're going to have a fee code that's designed in the relationship between their professional corporation, their professional, and Madam Speaker, their profit-making corporation. I dare say it, their profit-making corporation. They're going to bill Alberta Health Services. I know, it makes me feel ill just to think about it. And I don't know, they're going to get for all the time, their time and trouble. I don't know. They're going to, for the fee, for the visit, and then the consultation, et cetera, I don't know, 50, 100, 150 bucks. I don't know exactly what they would get for that, but, they would get fair compensation. Excuse me, not them, but their professional corporation would. That's how the system basically currently works in the vast majority of cases. What I just read, Section 21 of Bill 30, means is that as a radical alternative, we would allow that physician to exit the profit-making corporate contractual relationship with Alberta Health Services. They could exit that, and they could instead sign an agreement with the minister to provide an insured service other than on a fee-for-service basis, and that they would do so, no physician shall claim or receive the payment of a benefit from the minister with respect to the insured service. In other words, Madam Speaker, what essentially this means is this is the statutory, the legal facilitation of a contractual or salary or regular compensatory relationship between that physician and Alberta Health Services, cutting out their profit-making professional corporation. Madam Deputy Speaker, this bill is actually the de-corporatization of the healthcare system. This bill is actually facilitating the limitation, the reduction of the number of physicians who will have a profit-making professional corporate relationship with the government. Instead, will allow them effectively to operate as individual contractors or even effectively salaried employees of Alberta Health Services. This actually literally and legally removes, or it doesn't remove, but it allows physicians to choose to leave the evil, profit-making professional corporate fee-for-service relationship that the NDP apparently is so profoundly opposed to. I hope I've made that clear. I mean, here's the problem for the government in this respect, Madam Deputy Speaker. As Mark Twain once wrote, it's easier for a lie to make its way halfway around the world before the truth can get its boots on. It's easier to tell a simple lie than a complicated truth. It took me a few minutes to walk through those provisions. And it's so much easier for the bigot Gil McGowan to send out an email, or the NDP trying to squeeze its gullible supporters for money, to send out an email saying that the government is going to privatize U.S.-style healthcare. This is the anti-privatization bill, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is the NDP, for reasons that are inexplicable to me, which seeks to maximize the corporate profit of professional corporations in the healthcare system, which we are seeking to limit. It is the NDP, which refused to bring forward a bill such as this to facilitate alternative reimbursement plans for physicians, like per capitation, like salaries, like contract arrangements, like arrangements with the minister that are contemplated in Section 20.1, subsection 1 of Bill 30. It's interesting. I've sat in the Assembly a fair bit, hearing this debate. I have not heard the NDP health critic, to come to think of it, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not believe, and perhaps I was just here at the wrong moments, I do not believe I've heard a single member of the official opposition actually quote from a single provision of the actual bill. Just like they have invented, you remember that show when I was a kid in the 70s and 80s, they had Fantasy Island. Well, Mr. Speaker, the official opposition, they are well ensconced in Fantasy Island. In their Fantasy Island, we're going to build 800 schools, 13,000 classrooms, and hire 13,000 teachers in the next month, because that's great for a fundraising email. And in their Fantasy Island, Madam Deputy Speaker, a bill which actually facilitates physicians leaving a professional corporate profit-making relationship to a more conventional salary or contract personal basis of compensation. In their Fantasy Island, that constitutes Americanization, and to quote the member for Edmonton Centre, subsidized private profit. I don't even know, what is subsidized private profit? Subsidized private. If the subsidy, Madam Deputy Speaker, if the subsidy is Alberta Health Services compensating a physician for performing a service, then I guess every single medical procedure performed in Alberta and performed in Canada is subsidized. What the NDP is saying in their opposition to Bill 30, is that they are effectively opposed to facilitating alternative reimbursement programs like contracts, salaries, per capitation, like the medical home model, for example, that this government ran on. And indeed, the inspiration for much of Bill 30 comes from the platform of the United Conservative Party, which is which this government is seeking to implement. And if you can look up the healthcare section, I'll quote it. Madam Deputy Speaker, the platform actually refers to a very successful model that has existed in our healthcare system for I think about a decade or longer. And it's called the medical home model, and it's been really developed very strongly by the Crowfoot medical home system. And I want to commend my colleague, the Honourable the Associate Minister for Addictions and Mental Health, in part for having introduced me to the Crowfoot medical home model. It operates in his constituency partly, and it is a consortium of physicians who serve the local community in a holistic approach to healthcare. Instead of being just a series of separate professional corporations, which I guess the NDP is against unless they're in favor of it, it's actually a consortium of a holistic care. It includes GPs, it includes nutritionists, it includes physiotherapists, it includes mental health practitioners, it includes a variety of different kinds of practitioners. And here's the really cool thing about the model is that they're able to demonstrate through they come together as a consortium, as a group, and they're able to demonstrate that they're able to reduce the number of visits to emergency wards, which are very expensive, and reduce the overall cost that their patient members represent to the Alberta public healthcare system. And they are incentivized by having strong relationships with those patients. They're incentivized, to focus on preventative care, on wellness, on mental health, on essentially all of those things that would keep their members from their patient members from going to emergency ward at massive cost. And it's a great model. Not to say that it's a cookie-cutter model that will work everywhere all the time, but inspired partly by that, at page 51 of the UCP platform, Alberta Strong and Free, we committed to amplify this model, Madam Deputy Speaker. And indeed, it is based, however, on something that most people would regard as a salary. So these are individual physicians who are compensated effectively, and it's complicated, but to boil it right down, they're compensated on the basis of a salary for dealing with a certain panel of patients, as opposed to just churning fee-for-service to maximize their profit through a professional corporation. And as I say, Madam Deputy Speaker, it works very well, and we therefore are seeking to replicate that. And that is exactly the inspiration behind Bill 30, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is effectively, and let me also say, let me segue then to the second critical part of this bill, which relates to facilitating contracting of surgical procedures to chartered surgical facilities. Let's put that in plain English. Basically, that means that rather than saying that all of the surgeries have to happen in government hospitals, some of the surgeries can and should happen in day surgery clinics, which are run by physicians through their professional corporations. So it's basically, Madam Deputy Speaker, think of this. It's sort of the surgery equivalent of a family medical clinic, in a sense, like a walk-in clinic, and so far, in the legal sense, not in the medical sense. Those are businesses run by physicians. Yes, I'll shock the NDP to say those physicians are motivated by profit. They're taxed at the corporate tax rate and all of that. But here's the point, Madam Deputy Speaker. Under the NDP Open heart surgery wait times increased by 50% from 15 weeks to 22.2 weeks. Cataract surgery wait times increased by 30% from 30 weeks to 38.4 weeks. Hip replacement wait times increased by 30% from 28.7 weeks to 36.7 weeks. Knee replacement wait times increased by 23% from 33 weeks to 40.7 weeks. And the percentage of patients from the emergency department treated and admitted to hospital within 8 hours declined from 46% to 43.9%. The Auditor General said in 2017 that, quotes, Albertans already pay for the most expensive health system of any province in Canada. Yet, they receive results that lag the results being achieved by the best performing health systems in other jurisdictions. Albertans are paying for the best. Why should we not demand the best, unquote? That's not me, it's not my party, it's not this government, that's the independent Auditor General. Albertans already pay for the most expensive health system of any province, but they receive results that lag the results being achieved by the best performing health systems in other jurisdictions. Albertans are paying for the best. Why would they not demand the best? Quote unquote. Well, Madam Deputy Speaker, I believe Albertans are demanding the best. I disagree with the Auditor General in that one respect. I think they are demanding the best, and that's why they elected this government, on the basis that these NDP wait times are not only unacceptable, they are inhumane, they are unethical, they are immoral. To quote the decision of the Supreme Court of Canada, a decision detested by the NDP, which is basically, you know, for all I think that of what the modern contemporary NDP has become is essentially nothing but a paid AstroTurf organization for big government union bosses. And Mr. Speaker, they hate this, the decision by the Supreme Court of Canada, which upheld a decision of the Supreme Court of Quebec, which upheld a decision of the trial court in Quebec in the Shaouli decision. Let me explain the context. Oh, I can hear them murmuring. They don't like it. I knew it. They hate it. They hate the Charter of Rights in this, Madam Speaker. They don't want charter rights. They don't like the security of the person. Section 2 being applied to health care, because what they want at all costs, doesn't matter how long the wait times are, doesn't matter how many people are in pain, it doesn't matter how many people get addicted to opioids, as long as their special interest friends keep a total stranglehold monopoly on the system at all times, they're happy. But let me quote the Supreme Court of Canada majority on the Shaouli decision, quotes, access to a healthcare wait list is not access to healthcare. I repeat it because I know it's like, you know, political kryptonite for them. Madam Deputy Speaker, I quote the Supreme Court of Canada on the Shaouli decision, access to a waiting list is not access to healthcare. The NDP gave Albertans unlimited access to wait lists. Madam Deputy Speaker, they said to people waiting for knee replacements that they had to wait for a year. We all know, I think everybody in this place knows people that have waited 2 or 3 years. They're lucky. I'll share with the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, a true story of a very prominent Edmontonian who is an acquaintance of mine. He was waiting for knee surgeries, and a gentleman in his 50s, for over 2 years in excruciating pain. And he didn't want to get onto the painkillers because he saw how that turned other people into developing addictions and degenerated their health condition. So he went to a specialist in Edmonton here, and he said, when am I finally going to get my surgery? And the surgeon said, I'm sorry, but it's going to be probably at least another year. So my friend, very prominent public person in this city, for privacy reasons I won't reveal his name, but I think he may have spoken about this publicly. His physician, his specialist said, however, I'm probably not supposed to tell you this, but if you call this number, there is a physician from Edmonton who goes down to Denver to do these surgeries once a month, and he could probably book you in his next trip down south. So my Edmonton tax-paying friend, a good law-abiding Canadian who supports our universal Medicare system, booked that appointment. 3 weeks later, he flew down to Denver. He finally had the surgery done. Get this, Madam Deputy Speaker. He had the surgery done by an Edmonton orthopedic surgeon in a Denver hospital. And then he awoke from the anesthetic in a hospital room, in a surgical recovery room at a Denver hospital. And who was the other patient in recovery in the same room as him? A medical doctor from Edmonton who had also had orthopedic surgery performed on him. If you were to make, I think of Denis Arcand. Denis Arcand he's a former Marxist. He was mugged by reality. He saw the disaster of socialism around the world, and he particularly saw the disaster of a rigid monopoly which put special interests and unions ahead of patients and care. Monsieur Arcand made the brilliant film Les Invasions Barbares, one of the great Canadian films ever produced, The Barbarian Invasions, which depicts dramatically exactly the kind of scenario I just described. And the scenario I described could fit perfectly in that film. You've got, let me get this straight. Two Albertans, one of them a medical doctor, recovering from orthopedic surgery in a surgical facility in Denver, Colorado, where their surgeries had been performed by an orthopedic surgeon from Edmonton. Madam Deputy Speaker, do you see anything wrong with this picture? How much money did those Albertans bring down with them, and all of the others who preceded them and followed them, to profit? That orthopedic surgeon from Alberta. And that profit was outside the state healthcare system in Canada. Well, here's the point, Madam Deputy Speaker. Those are Canadians who were desperate. You know what the NDP, special interest, Friends of Medicare, AFL, ideological, special interest, left-wing ideological answer is? Tough. Stay in Canada in pain. Access, you get unlimited access to a wait list. That's the heartless, cruel attitude of the NDP, which subordinates the security of the person, the interests of the patient, to the interests of the government union bosses maintaining a monopoly here in Canada. How perverse is this? And so what Bill 30 says to that orthopedic surgeon who is flying down to Denver from Edmonton to make a profit, typically doing surgeries on Albertans outside of our system, is come back home, do the surgeries here. We will contract with you to reduce the wait lists, to reduce the pain, to care for the patients, because unlike the NDP, we do not believe that access to a wait list is access to health care, Madam Deputy Speaker. And that's exactly what this bill does. Well, let me set the context. Again, we ran on this. This is actually a platform commitment. Page 51 of our platform. Well, I'll just read the whole section. Why don't I? I've got the luxury of time. Under the NDP, the leader of the NDP asked which version. I'll tell her which version. It's the version which puts patients ahead of special interests, Madam Deputy Speaker. Under the NDP, patients face longer emergency wait times. And you know what? She should stand up sometime and apologize to the people suffering in pain in the wait lists that increased. under her watch, but she won't do it. And you know what? Instead, she'll call them names. She'll ridicule them. She'll ridicule them, Madam Deputy Speaker, because those patients are more concerned about getting out of pain and getting the treatment that they deserve than standing in an endless queue to profit the NDP's special interest friends. Page 50. Under the NDP, patients face longer emergency room wait times, worse emergency room outcomes, declining outcomes for youth mental health care, longer wait times for hospital beds, and longer wait times for surgical procedures. Under a United Conservative government, patients will be put at the center of the healthcare system. It's time to do things differently and put patients first. Novel concept. We will cut surgical wait times, make major investments to reverse Alberta's opioid crisis, support mental health, and improve both primary and palliative care for Albertans. A UCP government will maintain or increase health spending and maintain a universally accessible, publicly funded healthcare system, and indeed, we've increased total health budget by several $100 million. A United Conservative government will further reduce surgical wait times to no more than 4 months in 4 years by replicating elements of the highly successful Saskatchewan model for healthcare reform, the Saskatchewan Surgical Initiative. At the start of the initiative in 2010, 27,500 residents were waiting for surgery and over 15,000 waited for 3 months or more. 4 years later, only 3,800 patients, were waiting for more than 3 months for surgery, a 75% reduction. And former Saskatchewan NDP Finance Minister, Dr. Janice McKinnon, I know they've excommunicated Dr. McKinnon, a member of the Order of Canada, one of the most highly decorated academics in the world. They've ridiculed and attacked her with their classic ad hominem attacks because she's departed from this NDP's dogma. But Dr. McKinnon studied the success of the SSI, the Saskatchewan Surgical Initiative, concluding that it succeeded because it put patients rather than providers at the heart of the system, and because strong leadership held the system accountable to achieve a 3-month wait time for most surgeries. Dr. McKinnon's findings have been echoed by research conducted by the Canadian Institute of Health Research and a 2015 Wait Times Alliance report, which found that, quote, in 5 years, the number of Saskatchewan patients waiting more than 6 months for surgery had dropped by 96%. I continue, quoting from the UCP platform, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled in its 2005 Shawouli decision that, as I just quoted, access to a waiting list is not access to health care, and that unreasonable surgical wait times imposed by governments may constitute a violation of the security of the person. In fact, I'll come back to that. I'll continue. Thousands of Albertans are forced to wait for a year or longer for various surgical procedures, often in pain as their physical condition deteriorates. Alberta's system is the most expensive healthcare system in Canada and one of the most expensive publicly insured systems in the world. And this is despite the NDP increasing health spending by $3 billion, while wait times have continued to climb under their watch. A United Conservative government would respect the spirit of the Shawouli decision of the Supreme Court of Canada, which legally only applies to Quebec currently, by establishing an ambitious goal of reducing those waiting for more than 3 months for surgery by 75% by the end of our first term. According to former NDP Health Minister Dr. McKinnon, one of the key reasons for the successes of the SSI was that it invited specialized private day surgical clinics to bid, this is I think the key substantive point, to bid on providing government-insured surgeries. The data demonstrates that these clinics completed surgeries for 26% less cost than the government hospitals on average, meaning more patients got treated at lower cost, reducing the number of people waiting in pain for surgery, unquote. Now, all of that is scrupulously footnoted, and I would point out, I heard the NDP leader mumbling about that. She doesn't like Dr. McKinnon. So if she disregards one of the most highly respected academics in the country, and a member of the Order of Canada, who served in the NDP government for 8 years, a lot longer than the Leader of the Opposition did, Madam Deputy Speaker. I don't know. In terms of longevity, Janice McKinnon's a much better New Democrat, I would say, in terms of being in office. It's not just Dr. McKinnon. It's also the Canadian Institute of Health Research and the 2015 Wait Times Alliance report, and most importantly, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Supreme Court of Canada. When they said that access to a wait time is not access to health care, that was taken from a decision where they said that the security of Mr. Shaouli under Section 2 of the Charter of the Quebec, pardon me, I retract. In fact, the decision was made under the Quebec Charter. But the Quebec Charter has many provisions which are analogous to the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and the Supreme Court of Canada upheld a Quebec Appeals Court decision which said that the constitutional principle of the security of the person had been infringed by the Quebec government's refusal to reimburse Mr. Shaouli for surgery that he had to take outside of the state system because he was living in debilitating pain. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the inspiration behind Bill 30. This is what we actually ran on. We have a mandate from over 1 million Alberta voters explicitly. This is not, as they claim, a hidden agenda to Americanize the healthcare system. We could not have been more explicit with Albertans. I just quoted it at length in our platform, for which we have a mandate. The first party in the history of Alberta to win over 1 million votes, an endorsement of this platform. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me quote from the pertinent section. This is with respect to surgical facilities. It essentially empowers the minister to enter into arrangements for minor surgical procedures under the Health Professions Act. And it says, and I'll quote further, page 14, section, bear with me. Okay, under the Health Facilities Act, the amendment, under section 3A, the minister shall not approve a proposed agreement. That would be a contract with a charter surgical facility. Shall not propose an agreement unless the minister is satisfied that the provision of insured surgical services as contemplated under the proposed agreement would be consistent with the principles of the Canada Health Act, and that the proposed agreement indicates performance expectations and related performance measures for the insured surgical facility and facility services to be provided, and that the proposed agreement contains provisions showing how physicians' compliance with the following as they relate to conflict of interest and other ethical issues in respect of the operation of the facility will be monitored, including the Health Professions Act, the bylaws of the College of Physicians and Surgeons, and the Code of Ethics and Standards of Practice adopted by the Council of the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta under the Health Professions Act. I have just quoted in the last 30 seconds more of this bill than the NDP has in the last 25 hours of debate. Wow. Madam Deputy Speaker, let's just break it. I know a lot of this may sound to folks who are not familiar with health law to be, I don't know, abstract or a bit of legal gobbledygook, so let me just break it right down. Since day one of universal Medicare in Canada, physicians and surgeons have signed contracts with the government to provide services. When you go into your family doc, unless it's in a situation like Crowfoot, where they're kind of paid on something more like a salary, you go into a regular My Family doc, Madam Deputy Speaker, in South Calgary, is paid on a fee-for-service basis as a professional corporation. His corporation has signed an agreement with Alberta Health Services. That's how it works. And since day one of universal Medicare in Canada, in Alberta, back in the 60s, surgeries, not all of them, but many of them have been performed in chartered surgical facilities run and operated by surgeons. Isn't that a shocking concept, Madam Deputy Speaker, that surgeons would run a surgical clinic for day surgeries? Now, what the NDP is, so essentially what we're doing here is to facilitate, to make more, I guess, administratively straightforward, reducing some of the red tape, to expand somewhat the number of day surgeries performed in those charter surgical facilities operated by Alberta surgeons. And what does the NDP characterize this as? Quotes, subsidized private profit, Americanization, the end of Medicare. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know, the only profit that's going on here is the profit the NDP makes on its fundraising appeals to some of its gullible members with that campaign of lies. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, under the NDP, here's the reality. I'd love to see this in one of those, a little asterisk, a little footnote in one of those NDP, Friend of Medicare, or maybe an email from that bigot Gil McGowan. He's the president of the Alberta Federation of Labour, Madam Deputy Speaker, who said that parents of faith communities are, quotes,
Nut bars.
Disgusting.
For wanting to send their children to faith-based schools. So, Mr. McGowan, the NDP special interests, I invite them in an exception, maybe in a little 4-point font, in a little footnote, maybe just once, to tell the truth. And the truth is this: the NDP was in office in this province, on this side of the House, for 4 years, and they maintained relationships, they funded and paid for surgeries performed, I hope I don't offend them, performed by privately owned, privately operated day surgical facilities in Alberta. And you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, the professional corporations of the surgeons who performed those surgeries, they made a profit. They made a profit. They made a profit under the NDP. They declared those profits, I hope, I expect, under the, not the personal, but the corporate income tax system. 15%. You can't make this stuff up. 15% of the surgeries performed in Alberta that were, I should say, that were reimbursed by Alberta Health Services under the NDP from, what was it ever, May, June of 2015, until Albertans kicked them to the curb in May of last year. Tossed them out. Over those 4 years, 15% of the surgeries performed were performed in privately owned, privately run day surgical facilities operated by professional corporations. Now, love those surgeons, great Albertans, brilliant people, deserve to be compensated fairly, but I hate to break it to the NDP, Madam Deputy Speaker, they did those, you know what motivated what motivated them to go to the bank and take out a loan to start, to make the capital investment for the NDP's assistance. A capital investment is where you take money and investment into stock, either infrastructure capital, human capital, you make an investment in something. They made an investment to create a surgical facility on the expectation that they would get compensated for that investment plus profit. So those private those professional corporations operated by Alberta surgeons established those clinics that were, under the NDP, just fine and dandy. They were a natural, normal, ordinary, commendable part of the Alberta healthcare system. But when there is a Conservative government doing the same thing, it is the end of Medicare. It is the Americanization of the healthcare system. It is, quotes, subsidized private. Sign the petition. Stop the subsidized private profit. Stop the dastardly, conservative end of healthcare, the Americanization of healthcare, because heaven forbid the Conservatives might increase from, I don't know, 15 to 20% the number of day surgeries performed in day surgery clinics. What a pathetic joke, Madam Deputy Speaker. The party of fear. The party of the special interest. And you know, Madam Deputy Speaker, why is it they take this position? Well, it's very simple. It's because if there's a marginal cost advantage to the chartered surgical facility versus, let's say, the government-run hospital, well, guess what? Maybe AHS will send more Albertans to the chartered surgical facilities so we can perform those surgeries at less cost, which means we can perform with the same amount of dollars more surgeries, which means we can reduce the wait times, and in reducing the wait times, we can reduce the number of people waiting in pain, and in reducing the number of people waiting in pain, we can reduce the number of people becoming addicted to opioids and painkillers in this province. We can improve health outcomes. But who are the losers? NDP government union bosses. Because they do not have a stranglehold. Here, let's get right down to the nub. Not only do they make some sweet money off of the fear campaign with their with their misleading their supporters, Madam Deputy Speaker, the sweet, sweet money from scaring the heck out of people, that they're not going to be, you know, the premise of the NDP meta-scare campaign, the oldest scare campaign in Canadian politics, is that if you someday you have a conservative or a free enterprise government, you show up at the hospital, you're going to be asked to bring out your credit card. And it's the terrible dystopian caricature of the American system, and it's all going to happen here, and it's always their hidden agenda. It's just that they've never done it in 60 years. But watch, they will. That's the NDP Medicare campaign. You know what it's really about? It's about two things. Squeezing that sweet money out of their donors, A, and B, maintaining a monopoly for their government union boss friends. Because those same friends, you know, Gil McGowan, I'm just going to go out on a limb here and say that CUPE, AUPE, AFL-affiliated unions may not have an in at those chartered surgical facilities. That's all it's about. It's not about the patients. It's not about their pain. It's not about the wait lists. It's not about the broader healthcare system. It's not about public insurance, because all of this, 100% of this, 100% of the procedures that would be regulated by Bill 30, 100% are publicly insured by the government of Alberta. It's not about insurance. It's about one thing only, NDP fundraising and government union bosses wanting a monopoly. Well, fortunately, we live in Alberta and not on the NDP's fantasy island. Madam Deputy Speaker, and in Alberta, mainstream Albertans believe that competition is a good thing, that choice is a positive thing, that business is not a dirty word. And I know the NDP, in their cognitive dissonance, wants us to allow the physicians to increase their compensation at their own control without any government management. They want to continue the NDP upward slope in physician compensation by 6 points a year. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we disagree. We think as long as those folks are vendors to the government of Alberta, and as long as we are in a fiscal and economic crisis, we need some management control over that. But where we fundamentally disagree is our belief that, yes, dare I say it, profit is a useful incentive. If the profit incentive encourages a brilliant Alberta surgeon to go to the bank, take out $1 million loan, build a day surgical facility in Edmonton, hire a bunch of nurses, hire a bunch of healthcare aides and support staff, bring on to his team a couple of other surgeons, hang up his shingle, approach AHS and says, you know, all those folks that are on your wait list, that NDP wait list, who are waiting for 2 or 3 years in pain on painkillers for their orthopedic surgery, I'll take them. And by the way, I just won't take them at the regular rate. I'll offer you a lower rate than what you pay at the government hospitals. And I will, like Saskatchewan, do this at 25% less cost than the government hospitals. Madam Deputy Speaker, the NDP's response to that proposition is, hell no, you dirty profiteer. You want to Americanize the healthcare system. We're not going to send you any patients who would be fully insured by the public system. No so-called queue jumping. We're going to let them suffer in pain because Gil McGowan told us to. Because that bigot, Gil McGowan, doesn't like privately operated surgery. Except when we were in power, we would let 15% of that happen just because, I don't know, it's a hangover of the status quo ante or some blather or whatever. They never, I don't know. It's 24, how many hours of debate on this?
Oh, about 25.
I'd like to ask government members, 24 and a half hours, I've just added an hour. 24 and a half hours of debate on this bill. Has any government MLA heard a member of the official opposition explain why it was good that 15% of surgeries performed by AHS under the NDP were in private chartered surgical facilities? Have they explained that? That's interesting. It's odd, isn't it? So maybe if they have any self-respect, they'll stand up and defend why it was good under their government, but so terribly evil, Americanization under this government. No, they won't do it. I can predict it right now, because it would undermine the Meta-Scare campaign, which is the single most effective fundraising technique of the NDP. And because their government union bosses, QP, AUPE, and their friends at the AFL would be outraged if they defended choice, if they put patients ahead of unions. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, here's a curious thing. I quoted at length the success of the Saskatchewan Surgical Initiative, which dramatically reduced wait times. Let me pause to say, part of the problem with this debate is we get into abstractions. When I say that the Saskatchewan Surgical Initiative reduced wait times, it just sounds like political talking points, abstractions. Let me just break it right down. There are people in Saskatchewan, thanks to that program, their lives were extended. Their quality of life was immeasurably expanded. They were taken out of pain. They did not become addicted to opioids. Some of these people might have ended up in the trap of addiction that far too many Albertans have found themselves in. So this is not some, I know former NDP Finance Minister Dr. Janice McKinnon said it was a tremendous success. Again, we're getting more noises of ridicule from the opposition, because she's been sent down the Orwellian memory hole by the opposition. I remind the NDP, Dr. Janice McKinnon served longer in an NDP government than any member of the NDP opposite in this House. I think that makes her a better New Democrat. I don't know about you guys, but not only did Dr. Janice McKinnon, in an extensive study, validate the Saskatchewan premise of Bill 30, but so too did the Canadian Institute of Health Research. I don't hear any guffaws from the NDP about that. It's not a conservative, objective data or evidence organization, research organization, and the Wait Times Alliance. At least 3 sources. I'm sure they could dig up, oh yeah, they're going to have the Friends of Medicare, Madam Deputy Speaker, which is the most absurd astroturf organization for NDP union bosses wanting to maintain a monopoly. But Madam Deputy Speaker, these organizations validated that it was a great success. It massively reduced the wait times. That means grandmas and grandpas were able to play with their grandchildren. That means women and men who would otherwise be living in pain and on painkillers, risking addiction. We're liberated from all of that. Why? With the simple expansion of contracting out services under public insurance in the birthplace of Medicare. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to inform the House that the Saskatchewan NDP, a party founded by Tommy Douglas, the party that introduced universal medical insurance in Canada, now effectively supports the Saskatchewan Surgical Initiative. They have committed not to reverse these reforms if they are elected to government in the province to the east of us. But the Alberta NDP, forget about it. All ideology and all special interests all the time, all division all the time. They didn't care about now I want to close up about that Shawouli decision, because really what the Supreme, now, Madam Deputy Speaker, the reason I said that it came out under the Quebec Charter. Quebec Charter has, most of its provisions are analogous to the Canadian Charter, but Quebec Charter law obviously does not apply outside of Quebec. So the Supreme Court of Canada decision, here's what it did. It said that the Quebec government has an obligation under their charter to protect the security of the person by ensuring them access to timely health care for medically necessary services, even if that means receiving those services outside of a state hospital or clinic. That was what the victory that Mr. Shawouli won on behalf of patients all across the country. The NDP here, their response is, we don't care about your security of the person. We don't care about your charter rights, Mr. Shawouli. Get in line. Suffer in pain. How dare these people stand up and pretend to be progressive voices, concerned about patients, concerned about health care? By the way, Madam Deputy Speaker, health outcomes decline as people wait longer for these critical surgeries, for these critical procedures to be performed. How dare they pontificate and pretend, just get up on their moral high horse. That, on healthcare, that high horse is built on thousands of people waiting in pain in wait lists. It is immoral, it is unethical, it must end. And this Bill 30 is a reasonable effort following the spirit of the Charter as defined by the Supreme Court of Canada, respecting a democratic mandate on which this government was elected, to reduce those wait times, to reduce that pain, to provide better health care for all Albertans. That is why I encourage the Assembly to vote for Bill 30 on third reading.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. Seeing none. Any other members wishing to speak? Seeing the Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. That was certainly an interesting experience, I must say. I guess I'll start just by pointing out that that was a very passionate demonstration of pontification. I will say that the number of logical fallacies and multiple inaccuracies and failed attempts at pretending to be a lawyer was an uncommon concentration in one actual presentation. It really was quite something. I think we heard the argument of the same issue on several sides over and over. It was interesting. I'll say that the Premier's comments took a circuitous route, because I actually thought that at the beginning what we were going to hear was the standard talking points that we'd heard about how this isn't about private funding of healthcare. It's just about private delivery of healthcare, and we all know that can be done more efficiently if we don't look at the evidence and the experience of cases where that's been done, which is more or less what we've been hearing from the members opposite and indeed the Premier. However, I will say I was surprised, and I kind of got more and more interested about 2/3 of the way into this long, circuitous, sort of ranty thing, because we did, in fact, move into what is, in effect, the justification of private funding of healthcare. So, just to be clear, for people who haven't actually read the legal decisions that the Premier was talking about and not aware of how they relate to other matters that are going through court and what the rationale is. In fact, what they are about is opening the door to private funding of healthcare and the creation of two-tiered healthcare with 2 different wait lists and the ability to queue jump if you have enough money. So, okay, I guess if you wait long enough and, imbibe enough and stay late enough, we have the potential of pulling back the curtain and getting more information. But I'll get to that in a moment, and hopefully I won't take the full 90 minutes that I'm allowed, Madam Speaker. It is late. Bill 30 is a bill that our caucus does not agree with, because we think that there are many ways in which it undermines the quality of public health care here in Alberta. Now, it's hard, of course, to respond to the last 90 minutes from the Premier without responding specifically to them, and so I'm going to sort of jump around a bit, and I apologize in advance for what's probably going to be a bit of disorganization. But it did seem to start with a kind of a relitigation of this government's utterly disastrous handling of the negotiations with doctors, and a relitigation, an attempt to justify the decision to rip up the agreement of the doctors. I'm not quite sure why we were talking about that, Madam Speaker, because, the actual failed work of this government with respect to negotiating a new doctors agreement is not really touched on specifically, I guess a little bit tangentially near the end of Bill 30, but it's not really part of it. But nonetheless, we did decide to spend quite a bit of time on that topic. And of course, it was all sort of framed in this notion that, well, doctors have to take a big pay cut because the economy is in great distress, and so therefore doctors need to also take a big pay cut. Now, and if I could digress just for a moment, again, when we talk about all these different sorts of fallacies, there are a number of debate and logical fallacies within and inconsistencies within the Premier's comments. We did hear, of course, about something that all Albertans are concerned about, and which all members of this House have spoken about, which is the state of the economy as it relates to the drop in the price of oil as a result of both production, originally gaming of the system by other producers in the world, and then subsequently the economic slowdown driven by COVID-19. And that is a real thing, which I think we all need to grasp and work diligently to find some answers to, and if we can't come up with the immediate answers right away, we need to think about, well, how do we manage the challenges that Albertans are facing, and what are our priorities when dealing with a crisis, and who do we support when dealing with a crisis. What I found interesting, though, on the part of the Premier was that he literally came in and tried to, on a number of different fronts, blame our government for the $70 drop in the price of oil and the ensuing economic challenges that Albertans faced from 2015 and 2016, and the slow effort to recover from that. That was all our fault. But the fact that, you know, the GDP is down by potentially 20% this year, and all the other very horrible things that we know are challenging and threatening Albertans, those are certainly not the fault of the UCP. Now, I actually don't agree. I agree. They are not the fault of the UCP. The UCP was certainly, they'd embarked upon an economic strategy which was failing, which had resulted in the contraction of our economy, which had lost 50,000 jobs, which had not succeeded in doing the things that they claimed it would do when they gave away $4.7 billion to their friends and insiders. But certainly, although it was failing, it was not failing at the gargantuan level that, of course, all Albertans are seeing and experiencing now. And I think that there is intellectual honesty in saying that. And I certainly wish that the folks on the other side would engage in the same intellectual honesty when talking about the out of province and international challenges that impacted the province of Alberta in 2015 and 2016, over which, of course, we had no control either. I did not have any control over the price of oil when it got to around $25 a barrel, and nor did the Premier. Yet apparently we have two different ways of analyzing those circumstances. And I would just say, you know, it doesn't help make the Premier's case when there's such an obvious conflict in how he and others examine history and draw conclusions from what happened. Nonetheless, that is, you know, one of a number of inconsistencies and contradictions inherent in the many statements that the Premier so passionately made in his comments this evening. That aside, let's move on, though, to just the issue of Bill 3, because that is, of course, what we are talking about now. So, as I said, the Premier began by talking about the doctors and trying to essentially demonize them, and then at the same time celebrate them because so they get paid too much, but boy, we sure are glad that they make a profit, and we sure are glad that there's profit in the healthcare system, because profiteering in the healthcare system is always good, although we hate it. So anyway, it was all over the place. What I will say, though, one thing that did jump out at me was that the Premier said, we respect them, we respect doctors. That's not true, folks. You know, and certainly doctors will say they do not believe that they are respected by this government. And regardless of the different opinions that anybody who is sitting in the government side will ultimately have with folks they are negotiating with in the AMA or any other organization around salaries, the reality is you show respect by playing by the rules. You do not show respect by passing a piece of legislation that breaches the charter, that attracts a $250 million lawsuit, that requires statutory intervention because you are so unwilling to play by the rules. You do not follow up that statutory intervention, which amounts to a breach of their constitutional rights, by having the minister go to people's driveways and engage in personal fights with them, using and engage fights with doctors using the influence of his office. That is not a demonstration of respect. So I must really, truly beg to differ with the Premier on the notion that his government has demonstrated respect for physicians. And what I will say is, I remember back when we first got elected, one of the things that everybody said to us very quickly is, oh my Lord, you people, you just got elected, we don't, you're very left-wing, what's going to happen to the economy? You must remember the very extreme importance of maintaining investor certainty. Make sure that investors understand that you're not going to do anything that puts their investment at risk, because otherwise we could lose jobs. And so you must engage in a respectful conversation with these folks. And that actually made good sense, because the province of Alberta absolutely does depend to a large degree on foreign investment for the economic prosperity that we enjoy here, or did previously enjoy. So that made good sense. And so for the same reason, then for that, what you need to do is respect contracts with people that you make. What happened with the doctors is the government had a contract and they ripped it up. And then they called them names, and then they did a whole bunch of other things. And so they ripped up their contract. And so doctors are leaving because they don't have that investor certainty. Same thing that I was told about. It's like if, for instance, say a new government were to come along and say, gee, TransCanada, that $7.5 billion contract we signed with you, that probably wasn't the wisest thing on the planet. I guess we'll pass legislation to allow us to rip that up. That doesn't create investor certainty. It wouldn't make sense to do that, even though it's an outrageous risk with taxpayers' dollars, and we have no idea what the contract involves. Ripping up those kinds of deals, it creates investor uncertainty, and ripping up the deals with the doctors creates uncertainty amongst that particular group, as the Premier identified it and characterized it, of business people. And so it shouldn't be a surprise that so many rural communities across this province now are at risk of losing those physicians, because those particular investors are going, I'm going somewhere else where I can count on the rules actually being adhered to. And that's not what's happening in this province under the leadership of this UCP government. Anyway, so let's go, though, to the issue that I thought the Premier was going to talk about around this bill, and the issue that we are most concerned about as it relates specifically to the bill right now, which is the acceleration and the significant increase in opportunities for private delivery of publicly funded healthcare. So let us be clear there. I'm not suggesting that we are about to privatize funding of healthcare quite yet. Definitely not. What I've been very clear to say is that what this is doing is enhancing private delivery, and I will talk about why that is wrong and why so many things that the Premier said was incorrect in a moment. But we're fully aware that that's what this does. It is not yet introducing private funding of public health care. But certainly to hear the rant in the last third of the Premier's comments, it does sound like that's something he'd like to see sooner than later. Either that or he really doesn't understand this issue at all. Nonetheless, though, on the matter of whether enhancing private delivery of publicly funded services is a good idea, I'd like to just review again points that I'd made in the past that maybe some folks haven't seen or heard, is that we have examples of where private delivery of publicly funded services ultimately end up costing taxpayers more. They are not effective. So we had private delivery of ophthalmological services or cataract surgery in Calgary, publicly funded, yes, but privately delivered. And we had publicly delivered and publicly funded cataract surgery in Edmonton. Guess what? Wait times way longer in Calgary, much shorter in Edmonton. Didn't seem like that private delivery ultimately served to be as effective as promised. We have, of course, the experience of HRC and that repeated failure of private delivery of publicly funded hip and knee surgery, and we have the comparison of what happened in Edmonton when we had a specific strategically developed clinic within the public system, publicly delivered, no profit margin required in there, and the numbers were significantly more successful here in Edmonton. And then we have the example that the Premier referred to about what happened in Saskatchewan when they set up the surgical suites. And the Premier sort of rambled on repeatedly about what subsidized corporate profit making, Well, I'll tell you what it is. It's when you make a deal with a private company to provide you something that is the same that was being provided out of the public system. And you say to that private company, we will pay you exactly what it's costing us in the public system right now. And then they come back and they say, oh, we can't possibly do that for you and do the same amount. You're going to need to subsidize us and give us more than what you were paying for in the public system, which is exactly what happened in Saskatchewan. And so sure, when more money was put into the privately delivered agency to deliver the same services, absolutely, the results went up. But once that extra money was pulled out and they were asked to operate on the same cost structure with the same ultimate investment by taxpayers as the publicly delivered surgical suites, guess what? The outcomes deteriorated, and there was no benefit at all. And in fact, it's less beneficial now. Those are three examples with real outcomes, real evidence that the Premier repeatedly fails to acknowledge. But I want to talk about this sort of, lovely little sarcastic rant that the Premier went on about the type of privately delivered, publicly funded healthcare that was provided under our watch, and how this is exactly the same thing. And it's not. And I'd like to just as well to clarify, and I know there was lots of giggles about, we got J-splained. We got J-splained by the Premier, where he walked through the bill and said, oh, look, I could read the bill, and now I'm going to J-splain the whole assembly and tell everyone how I'm the smartest person reading the bill. Hate to break to you, actually, I did also walk through the bill when I did my initial commentary in second reading, and I've walked through it since, and clearly I need to do it again because, in fact, what the Premier was saying was actually inaccurate, and it's probably helpful to get a bit of legal advice before you start trying to give legal advice. Anywho, so looking at the proposed addition to Bill 30 with respect to 20.1, there is this whole thing where it talks about how the minister may receive a claim from a person for a benefit of an insured service. The difference is this. The Premier is correct. A professional association is exempted from this section. And what that means is that doctors, and he's absolutely correct, who operate as professional private sector businessmen, each doctor, whether he's an independent contractor or whether he's incorporated under a professional corporation, does in fact, that's how they do their business. They're not salaried employees, or the vast majority aren't, and they bill fee for service primarily, but not always, to AHS. And that's how they get their money. And so they are exempted from this arrangement. And the person described in this section is actually a publicly traded corporation. So that's what's being changed here. Is in the past, AHS could receive billings and could receive claims, we'll put it this way in the language of the section, from dentists, in some cases, from physicians directly, or from professional corporations. They could not receive claims from publicly traded or traditional corporations. And what this language does is it opens the door for that. So this is not just about doctors becoming paid salary employees to AHS. This is about doctors becoming paid salary employees to say, oh, TELUS. And opening the door for TELUS to be the organization that is running interference and organizing the relationship between doctors and physicians, between physicians and their patients. And that's what's in here that's different. It's fundamentally different than what was in place before. That's what the legislation says. That's what the Premier failed to understand during his 45-minute amateur law professor lecture to members of the Assembly. And unfortunately, he just kind of got it wrong. And so I just need to say this is one of the things in the bill that we are very troubled by, because we don't think that we should have, like, if doctors want to be on salary and have a direct relationship with AHS, absolutely. Those alternative relationship plans, I think they're called, we're fully in support of. We would have liked to have negotiated more. I commented on that with respect to the amendment that we tried to put in place to allow for those to be voluntary arrangements. Those kinds of arrangements are absolutely fine. We're on side. That's a great deal. What we are not on side with is having TELUS be the organization that is billing Alberta Health Services, that we no longer have an obligation, because it's also removed by Bill 30, to have those deals be publicly available for taxpayers and or patients to review or to see, nor are we prepared to accept the degree to which that corporation can also provide uninsured services beside the insured services, and then play a whole bunch of games to market to patients. And in the Premier's impassioned defense of the Shalui, I think it's pronounced, Shalui case, he, of course, failed to admit or to acknowledge that he was essentially replicating all the information he got from his good friend, Dr. Day, who, as I've mentioned before in this House, was the subject of multiple investigations by the BC government for constantly trying to find ways to use access to the publicly funded services that he billed for to find other ways to charge patients. And I won't go through the long list of things that he was found to have done, but it was very inappropriate. And now, as a result of that, he's leading the outside of Quebec attack on the Canada Health Act that would legalize and make available to all Canadians the ability to buy private insurance. And so, of course, if you can buy private insurance, then you then open up two-tiered healthcare, and then you have queue jumping, and you have healthcare being made available to people on the basis of their wealth, not on the basis of their need. And I will agree very much with the Premier that when you hear about people waiting too long on wait lists, that is something that we should internalize, and we should be concerned about, and we should act to fix it. Absolutely. But the way to fix it is not to say, okay, well, if you're rich, we'll help you. And that's essentially what allowing for private insurance within the publicly funded system would do. The answer is to provide appropriate funding so that all people, regardless of income, can get access to health care on the basis of their medical need. It's that simple. It's really nowhere nearly as complicated as the Premier would like to make it, with or without his amateur attempt to lecture us on what the bill doesn't actually say. So that is the concern that we have. That's the primary concern we have with that part of the bill, and why we are very concerned that we are setting up the infrastructure for corporatized healthcare delivery throughout the province so that it's ready should the BC challenge to the bar on private insurance be successful. Now, I do find another one of sort of the fallacies or the logical inconsistencies in the Premier's comments, of course, was the claim that, they had to go after the doctors, they had to rip up the agreements, they had to take a run at them because they're profiteering, and even though he loves profiteering, and profiteering should definitely happen in the healthcare system, the doctors were profiteering too much, and we couldn't control it, and they were charging this, and they were charging that, and their costs were going up, and there was nothing to be done except bringing in this legislation that allowed them to tear up the deal, although to be clear, I suspect that that particular piece of legislation will also fail once challenged in the courts. But the key to this is, though, Madam Chair, is if the Premier is so concerned about the degree to which the privately delivered, publicly funded healthcare services of doctors and that private sector relationship that has existed since the inception of Medicare, if he's so worried about that being a cost he can't control, why in heaven's name would you choose to invite more of that into the publicly funded system? So we got this impassioned plea that we just had to do this because the doctors' costs were too extensive and they were charging the system too much and they were asking to gouge too much profit out of our public healthcare system. And then he went on to defend a bill that actually allows us to significantly multiply the platforms and the environments within which that relationship would be replicated. I don't know. Doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. Because, he is correct. Those people who work on salary directly within the public healthcare system without a profit margin, but just for a salary, they got 0% increases while we were in government. So it would seem to me that's actually a good thing from the taxpayer's perspective, and at the same time they provided very good care that was focused solely on providing good care, and they didn't have to spend the last 45 minutes of every day doing their books in order to make sure that they'd gotten enough profit out of the system that day. So it really it's remarkably inconsistent and illogical argument, Mr. Speaker. So, that is a thing that doesn't make a lot of sense. But, that's not uncommon from this Premier. He does certainly have a tendency to speak with great authority and then to have to sort of run around later once somebody checks the facts. I mean, I'm reminded, of course, about the revelation or the introduction of the so-called back-to-school plan, where the Premier confidently lectured reporters and Albertans on how this could be done and how it had been done this way in Norway and Finland. And we have these great examples of countries where it had been done successfully, and lo and behold, it turned out that, no, actually, they did it using a cap on class sizes, which apparently, we are delusional for suggesting that Alberta embark upon the same path as the very countries that the Premier chose to lecture everybody on. Anyway, that is not an uncommon experience with respect to the Premier's regular lectures of the people. Just a second. Anyway, so the other elements that I want to talk about in Bill 30 that are as important. Of course, one does include the issue that relates to the Health Quality Council, and I did spend a fair amount of time talking about that in Committee of the Whole this evening, the degree to which this bill very actively attacks the independence of the Health Quality Council of Alberta and undermines the integrity. And of course, we've already seen one of the members publicly resign because his integrity is challenged as a result of the changes being made and the degree to which the minister is being put in charge of the council and has been given the ability to pretty much interfere wherever he feels it's helpful or to his benefit. And so obviously it will undermine the evidence-based measurement mandate of that council, and it will undermine the independence that, as I had mentioned to other members of this assembly earlier tonight, that were put in by a Conservative government in 2011 as an answer to the many concerns that Albertans had around the apparent proximity of the council to the minister and the deputy minister, and the need for there to be legitimate independence, and the fact that of course that was the single biggest reason for the very changes that are now being undone by this bill, because the Health Quality Council was being used by previous Conservative government as cover to convince Albertans that they really did take the issue of measuring wait time seriously, and that the Health Quality Council of Alberta could be counted on to report accurately to Albertans about what was happening with respect to wait times with various and sundry procedures. And so as a result, because there was that debate and the belief that Conservatives were not being upfront, the decision was made to make the Health Quality Council of Alberta more independent in order to earn the trust of Albertans. And slowly over time, since 2011, it did. And now Bill 30 is stepping in to undo that and take us back to 2011, when the council, unfortunately, did not enjoy the same level of trust and independence from Albertans. So that, of course, is a very unfortunate development for Albertans who, quite frankly, want any agency that they can get that is given the authority to maintain and improve the quality of health care that they receive, and that they do so in a way that they can count on and trust. So now, the other thing that I wanted to talk about just a little bit more in terms of the opportunities to establish payment arrangements between AHS and publicly traded corporations, which is a different thing than the professional corporations that were previously discussed by the Premier, is, of course, the fact that those arrangements, previously, when even talking about professional corporations as well as the surgical ones that have been referenced in debate, were subject to an assessment of whether or not this would or would not impact the overall quality of the public health care system in Alberta. And that was one of the criteria that the minister had to consider. And then, of course, what happens here is Bill 30 removes that criteria. And I believe it was around about this time last night where our caucus attempted valiantly to get the UCP to eliminate or to amend the bill to maintain that criteria in terms of the consideration that the minister had to undergo before engaging in arrangements with corporations that would be doing additional private delivery of public health care. And so it was interesting because apparently the primary argument was, oh, we're just taking it out because it's extra, it's redundant. We don't need it there. It's just redundant. And of course, the answer then, well, if it's redundant, why bother, and why not put it in there? And of course, no one believes that it's redundant. Everyone believes that it established a criteria, and it's a criteria that the minister found inconvenient for the acceleration of corporatization of the delivery of our healthcare system. And by corporatization, just to be clear, I'm referring now to private corporatization, not professional corporations owned by doctors. I'm talking about publicly traded companies. So again, that is an unfortunate element of this bill, which we are disappointed to see was not corrected through our attempts to have the bill amended. So the final thing that I just am going to speak on, though, is that we know that from the last third of the Premier's or so-ish long lecture to the Assembly, that he appears to be very supportive of the case that was made in the case in Quebec of the need for people to be able to buy private insurance. And you know, that, of course, is a breach of the Canada Health Act. And if the challenge that's coming out of BC is successful, and it's essentially his friend Brian Day is in fact, allies with, I can't remember what the agency's called in Calgary that is helping to fund that particular legal case. They are pursuing another challenge under the non-civil legal framework that governs in Quebec to attempt to challenge the Canada Health Act on the basis of whether or not it's a breach of the Charter to insist that people stay within the publicly funded insurance system. And it does sound as though he's kind of rooting for the challenge there, which, to be clear, will represent the single biggest attack on publicly funded healthcare in this country ever. And so I'm really quite surprised to see that sort of revealing conversation from the Premier. But so I just, of course, then need to put it on the record that it is our view that allowing privately funded or private insurance to compete with our public health care system will fundamentally fracture and undermine the strength of our public health care system. And the Premier engaged in a conversation which he often does, which is called the false dilemma fallacy, where he says, if it's not this, it must be that. If it's not this, it must be that. And then he argues against the evil that in order to defend the this. Except the problem is that that's not really the dilemma. He's been doing it for the last 2 or 3 days, trying to argue that our attempts to get this government to take the need for school reopenings seriously and to provide for safe reopenings is somehow us trying to suggest that we want to close schools. And it's intellectually dishonest, and it's a common fallacy, yeah, I think, frankly, most people can see through it. And the same thing is happening in this conversation about public health care. So the choice is not people will suffer on waiting lists if we don't give them the chance to buy their own private insurance to then get their own privately funded health care. The choice is people will not get the health care they need if we don't provide adequate resources within the public health care system. That is the choice. You either properly fund resources in the public health care system or you do not. And I'm more than happy to accept that there is probably a need for more resources in certain sectors of the public healthcare system, and that there can be better management, and there needs to be improvement. Chaos, of course, costs, the Premier wasn't really living in Alberta, and so probably was not as intimate with the 4 years of utter healthcare chaos that existed in this province, probably actually more than 4 years, more like 8, that existed up to 2015. But it literally got to a point where stability was a cost-saving measure because there had been so much chaos injected into the healthcare, as it was constantly politicized and repoliticized, as the Conservatives tried not once, but not twice, but 3 times to inject private funding into the delivery of Alberta's healthcare. That's not chasing ghosts, that's not making things up, that's speaking to the leaked documents from cabinet and caucus and all those kinds of things. I mean, it was black and white that's what, and sometimes the press releases, quite honestly, from the government itself, quite openly advocating for that. So we knew and do know that it's been a long-standing thing, and every time that happened, along with a number of other things that happened in the healthcare system, significant cuts, reorganization, further reorganizations, yada, 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 there was a whole heck of a lot of chaos. So I agree then that if we can avoid that chaos and be more strategic within the publicly delivered, publicly funded healthcare system, we can get better results. And that's what we need to do. But let us be clear. Giving people the opportunity to pay for private insurance to buy private healthcare somewhere else is not going to make things better. And globally, it's going to make things more expensive. Because now we have to factor in the necessary profit margin of the insurance companies. And as we've learned from this government's engagement with even car insurance, they got to get theirs. And so the last thing we want to do is invite private insurance companies into the delivery of healthcare in this province. It will do nothing but drive up prices in the same way that the Premier, perhaps too passionately and with some exaggeration, tried to attribute to doctors. So in any event, it is absolutely the wrong thing for the people of Alberta. And I believe that the people of Alberta were promised by this Premier, again, he claims, this whole thing with Shalouis and expanding the opportunity for more private delivery, it's right there on page 97 of version 33 of our platform, and yada, yada, yada. And again, seriously, I've never in my political life seen a platform morph as often as the UCP's platform morphed during the last provincial election. It was a very ingenious strategy, let me say. But in any event, the other thing that maybe wasn't in the platform, but everybody does remember because somebody who kind of had it together was running tour that day, was the big signing of the public health care guarantee. That's what people remember, and that's what people thought they were voting for. Yet to listen to the Premier talk tonight, what we are hearing actually is no, that's not actually what he believes, and that he does actually want to pursue the injection of private insurance into our publicly funded healthcare system. So troubling, let me say. But what I think, though, notwithstanding that little bait and switch demonstration that we saw by the UCP in the last provincial election, is that Albertans do care about, well, they care about fundamentally, they care about the health of their loved ones. Let's be clear. That's what they care about. They care about the health of their loved ones. And they care about being able to provide for the health of their loved ones when their loved ones need that care. And so obviously then they care about being able to afford it. And so they are very aware of what a gift we have in having a public health care system that people don't have to worry about whether they can afford critical care. And I think that is a value of all Canadians, and it's a value of Albertans. And I think that any moves to undermine it, whether stage one of a 2 or 3 stage plan or all in one fell swoop, are bad moves. Now, I'm not suggesting that that is what we are seeing in Bill. I mean, I think we are seeing stage one of a multi-stage plan, but then obviously inherent in that description is some speculation on my part, but certainly given some definite fuel, given the late night comments from the Premier this evening. But nonetheless, what I do know is that any attempts to undermine our public health care system are going to hurt Albertans. And again, it's a fallacy. It's a you know, just a tactic to try and argue that people who care about publicly funded health care and Medicare are simply captured by union bosses. This is the most ridiculous, paranoid theory I've ever heard before. It is, it's actually kind of below what I think are, in better hours of the day, the more capable debating skills of the Premier. I think we know that many Albertans care deeply about Medicare, and they've never met a union boss in their life. They simply know that if their child gets sick, they don't want to have to worry about if they've spent thousands and thousands of dollars on health insurance or whether they have enough on their line of credit to be able to see a doctor. It's that simple. And so we need to remember that. We need to have enough respect for Albertans to debate the real issues here and not get lost in these, you know, spinning on spinning talking points that wander, you know, solar systems away from the important issue that is here. So this is not about union bosses. This is about protecting our public health care because all Albertans care about being able to get health care when they need it. They care about wait times. They care about long-term care. They care about their grandparents, their aunts and their uncles in both public and private long-term care centers right this moment. They care about whether they're safe there. They care about whether the mental health of their loved ones, much of which, as you know, much of mental health, unfortunately, the biggest problem with mental health is the vast majority of mental health therapy is still privately funded. Unfortunately, it's not primarily covered under the Canada Health Act, and as a result, the consistency and effectiveness of treatment is terribly unequal, income-based, privilege-based, and you see the results of it amongst some of the most vulnerable citizens we have in our province. But anyway, so we know that that's what matters to Albertans, and that's what they care about, and that's what it's our job to debate here, and that's what we've been doing. We've been debating the loss of the independence and the mandate of the Health Quality Council. We've been debating the loss of the protection of our public health care system when the minister goes about the task of finding people to make quiet backroom deals with. We've been debating the fact that those deals now will be in the back room because we're no longer talking about ministerial orders. We're talking about contracts now, which will undoubtedly be rendered opaque to members of the public through the rules of FOIP. And of course, we are talking about the corporatization of the doctor-patient relationship and the opportunity for these corporations to leverage the doctor-patient relationship to engage in a number of other marketing and fee-based activity, which ultimately will bleed into, I suspect, insured services as well, if the experience of Brian Day in BC is any indication. So for all those reasons, our caucus will not be voting to support Bill 30. I wish that we could have had more opportunity to speak about it. I wish we weren't talking about it at 20 to 2 in the morning. I wish we'd had more opportunity to talk about it at 3 o'clock or in the mornings or at 3 o'clock right after question period. I wish it wasn't a bill that kept getting pushed to this late. Frankly, I wish we weren't talking about it after the July long weekend in the middle of the summer, in the middle of a pandemic. These are all things that don't necessarily demonstrate the best of governance. But nonetheless, we are here and we are doing our best to raise the concerns that we have as Her Majesty's loyal official opposition. So with those comments, Mr. Speaker, I will be taking my seat.
Thank you, Honourable Member. 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the leader for your remarks, for your thoughtful remarks, for your remarks based on facts and what this bill actually does. And thanks for clarifying many of the things that were contained in Premier's remarks earlier. And I think I will briefly comment on one of the things that Premier mentioned. Premier mentioned, and I quote somewhat, that it's a cold, hard reality math that Alberta economy will shrink by 20%. And Premier pegged the GDP numbers at $360 billion. And then Premier went on and he said that, and I am quoting that, economic illiterate can't comprehend on that side. So I thought I should fact check whether the things Premier mentioned are anywhere close to reality or not. And I do have a little bit background in economics as well. So one thing, that Alberta economy never got to $360 billion. So I looked at the GDP for the last 20 years. So the highest number I could find was $338 billion for 2014 year. And that was the time when the average price of WTI was $93 for the whole year. $107, highest in 93. It averaged 93 for that year. And GDP was $338 billion. And for the 4 years, or even 5 years, when we were in government, 2015, the GDP shrunk, but it was still $326 billion. 2016, when the price of oil was even down to $27, or even less with the differential, GDP was $314 billion. 2017, GDP was back up $329 billion. 2018, GDP was even better, $336 billion. 2019, $334 billion. For full years under the NDP, except for 2014 years, the economy was performing better than any conservative government in the history of this province. I will say it again, that under the NDP government, economy was performing better than any conservative government in the history of this province, with the exception of 2014 year, when GDP was $338 billion, because oil was averaging at $93. And when we were in government, for 2015, the average price of oil was $48. 2016, average price was $43. 2017, average price of oil was $50. 2018, average price was $65. These are the hard facts, and whatever Premier said about the economy and how GDP is shrinking, and if GDP was to shrink 20%, we are looking at the GDP number around $288 billion. That will be, I guess, somewhere lower than what we had in 2010-11. But the shrinkage we are seeing in the economy is because of this government policies. And this government policy of cutting the taxes. That's also economics 101. When economy is growing and you cut taxes, there is some money that's saved, and investors will invest that money into the economy, and idea is that that will create economic activity, that will generate revenues, that will generate jobs, and economy will grow. But when economy is already in a decline, cutting taxes is the worst policy you can.
Member, are there any other honourable members looking to join debate on third reading of Bill 30? I see the honourable member for Edmonton Decor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity here in the hours of the morning here to add some more comments to Bill 30. First, I would like to start by thanking the Leader of the Official Opposition for her remarks earlier. And despite the fact that we are debating this at almost 2 a.m. in the morning, I want to assure her that what we've seen over the last little while, Albertans are watching. They really are. We've seen the comments that have come in, even quoting what's going on. So, if anybody is thinking that's not the case, I would say they are completely wrong. So, Mr. Speaker, I have to say, Bill 30, there seems to be a very lot to say, and unfortunately not as much time to be able to possibly address this. So I guess one of the first things I would like to talk about is just Bill 30 as a whole. We know the Premier has, been very vocal about the fact that it seems like the official opposition hasn't spoken about the bill itself. And clearly the Premier hadn't been paying attention to when I would rise, because that's one of my favorite things to do, because I'm always chastised by members opposite about how I get hung up on the language of the bill and everything like that. And so here I am, yet again, talking about an omnibus piece of legislation, something that members of the government bench, something that members of the government caucus, when they served in the 29th legislature, which I was a part of too, said was bad. It was a disservice to Albertans, and it shouldn't be done, and yet here we are with yet another piece of omnibus legislation, one of many that we've seen in this short time that the UCP have been in government. And so, Mr. Speaker, I have decided to draw a conclusion from that all of the position that those members took back then around omnibus legislation, clearly they never actually believed that. Because if they did, they would have come into this legislature, the 30th legislature, and they would have taken the position that we are not going to bring in omnibus legislation because we do not believe it. But yet, as I said, one piece of many that we've seen so far. And so I'm now drawing the conclusion that was indeed not the case. They did not actually believe that, which now I start to hesitate as to what else don't they believe they've said in the past. But we'll leave that open for another discussion at another time, because what Bill 30 is starting to do is starting to open up the door for public public dollars to be funneled to for-profit private corporations that would be providing a public service that's available right now. And, you know, Mr. Speaker, when I get the opportunity to serve on the private members committee, and at that time we were reviewing a bill that, of course, does have some implications within the health system. And what was very, very interesting to me during the course of that review and the debate was one of the stakeholders, which were invited by the members opposite, who also serve on that committee, without any prompting, which this was the part that was really quite staggering and surprising to me, said that while he works down in the United States, in his profession, said, well, the United States kind of needs a little bit of Canadian health care down there. And so I find that, again, conflicting. Why is it then that somebody they felt was an expert at that time to be able to talk to the subject matter during that committee, but they would ignore the fact that he thinks what is provided down in the U.S. would be a good idea up here. And so here we are again, completely conflicting positions around what we should be bringing as legislation into this assembly. And so at the end of the day, as I said, we are looking to take public dollars and provide those to for-profit private corporations. And I've heard some interesting terms to be used about why this is a good idea. We're cutting red tape. We're speeding up, reducing wait times. And so if that is indeed the position that the government is going to take, then I can't help but wonder why you would have removed diagnostic imaging for chiropractors, physiotherapists, and audiologists, and increase the red tape for those professionals, because as we know, they are regulated by, guess who? The Alberta government. These health professionals, who apparently know what they're doing, and yet we're taking away a tool for them to treat their patients in a timely manner. Yet we're saying, oh, but over here, it's going to speed things up. Conflicting points of view. It's amazing to me, Mr. Speaker, how often this comes up with this government. And so if indeed you do believe that this is the direction to go in Bill 30, taking public dollars, providing it to private for-profit corporations to provide health services, you should immediately change your decision around diagnostic imaging, because now you will no longer have their patients having to wait to get treatment, to get in to see their general practitioner, have that order made, find out what's going on, then return back to get the consult on the results, and then the time it takes for those results to be passed on to those healthcare professionals. And Mr. Speaker, the government knows this. It was provided in a report from the College of Chiropractors and Physiotherapists in a joint submission. Government says it's going to save $8 million. These healthcare professionals, unless you're telling me they don't actually know what they're doing in their professions, say the costs associated with that change will be twice as high as what you're saving. So is it they believe that going in this direction as proposed in Bill 30 reduces red tape, saves money? Or, Mr. Speaker, is it really about providing an avenue to place their friends, their donors, in a position to make a profit off of Albertans? This is the question. And I guess we'll soon find out. So, the leader of the opposition had talked about how in the future we may find ourselves in a position of not being able to afford our health care. And so I can't help but think of my own personal situation in the past, Mr. Speaker. My daughter was born with congenital heart disease, and throughout her life she required multiple surgeries, and I'm just going to deal with just 3 of them. She had 1 closed heart and 2 open heart surgeries to help correct what was going on. And it absolutely floored me, Mr. Speaker, when I found out that the first surgery, now we have to think, this is back 25 years ago. The surgery that she first had with a closed heart would have run roughly in the neighborhood of $250,000, not including post-op care. But thank to heavens, Mr. Speaker, I lived in Canada. And I had a healthcare system to back me up. Because I know on average, Mr. Speaker, a person will in their working career make anywhere in the neighborhood of $3 to about $4.5 million in their entire career span. Now, my daughter had 3 surgeries. The 2 open, as you can imagine, were much more expensive. Probably in the neighborhood of $350,000 for each one, not including post-op care. It frightens me to think we might be opening up the door. See, I'm on the back end of this now, Mr. Speaker. Thankfully, my daughter's healthy. Probably will not need any other further corrections going forward. But in my time that I served with the Children's Heart Society, met many, many families. Some, the complications weren't as bad, but a lot of families, complications were. I remember speaking with Dr. Rebecca. He was my daughter's surgeon on the last 2 open hearts. And I remember asking him, I said, so if this doesn't happen to work, what's the next step from here? What else can we correct? And, he just, said, oh, well, that's a heart transplant. What do you mean that's a heart transplant? You're rerouting the plumbing, as I used to like to call it back then. I said, well, there's nothing else we can do. I found out later, a heart transplant starts, and again, 25 years ago, Mr. Speaker, at $500,000, not including post-op care. And yet we want to open up the door to invite this kind of situation, which we know for a fact down in the United States takes place all the time. People make decisions about their health because they can't afford the bill. Now, unfortunately, I just caught a little bit of a news piece just the other day and haven't had the opportunity to investigate it. But if indeed that is the fact, Mr. Speaker, a gentleman that just managed to recover from COVID down in the United States was handed a bill for over $1 million. I can't even begin to fathom that, Mr. Speaker, and this was an older gentleman. This is not somebody that's going to be able to return back to work, you know, hopefully maybe in a couple of years pay that off. We are potentially opening the door with Bill 30 to that type of health system. And I'm in the position, as I said earlier, about the concept of omnibus legislation. Did you actually believe that omnibus legislation was good? I still remember the big pictures of the big white corrugated cardboard and the health guarantee and the Premier signing it, talking about how great that was going to be. That didn't seem to last very long. So you'll have to excuse me, Mr. Speaker, if I don't have a whole lot of, shall we say, faith in where Bill 30 could be leading us. And the official opposition knew this, despite the fact the Premier seemed to think we didn't read the bill. That brings me to some of the language that was just recently incorporated into Bill 30 around the disclosure of salaries. Now, Mr. Speaker, it disappoints me, because I remember when the Premier came into this Assembly and said he was going to raise the discourse in this chamber.
Thank you, Honourable Member. 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I first of all, I want to thank the member from Edmonton Decor. I particularly enjoyed hearing his own personal story of his daughter, and that was a story that I didn't actually know a lot about. So thank you for that. I also know that this member is one who has a number of seniors and retirement homes in his riding. He's also got a few healthcare facilities. And one of the things that I didn't hear him talk about too much today, but I wanted to just check with him. I'm hearing from a lot of folks in my riding in Edmonton Highlands Norwood who are very much concerned about Bill 30 and very much concerned about this attack on public health care. And so I would love if the member could maybe just tell the chamber a little bit about what he's hearing from his constituents, particularly about, like you said, the Premier's so-called public health care guarantee, which is clearly not worth the paper that it was written on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Decor with about 3 minutes 45 left.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question by the member from Highlands Norwood. Yeah, I have some very fantastic facilities within Edmonton Decor. The very first one that comes to mind, St. Michael's Health Group and Millennium Pavilion that's there, along with many others that call Decor home. And one of the very clear things that I've heard from constituents that have family members living in those facilities in Decor, as well as family members that don't even live in Decor, but they do have their family members that reside in those facilities. And what we've seen over the course of the pandemic, because let's be honest, this has really amplified what's been going on. And we found that the facilities that are based on a for-profit, private system struggled greatly during this pandemic because of the decisions that I'm assuming have been made around, well, how do we keep our profits versus the care. And it's funny how at the end, and I've always mentioned this, it always comes down to what I refer to as bottom line decision making. And it's always about, well, how can we maybe trim a little bit over here? How can we maybe cut a little bit over there? how can we maybe take one person out of the mix, and maybe we'll spread out the work amongst the others. And we saw that with disastrous consequences. And I think some of the situations that we saw, for instance, out in Ontario, are learning examples for us to avoid. And so I'm very happy to say that luckily none of my facilities in Edmonton Decor had any outbreaks whatsoever. And that was due to the decisions that those facilities made around ensuring that they had employees that weren't working in multiple facilities, to ensure that they had the crews to be able to clean the facilities, as well as on top of ensuring that their residents were cared for at the highest levels. I cannot express enough praise for all of those facilities, Baldwin Villa, St. Michael's, of course, GEF, all of them performed absolutely outstanding during some of the most difficult times I think that probably any of us will ever see. But they were in the position of not having to make a decision regarding profit margin. Because at the end of the day, profit margin, unfortunately, brings you to a position of making decisions that aren't necessarily in the best interest of people and how they may be cared for. And I think that Bill 30 opens up that door.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other Honourable Members looking to join debate on third reading of Bill 30? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung has risen.
Speaking to the main bill, I take it, Mr. Speaker? Yes. Thank you very much. At this time of the morning, I want to clarify exactly that I had heard correctly. I'm pleased to speak to Bill 30 and express some of my views and comments on behalf of my constituents of Edmonton McClung about this piece of legislation which the government has seen fit to bring forward in the midst of a healthcare crisis in the province during a pandemic, and one, of course, a period of time where healthcare certainly is on Albertans' minds, and it's top of mind, I would say, for people in my constituency, as well as people throughout the province. The global pandemic is something we have not experienced in our lifetime, and since 1918, when the world experienced the Spanish flu pandemic, we've not gone through globally a period of healthcare crisis such as this. And in the midst of this, the government has seen fit to bring forward Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act, which makes huge reforms to our healthcare system at a time frame when people are looking for certainty and stability in their healthcare system in the province, and looking to have faith and confidence in it, and not be looking at shaking it to its foundations when we need to have certainty and certitude in its ability to serve Albertans the most at this critical time. The individual participants who are right now battling this pandemic on our behalf and serving us as healthcare professionals in the province, our doctors, our nurses, our LPNs, our healthcare aides, and the ancillary staff who are keeping these hospitals functioning, have nothing but the highest praise and support from this official opposition caucus, and I'm sure all Albertans, even the government members, join in that praise, because we certainly are relying upon them now. But you would think that the government would see fit not to bring forward legislation at this time, which would undermine the ability of those healthcare professionals to have a singular focus on delivering healthcare to Albertans during this very, very critical time of healthcare crisis in the province. Yet that certainly was the farthest thing from this government's intent. Their intent in bringing forward this legislation was to make fundamental changes to our healthcare system, which suited their ideological perspectives, and to do so under the cloud, under the curtain of a pandemic, when they figured that the opposition from the public would be less strong and less powerful. And here we are at 10 after 2 in the morning, Mr. Speaker, talking about the Health Statutes Amendment Act pushed to the latter part of the government's agenda in the middle of the summer session. That's been, of course, made necessary by the pandemic, and we understand that, but the legislation that we're dealing with right now is a major diversion from what Albertans understand as their rights under the Canada Health Act to ensure that their health care is protected, and that universal publicly delivered and publicly funded healthcare system is something we'll continue to see in the province. And given Bill 30 and some of the measures in Bill 30, dozens of them, Mr. Speaker, we make very strong arguments that we need to be certain that all these measures are brought to light and properly debated in this legislature, and also outside this legislature by those who are stakeholders to the healthcare system. We started off this process earlier on this year, Mr. Speaker, with devastating news that the government had decided that they didn't like the way negotiations were going with the Alberta Medical Association and the doctors, and brought in legislation to terminate the negotiations and impose a system of paying our doctors on those doctors, a system which, of course, they have been railing against and claiming, I think with good, strong evidence, that they are not able to maintain their clinical practices as well as their hospital practice in many, particularly rural areas of the province, which is putting a large strain on the healthcare system in rural Alberta. Many of those ridings where these doctors are announcing their intention to leave because they simply haven't felt respected by this whole process, and they can't financially keep their clinic open while maintaining the hospital duties that they've had, are withdrawing their services from the hospitals, or closing their clinics, or leaving their practice, or leaving the province, or leaving the country altogether as a response to this government's attitude and measures imposed by Bill 30 and the first instance of ripping up their contract by legislation. That in and of itself was a pretty dire move on the part of the government to decide that it was within its bag of tricks to just simply legislate a contract away and not to engage in a respectful dialogue that would end up with a properly negotiated, fairly negotiated contract and agreement that would stand the test of time, as well as legal challenge with our medical professionals in this province. And that's not what took place. It was a devastating blow to, I would say, not only democracy but jurisprudence in this province as far as labor negotiations go, to see a government willing to simply end the negotiation process and not in a way that led to binding arbitration. It would have led to an agreed upon method of reaching an agreement should the two sides not be able to participate in negotiations successfully. As is typical in the labor negotiation, there are alternate methods to reach a mediated agreement should the two sides not be able to reach agreement on their own. No, that wasn't the direction this government wanted to go. It was I think, a very calculated move on the part of the government to say, no, we're going to get these guys. We're out to show these doctors a lesson because we think that they're involved in extracting too much money from the pockets of Albertans. Well, tell you what, you do that by way of fair negotiations. If indeed you think the party that you're negotiating with is exceeding the bounds of the day with respect to contractual obligations and payments and funding, then you express that through your heartfelt negotiations, and you don't resort to such measures as legislated termination of a fairly bargained agreement. So in any case, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of reasons to continue the discussion with respect to Bill 30. And so in order to do so, I'd like to introduce an amendment to enable that to happen. So if I may, I'll provide the original to your desk, and should I wait to continue further?
Yeah, let's just take a look at it quickly first. I just want to see the form of it. Thank you, Honourable Member. If you could please read it into the record. All members, of course, can receive a copy just by putting up your hand. There will also be copies in the tablings just to the sides of each door, and this, for the benefit of all those present, will be referred to as REC 1.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the benefit of all, I will read the amendment that I propose into the record. Notice amendment made on behalf of the member for Edmonton Rutherford, by myself, Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020. Amendment, Mr. Feehan, to move that the motion for third reading of Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, be amended by deleting all of the words after that and substituting the following. Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, be not now read a third time, but that it be recommitted to the Committee of the Whole for the purpose of reconsidering Section 1.
For clarity for the House, this amendment is moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton McClung on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford. Whether it's stated in the amendment or not, please do not use individual names.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification, Mr. Speaker. I will take a few moments to speak to the amendment and give a number of reasons for recommitting this piece of legislation to Committee of the Whole. And I think the Premier earlier this evening in his comments provided one very strong justification for this amendment when he spoke about the provisions in the Act, in the Bill 30, relating in Section 1, relating to, as he referred many times, the person who may or may not be providing services to the public, And there was a question around the definition of person in this section, and the Premier, Honourable Premier, in his remarks was in seeking to clarify for the benefit of the world that he was not having in this particular piece of legislation, corporations bill the healthcare system. It was simply persons. So it wasn't professional corporations that, in the Premier's view, we were granting the ability to privately set up, to hire doctors and receive payment. It was specifically mentioned by the Premier that in the first section of the legislation, and it's there in writing, I agree, that for the purposes, it's under section 20.2, for the purpose of the subsection 1, a person, in quotes, does not include an individual or a professional corporation. And that brings to light a question in mind that we certainly need to have clarified by bringing back this bill to Committee of the Whole, because in fact, as the Premier himself alluded to, the term person is one that has some legal ramifications, and technically in law, my understanding is that a corporation is actually considered to be a person under the law and may be treated as such. So for the Premier to indicate to us in the House that the Section 1 doesn't entitle a corporation to be named to be paid for an insured service, but it would be a person who would be entering perhaps into an agreement, as it suggests in the Section 20.1a, the Minister has, in accordance with Section 20, entered into an agreement or established an arrangement with the person for the payment of benefits. And it goes on later to say in Section 3a that the payment of a benefit by the Minister to the person who submitted the claim discharges the Minister's duty with respect to the payment of that benefit to the physician who delivered the insured service. So those are two distinct entities. We have a person entering into an arrangement with the doctor and then a physician.
29.2a is available should anybody be wishing to join for questions or comments. I see the honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood has risen. When the speaker is speaking, though, members will come to order. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate. I was looking forward to hearing from the member from Calgary Hayes. But as always, I was quite appreciative of the member from Edmonton McClung's comments, and he's clearly done a lot of homework on this bill, so I would like for him to continue his thoughts.
Honourable member for Edmonton McClung has risen to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for recognizing me, and thank you to the member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood for allowing me the privilege of adding to my comments on the need for the amendment that I'm proposing to the legislation before the House. I was commenting on some of the remarks made by the Honourable Premier earlier this evening, where he spoke at great length about the distinction between person and corporation in the legislation, and took pains to indicate to the legislature that for the purposes of the bill and purposes of subsection 1A, person does not include an individual or professional corporation as noted in the bill. Yet, of course, the bill does enable a person to contract and receive payment for services performed by a physician that were made by a physician who had entered into an arrangement with a person. So it really would not surprise me if many of my constituents and many Albertans throughout the province are not wondering exactly what, in fact, the entity named as a person in this legislation, in this section, will actually be. Because if indeed if it's not a corporation or an incorporated individual, exactly what type of legal definition does this person, quote unquote, have for a doctor to engage into some type of an arrangement with to receive payment? So I imagine typically, Mr. Speaker, if there is an individual professional who may be professionally incorporated who wishes to operate under the roof of, let's say, a broker of some kind, maybe, say, in a real estate organization, that's something that an individual can do. But that broker has a legal definition and legal responsibilities, and they, in all likelihood, are a professional corporation or are incorporated, and therefore have legal liabilities and responsibilities that are well defined. Yet, in this legislation, we have a person who the government has taken pains to describe as not a corporation but a person, may actually enter into an arrangement with the physician and receive payment for services performed by that physician on the physician's behalf, and who knows how much the physician might actually get out of that lump of money that they're performing the service for. But indeed, I think that what we need is a lot more clarity around the entity described in the legislation as a person, because indeed, if the person is not a company, like how indeed can this person enter into a contractual arrangement or an arrangement with the doctor to receive payment on the doctor's behalf for services performed by the physician, if that person doesn't have some legally recognized status that it would really delineate the liabilities that person has under the Act, and if indeed there was difficulties, or who does a member of the public go after if they wish to sue this person? What liabilities does this person have? I mean, there's a lot of questions that I've got about it, and it's not something that I've received a clear answer on, and I think it would be well served, the legislature would be well served, Mr. Speaker, to have us revisit in Committee of the Whole issues such as these, which are a pretty glaring example of a lack of definition of a major part of the legislation that the Honourable Premier is relying upon to make a distinction that he thinks is something of great benefit.
Thank you, honourable members. We are on REC 1. Are there any honourable members looking to join debate? I see the honourable member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to stand up in support of this amendment put by my colleague from Edmonton, McClung. I appreciate the work that he's done to put this before us, to recommend or recommit this the bill that's before us to Committee of the Whole for the purpose of reconsidering Section 1, which, as he identified, has implications of a person being able to contract insured health services. Also appreciate the discussion that's gone on from members of my caucus, notably the Leader of the Opposition, the MLA for Edmonton Strathcona, and my colleague from Edmonton Decor, who, as was mentioned, shared a great deal of his personal circumstances to help us better understand the implications of this Health Statutes Amendment Act that's before us. And just want to underscore how important this work we're doing at 2:30 in the morning is, and I guess the awkwardness of looking at a major piece of legislation, omnibus legislation that includes 2 acts and amends 8 repeals 2 acts and amends 8 acts, and also renames 1 act to take the reference of public health care out of the title. How significant it is that we're dealing with this at 2:30 in the morning. As the Leader of the Opposition said, towards the end of July, when most Albertans are tuned into time with their family and holiday time, and not paying attention or not focused on the work that we're doing, and I think it's quite revealing in a way that we're doing this work and work for the excuse me just a second. We're doing this debate here in this House at this time. The reason, of course, I support the recommitting is I think we need to spend some time together to look at the implications, again, of publicly traded corporations, as the Leader of the Opposition called them, getting involved in the health of Albertans and providing services, health services to those Albertans via investment from the taxpayer of Alberta through the government of Alberta. I think the changes that are implied in this Part 1 will make it possible for private, for-profit companies to build a public health care insurance plan directly. And it's not like we haven't been there before, Mr. Speaker, with regard to the reference to the Klein era and the third way that was talked about and endeavored to try and get cemented into this province. And I can remember those days because they were quite controversial. They had many Albertans quite concerned with the road we were going down, and I can remember protests with regard to those taking place. It was a deeply unpopular, I'm talking now about Bill 11, which opened the door up for public funding to be used to pay for private surgical suites and facilities, and permitted patients to stay. And I remember, I think it was called Human Resources, a private hospital in Calgary, at the old Grace Hospital, to keep patients overnight there. And I can remember that it created a great deal of debate for a long period of time in the city of Calgary in the province of Alberta. That was deeply unpopular legislation, Mr. Speaker, and there were protests here in the legislature. On the steps of the legislature, crowds were gathered to let the government of the day know, the Klein government know, that they were not in support. The not in support, of course, was also embedded in media stories of the day. And so I think it is wise to, in a sense, reconsider and recommit this to further debate and amendments from the opposition at Committee of the Whole to not recreate something that Albertans, not recreate a situation that Albertans in the past have rejected wholeheartedly. And that would be what I think we need to do with this amendment that's before us. And I appreciate, as I said, the bit of history lesson that the Leader of the Opposition was able to provide all members of this House. And it is something that we need to think about more deeply, because doing that will hopefully not allow us to recreate the problems in the past. I know we're not, the Committee of the Whole is not a point of engaging the public for deeper consultation, but I think that's necessary too, Mr. Speaker. And the deeper consultation with Albertans is something that I don't think has happened on this issue. We certainly given some indication that in fact, the opposite direction through the then Leader of the Opposition, now Premier, gave an indication that he was supportive of public health care and gave a guarantee to that effect. And the fact that that was, I believe, what Albertans considered when they gave him support in the 2019 election is we're here today looking at not seeing our public health care guaranteed. In fact, with the publicly traded corporations and the persons that were discussed by my colleague from Edmonton, McClung, we can see corporations enter this area, and as I've indicated, that's not something in the past Albertans have been very supportive of. In fact, they've demonstrated against that. So I think it's important to take this opportunity to recommit this to Committee of the Whole. Another problem with the bill as it's laid out and the amendment as it's laid out, or the Health Statutes Amendment, is that much of the finalizing of the information, the go forward direction will be left to regulations. But in essence, this is explicitly introducing private profit-making motive into the healthcare system, and it raises troubling questions about how these providers will be accountable to all Albertans for their quality of care. Previously and currently, the way it still stands, because this bill hasn't been passed, the only entities that could bill the government for insured services were doctors and dentists, as we know, and they operate under a governance system where their professional practice has standards, and they take oaths for their standards of healthcare as healthcare professionals. So in other words, they're accountable to all of us and in the public and their patients for the processes and the protections that are put in place to handle complaints. There are registrars in place, and that's where we can take those issues with the changes that's proposed under the Health Statutes Amendment Act in Section 1 in particular. We know that a person doesn't operate under the same conditions as professionals who are regulated. And so the concern I would have is that if a patient wants to have recourse for a botched surgery, perhaps, or other problems that they may experience as a result of their involvement with that publicly traded corporation that's providing services through a regulated professional, where do they go? What do they do? Is it clear to a patient the next steps they can take? And currently, the people can take their concerns to the advocate. They can take their concerns to the as I said, the healthcare professionals, the regulated professional body, college, and they can lay their complaints there. But if they have a publicly traded corporation that they're going to via a doctor and via a dentist, do they then have to go to court to get their issues resolved? That's something I think would be onerous for Albertans who are in a situation where their health is been compromised, and they are by definition they're not as well as they're usually. So again, I just wanted to focus that the respective college bylaws about how doctors and dentists are expected to conduct their practice in terms of their records and liability and malpractice insurance, these are requirements we all understand once you dig into them. There are, of course, many other elements of running a business that those professionals have to undertake, but will those same rules apply to private agreements with persons or publicly traded corporations? It's a judgment call, I think, right now, and certainly the minister will be in a position to amend standards in the Health Facilities Act, formerly the Healthcare Profession Protection Act. And as I said before, many of these agreements that the minister will amend will take place in regulation, and it'll be left outside of the public purview. So it comes down to many things, Mr. Speaker, and many things need to be cleared up before we can go forward with this Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020. My colleague from Edmonton, McClung, has reasonably put this before us, and I think we should look at it in more detail. Excuse me. Before we move forward. That would be the next steps that I want to take, and I think I'll sit down with this frog in my throat. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thank you, Honourable Member. 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday has risen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise this morning at almost 2:45, and I appreciate the comments from the member from Calgary-Buffalo, and I also agree with that member in our appreciation for the amendment that has been, put forward to the House on behalf of the member for Edmonton Rutherford. And so I soon will have some time to speak to this amendment and why I plan on supporting it, but I do appreciate the comments from the previous member, recognizing that there's a lot of questions left when we look at Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act. And unfortunately, through the debate that we've had, the short debate, of course, with this government's decision to invoke closure through Committee of the Whole, limiting our ability to do our job in this House, which is quite unfortunate considering the impact that this legislation is going to have on our province in the middle of a pandemic, is very concerning. And so the fact, first of all, that they would bring this forward instead of going back to the table to actually negotiate with physicians in good faith. We know from previous decisions that this government has made that they don't really believe in the idea of negotiating in good faith, and so here we are. We saw them rip up the agreement to further negotiations with the AMA and with physicians in our province, and it's very concerning that instead of going back to the table that they've decided to use a heavy hand to bring this forward. And so when we look at what this amendment is proposing, that this Bill 30 Health Statutes Amendment Act be not now read a third time, I can appreciate that the member from Calgary-Buffalo is planning to support it, and I also recognize the important work that member did in his role as the finance minister in ensuring that we were doing our best to contain costs which, this government is talking about trying to do. But the fact is, if they were actually trying to contain those costs, they would have went back to negotiating with physicians. And instead, what we've seen, when they didn't get a deal that they could support, even though it was very early in those negotiating stages, they changed the rules. And we've seen this with the government before on a number of issues, whether it's labor laws or worker safety legislation. And the problem is that it's hard for physicians and for other healthcare professionals to take this government at their word when they are so willing to change the rules midway through negotiations. And so when we look at the idea of this amendment and that it not now be read a third time and that it actually gets recommitted to committee of the whole, once again, I can appreciate that here we are at 2:45 in the morning debating this piece of legislation that deserves to see the light of day. It deserves to have more opportunities for all members to speak to it. It's become quite clear that this government has asked that their private members in the backbenches not speak to this legislation. Specifically those in rural communities who are being inundated with concerns from constituents, whether they're regular Albertans or whether they're specifically physicians in their communities. And unfortunately, this government and this premier have made it quite clear through the inaction of private members that they do not want them to share their opinions on this piece, because they know that if those private members speak up, that their physicians will quickly respond in the fact that they are being forced out of their own communities. And where these physicians are actually saying that because of the relationship that this government has created in our province and the atmosphere that they've created, that they're actually, in many instances, considering moving out of the province. And instead of actually going back to the table once again and having these discussions with physicians, the government has gone forward to actually tell these physicians, one, if you plan on leaving, that you need to find yourself a replacement because of how many of these physicians are considering leaving, and further, that if physicians are coming up and just finishing their education, that this government is actually going to force them into communities whether they wanted to live there or not. And so the fact is, when we look at this legislation and the strong arm that this government's trying to use in the middle of the night, it's very unfortunate that this government's trying to push through. But once again, I appreciate the comments from the member from Calgary, Buffalo, in respect to the amendment that is before the House right now. The fact is, this legislation, we have not had enough time to debate it.
Thank you, honourable member. We are on REC1, and I see the honourable member for Brooks Medicine Hat has caught my eye.
Sorry, never mind. I thought we were on the standing order 29-2A.
Okay, I see the government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, I should say. I apologize. I'm happy to have a moment to rise on this. I found some of the comments from the last speaker quite interesting in regards to the light of day and not having enough time to be able to debate the legislation, and that things are happening secretively. This bill has been debated inside the legislature since July. Hold on, Mr. Speaker, I want to get it right, because you know we're going to get the team angry over there is going to be heckling me right away if I'm off. July 7th, 3 weeks. 3 weeks it's been in the legislature, day and night. It's been being debated. The minister has participated. Members on all sides of the aisle have participated. The Honourable the Premier gave an excellent speech for just recently for 90 minutes, well into the. It was good. It was good. I know the opposition didn't like it, but it was good. It was well delivered. He might not have agreed with some of what he said. I personally did. I'm not just saying it because he's the Premier. I actually agreed with it. But I can see how you guys were uncomfortable during that 90 minutes because he kind of schooled you a little bit there. And then, of course, Mr. Speaker, then the Honourable Leader of the Opposition got up and tried to respond unsuccessfully from my perspective. Maybe from the NDP's perspective it worked. But
How many hours?
That's where, exactly. The secret bill that the member talks about that is being debated
rushing through
on the internet live right now for anybody who may be interested in watching. It certainly has been talked about in question period, debated at all hours of the day, now for almost 26 hours, over 3 sitting weeks inside the legislature.
How many hours?
26 hours. And most bills in this legislature, in the 30th legislature, the pace that is set by the opposition at the end is usually less than 10 hours. So we're heading towards triple the time on this legislation, but that's somehow secretive.
We're rushing it through.
Secretive. And then you see right now what's happening here is they're bringing in a recommittal, trying to take the bill all the way back to committee of the whole. I could only think that's because they made a mistake, which we do know. They admitted earlier that they forgot to get their amendments ready before work and then showed up and tried to get them ready at work. As I said earlier, that's kind of like filling up the airplane once it took off, Mr. Speaker, and their constituents should be very disappointed about that behavior. But at the end of the day, they're trying to take this bill all the way back, continue to block it, Mr. Speaker, something that was a platform commitment that was voted on by over 1 million Albertans, the same 1 million Albertans that fired the members across the way. I see the honourable member from Beverly Clareview is up and awake and joining the angry heckling across the way about the 1 million people that voted for the platform that is being implemented inside this chamber. I'm sure he wants to resend it to committee too, but at the end of the day, as per the Premier's point, all that is the NDP continuing their practice of making sure people suffer on waiting lists, Mr. Speaker, something that we promised would not take place no more. It is disappointing to me to continue to see the repetitiveness that is taking place with the opposition. I really had hoped that they would take some time to actually read the bill. If you listen to that entire speech, it's pretty clear that honourable member, I don't think, has read the bill. I don't know for sure, but he certainly didn't talk about anything that was inside the legislation the entire time that he spoke about it. And this is exactly a concern that is taking place. And as such, Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn debate.
Having heard the motion by the Honourable Government House Leader, all those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried.
Government motion or bill? Under government motions, motion number 34, Honourable Mr. Nixon.
I see the Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move Government Motion 34. Be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020 is resumed, not more than 1 hour should be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in third reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at that stage shall be put forthwith. Mr. Speaker, as the government, we have been perfectly content with participating in lengthy debates. In fact, I have enjoyed participating in those lengthy debates. I kind of think that it really illustrates how unprepared the official opposition has been to debate legislation in this chamber. It's one of the reasons why I like long debates, because we can show how the government is prepared to be able to have reasonable discussions about the bill, and then we see the official opposition coming in and asking in a panic, hey, could we delay this a little bit? We're still writing our amendments, and maybe we could get a little bit more time from you, Honourable Government House Leader, because we forgot to write the amendments today. But I think, though, at the end of the day, though, we have a responsibility, Mr. Speaker. I have a responsibility as a Government House Leader to make sure that the legislation that Albertans voted for make it through this chamber. We are now at 26, going on 27 hours of debate on Bill 30. In total, there's going to be some more time, even assuming that the House passes this time allocation motion. But that takes us to almost 3 times the average that has been debated on legislation inside the 30th legislature, Mr. Speaker. If you've listened to the comments coming from the official opposition, I certainly think by me saying that they become very repetitive is probably being very nice. It is fairly clear that the NDP has no intention of truly debating this bill or providing anything new to it. If there is something else that the NDP would like to bring, I would like to caution them. They're now running out of time. This is their opportunity to do it. I see the Honourable Deputy House Leader, the member from Edmonton, Beverly Clareview, who often moved time allocation motions on behalf of the Government House Leader when he was on this side of the aisle. In fact, Mr. Speaker, just an interesting fact, on Bill 6, the famous Bill 6 that the NDP, they got so wrong, and we got that fixed over here. Alberta's government got Bill 6 fixed. They brought in time allocation at 9 hours and 45 minutes for the first time. At the end of the bill, there was 9 hours and 45 minutes. We'll give them 10. We'll give them 10. I think, Mr. Speaker, it's hard to count it perfectly with division bells, so let's give them 10 hours. But we're now at 27 hours. Assuming that this motion passes by the chamber, will be a little over 28 hours of debate, 3 weeks inside the legislature. It's very reasonable. I'm happy to have heard from the official opposition, but we made a promise to Albertans, and we're going to get that through the legislature tonight.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Under Standing Order 21-3, and having offered the Honourable Government House Leader 5 minutes on this matter, I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning is rising with 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always enjoyable to stand up after the Government House Leader has decided to stand up and make some comments. You know, it is disappointing that we've now seen on a piece of legislation that is going to substantially change the structure of our healthcare system, be now time allocated not only in committee of the whole, but now in third reading. Especially at a time where, you know, as the Honourable Member did indicate, the Honourable Premier did stand up and speak for 90 minutes already this evening, which did take up some of the time that the Honourable Opposition would probably have liked to have used to debate this time. And of course, that's his prerogative, and that's fair. But again, you know, there are things that the government and the opposition tend to work on together, and that comes down to allowing the opposition to do the work, to debate. Now, when the Government House Leader likes to talk about time allocation and how often it's been implemented, he's right. You know, there has been hours allocated on this bill, and you know, the Government House Leader will repeatedly talk about, well, the one time that we did it in the opposition. The reality is since we've been in this legislature under the UCP, time allocation has already been implemented on 4 separate bills. It's becoming an interesting trend, actually, that whenever the government starts to feel uncomfortable about pieces of legislation and they start hearing from their constituents, time allocation kicks in. And they don't want to talk about them anymore. Bill 8 would be a prime example of that, where all of a sudden time allocation was put in place and we were getting through that bill pretty quickly. So it seems like every time the government starts to feel uncomfortable, and they start to realize that, you know, Albertans are not on side with their pieces of legislation, the Government House Leader stands up and implements time allocation. So we know what's going to happen, Mr. Speaker. We won't minimize that. The government will use their majority to vote down the opposition's voices and therefore the voices of Albertans. That is their prerogative, but we will spend the next hour fighting for them, as that is our responsibility.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I would hesitate to have a preconceived notion as to what the decision of this Honourable House may be, but having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader, does the Assembly agree with the motion? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That motion is carried. A division has been called. Call in the members.
15 minutes out of the hour gone? It's 15.
Thank you, honourable members. A division has been called on motion number 34. All those in favour of the motion, please rise.
The Honourable Mr. Kenny, the Honourable Mr. Madhu, the Honourable Ms. Furr, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mr. McIver, Mr. Turton, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Orr, Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Nally, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Ellis, the Honourable Mr. Luan, Mr. Getson, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Jones, Miss Lovely, Mr. Reed, Mr. Horner, Mr. Newdorf, Miss Glasgow, Miss Rosen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Rosewell, Mr. Rain, Mr. Smith, the Honourable Mr. Wilson, Mr. Walker, Honourable Mr. Dreeshen.
Thank you, honourable members. All those opposed to motion number 34, please rise and be counted.
Mr. Sabier, Mr. Billis, Member Carson, Member Irwin, Mr. Dang, Mr. Dack, Member Ceci.
Mr. Speaker, for the motion 29, against 7.
Thank you. That is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 30, adjourned debate. Honourable Mr. Nixon.
Are there any honourable members looking to join debate on third reading? I see the honourable member for Edmonton West Hendon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise to speak to this amendment, and you know, it's quite unfortunate, as I was just wrapping up my comments under 29(2)A about the fact that this government, unwilling to recognize the great concerns and reasonable concerns of physicians and Albertans across this province, while I was raising those concerns that this government would in fact invoke closure in committee of the whole, now we see they go one further and actually limit our debate in third reading as well. And so I'm very frustrated, to say the least, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, this legislation has not passed the smell test. I suppose at the end of the day, this government is trying to push forward on an agenda, because they were unwilling to bargain in good faith with the AMA and physicians across this province, and instead of working with those parties affected, they have gone to change the rules. And so it's very frustrating that even on my comments in respect to this amendment, that it not now be read a third time and actually go back to committee of the whole for the purpose of reconsidering Section 1, which is in large part, though there is many concerns with this legislation, one of our biggest concerns with the idea that this government is actually putting in the legislation that numbered corporations or large corporations with shareholder stakes in the matter of healthcare, they're actually allowing that to be implemented through legislation. And so I want to give other members the opportunity to speak, considering the undemocratic move of this government to actually limit debate in third reading for a second time on Bill 30. And I just want to look back at, the Premier went on at length this afternoon or this evening about his platform and the fact that Dr. Brian Day was somebody that supported their platform on the healthcare file specifically. And I want to reflect on a National Post article that was presented in 2016 where Dr. Brian Day, in being interviewed by the National Post, actually made the statement that, quote, "We in Canada will give the same level of services to a wealthy person as to a person who isn't wealthy, and that doesn't make sense." And so while we have a Premier and a government that stands here and says that they are not in fact trying to move to the Americanization of our healthcare system, but at the same time they actually used in their platform the recognition from this doctor that he is giving them his support. And so when we reflect on the idea that the government is happy to use the support of somebody who's actually willing to advocate for a two-tiered system, who actually goes as far to say that wealthy people should have better access to health care compared to lower-income families, it is completely clear.
interrupt, and I apologize for that. I would just ask that there is lounges on both sides of the House. So honourable members, if you're going to have conversations, I would ask that you take those conversations outside. The individual with the call, order. The individual with the call is the honourable member for Edmonton West Henday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. And once again, this government used a validator for their own platform from a person who was willing to go on record in 2016 with the National Post. And I imagine that person would be happy to make the same statements these days, that they do not believe that there should be universal health care in our province, that they actually advocated that people that are wealthy should have better access to health care in our province and across Canada. And so it's quite unfortunate that while this government is ramming through this piece of legislation to further Americanize our system or take steps to Americanize our system with the integration of numbered companies, of shareholder-owned companies into our healthcare system, that they wouldn't at least I want to keep this parliamentary, but would not show their true intentions of actually passing this. And the fact is, in response to my 29-2A, the government House Leader took the opportunity to attack us for not being prepared. But the fact is, yesterday at 1 a.m., this government brought forward amendments to their own legislation. And so this government was not ready. And as the conversation on this legislation went through the House, with the limited amount of time that they've given us, physicians, especially in rural communities, who are being disproportionately affected by the changes that this government is making, and have been reaching out to them. And it's very sad state of affairs that we have here, that this government is moving forward with this. And every time that that member or any member of the government attacks me for my knowledge on this bill, or for being a socialist, or whatever this government concocts at that moment of the day, it really doesn't bother me, Mr. Speaker. The fact is, they are saying those words to the physicians across this province who are asking for a fair deal, asking to be respected in negotiations. So every time that the Premier or the government attacks me for their perceived belief or my beliefs, they are attacking those physicians, because through this entire debate,
Honourable members, a point of order has been called. I see the Honourable Government House Leader.
Jay, and I want to be able to give the opposition as much time as they can with this legislation. The honourable member clearly said the Premier was attacking him. Mr. Speaker, that is putting on avowed motives on the Premier, Mr. Speaker. It is certainly something that is not parliamentary. We've had lots of rulings on it, referring to his concerns about what the government is doing, or is totally fine. But to say that about an honourable member of this Assembly is completely inappropriate, and he should withdraw and apologize for that remark.
I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands and Norwood.
Mr. Speaker, this is clearly not a point of order. As we've discussed previously in the House, the member was talking about the attacks on physicians, which have been discussed thoroughly in this House, and I would like the member to be able to continue his comments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I don't have the benefit of the blues in front of me, but I believe that the Honourable Member did say that the Premier specifically was attacking. If the Honourable Member could please withdraw and apologize and continue with his comments.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I apologize for the way that I framed that, and I appreciate that we have to be careful here. But the fact is, this government has taken many opportunities to rise, but not answer our questions on this legislation, which we would have appreciated if that was the case, but taken opportunities to speak against my ability to recognize what's in the legislation. And once again, when they make that a point of contention or question that, the fact is, they are questioning the ability of physicians across this province who are well educated to understand exactly what is happening here, and taking that into question. And so it's very concerning. And so once again, when we look at the amendment that's before us, moving this back to the Committee of the Whole, recognizing specifically that we need to reconsider Section 1 and the idea that, once again, shareholder corporations can come into Alberta and set up shop potentially and quite possibly without any physicians as a shareholder or on the board, whatever it may be. And so this government is introducing and taking further steps to Americanize our healthcare system. And even in the Premier's remarks earlier today, made many examples, some really taking into question his own debate with the fact of the idea of the discussion of changes that the government made in Saskatchewan and that the public further subsidize private corporations to do these surgeries, when the fact is, and the statistics show coming back from that when the government stops subsidizing those beds or those rooms, those operations, that it was entirely uneconomical. And so this government, from the very beginning, ripping up the contracts with these physicians and further undermining them through media and not willing to negotiate in good faith with those physicians, and now ultimately with the forcing through of Bill 30, this government has completely undermined the integrity of their ability, I suppose, to negotiate, whether it be with physicians or any other healthcare practitioners or frontline workers across this province. Now, at a time, once again, in the middle of a pandemic, when we should be focused on supporting these physicians through this pandemic, this government has taken every opportunity to undermine them, to attack them, to say that they get overpaid, to use their gross billing practices to say that they're overpaid, not recognizing the fact that the cost of living, the cost of setting up shop in many of these rural communities can be quite onerous or expensive for these physicians. And so this government has taken every opportunity to, instead of reflecting on the concerns from the opposition, from physicians, and from everyday Albertans across this province, instead of taking time to reflect on the very real concerns that Albertans have on this legislation, they've taken that time to completely avoid the issue entirely and instead call our members angry. But the fact is, Mr. Speaker, I'm so proud of the members in the opposition and the integrity that they've shown and the passion that they've shown, at the same time as rural private members in this government have been completely silent on the issue of further steps to Americanize our healthcare system. And so while these rural MLAs are inundated once again from their physicians in their rural communities with concerns that they're going to leave, with concerns that they're being forced to stay or move, the fact is those members have been completely silent, and it's shameful, Mr. Speaker. So with that being said, with the very short amount of time we have left, I would like to hear from other opposition members, but at the end of the day, the government has failed Albertans in Bill 30. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. That said, there is an opportunity for a 29-2A, should anybody be wishing to ask questions or make comments. Seeing none, are there any honourable members looking to join debate on REC1, the Honourable Member for Red Deer South?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to speak one last time on Bill 30. With every government initiative and bill, it's important to begin with the end in mind. And so what is the end in mind here with Bill 30? It's to maximize positive health outcomes for Alberta families and businesses. How is this accomplished? This is accomplished by putting patients at the heart of our healthcare system. Bill 30 states that it will, among other things, streamline the review and approval process for chartered surgical facilities, reducing red tape and administrative burden so current and new chartered surgical facilities can provide more publicly funded surgeries and help reduce surgical wait times as part of the Alberta Surgical Wait Times Initiative. The Alberta Surgical Wait Times Initiative is modeled after the Saskatchewan Wait Times Initiative. Just want to read from our platform. This is not new. Former Saskatchewan NDP Finance Minister Dr. Janice McKinnon studied the success of the Saskatchewan Initiative, concluding that it succeeded because it put patients rather than providers at the heart of the system, and because of strong leadership, held the system accountable to achieving a 3-month wait time for most surgeries. The McKinnon report speaks for itself. Alberta's healthcare union monopoly.
I see the honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on 23B, speaking to matters other than what's under discussion. Of course, we are on a recommittal amendment, and thinking back to just recently being called a point of order on not being on topic, I would suggest that the member thinks that he's speaking on the main, which of course we are not. So.
Speaking notes are not valid. See the honourable government house leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, sorry, the reason I find this humorous is listening to the official opposition's comments for the last 48 hours. I can't recall any that were on the bill in and of itself. With that said, I also could recall very few remarks in this chamber like those that are coming from the member from Red Deer South. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I was trying to remember which side of Red Deer. From Red Deer South. That are that close to actually talking about the legislation. The NDP have been speaking about Bill 30 now for 27 hours with us. I don't even know if they've actually looked at Bill 30 yet. They continue to talk about the AMA and doctor negotiations and different things like that. The honourable member is referring directly to the content of Bill 30, and he's also making it clear why the NDP is wrong to recommit that bill and why our government still is going to proceed with our platform promise, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear. Honourable members, at this stage, I do not find a point of order. We have had a wide swath with regards to topics that have been discussed with regards to this exact debate. If the honourable member for Red Deer South could please continue, bearing in mind the fact that we are on REC 1.
Sure, and I don't mind migrating my discussion now towards the amendment as well. The pith and substance of the amendment that the members of the opposition were speaking about is an objection to the private sector having a role in the delivery of healthcare services. And I want to just harken back to personal experience and as well providing professional services in my own business as a professional corporation, as well as serving other doctors and medical professionals providing business in their corporations as well. In my own practice, I strive to have a culture of excellence. I did that by providing high-quality advice and services. Likewise, the provision of medical services in a private model is successful by striving to provide excellent medical services at high service levels. That type of delivery is complementary to the public interest. The NDP, I think, failed to understand the relationship between service and profit in the real world. They think that profit sacrifices service. In the new non-union monopoly real world, high quality and high service is how a business succeeds. Bill 30 is innovative. It is not a two-tier healthcare system. That terminology is normally understood to focus on the payer.
What does that mean, the amendment?
Whether it, and in all cases, it is the public system. In the case of Bill 30, there is no two-tier. There is a single payer, the public healthcare system. Bill 30 is about healthcare delivery and striving to innovate to improve healthcare delivery for Albertans. The presence of private delivery will increase accountability in our healthcare system, but most importantly, will produce opportunities for Albertans to improve health healthcare outcomes by modeling upon the successes realized by the Saskatchewan system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, honourable members. 29-2A is available. Should there be any takers for questions or comments? Seeing none, are there any honourable members looking to join debate on REC 1? Seeing none, on the amendment as proposed by the honourable member for Edmonton McClung on behalf of the honourable member for Edmonton Rutherford. All those in favour of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is defeated. Moving back to Bill 30 proper, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020. I see the honourable member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Amendment, and I'll give it now.
Sorry, oh, new amendment. Okay, yeah, just once it comes up here, then I'll take a look at it and we'll decide how best to move forward after that. Thank you. Honourable Member, if you could please read it in for the benefit of Hansard and then continue with your comments. You still basically have 15 minutes.
Thank you very much. Member of Calgary Buffalo moved that the motion for third reading of Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020 be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting the following. Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020 be not now read a third time because the Assembly is of the view that the government has not sufficiently consulted with members of the public on the provisions of the bill as amended. And just briefly to address a bit of debate, Mr. Speaker, and I guess to cut to the chase in terms of what members of the government might say, they might say that they've consulted widely because they have a platform, and that platform was supported by a record number of Albertans in the 2019 election. I would submit that they also have obfuscated what their real intentions are with regard to this bill. And the changes that are embedded in it. We know that the Premier, now Premier, then Leader of the Opposition, signed a Public Health Care Guarantee Act saying that he would guarantee the public health care of this province. And I didn't read the fine print on that act, but I think most people would think it to mean that he's not going to change things with regard to the way our health care is delivered. Obviously, with Bill 30, that is changed, and I believe members of the public would want an opportunity to weigh in on that, to discuss it. I talked earlier about Bill 11, the third way of the Ralph Klein era, and how the protests and public were deeply dissatisfied with Ralph Klein's attempt to change public health care and have it delivered privately. We know that, and I'm going to reference the AMA. I hope the colleague from Red Deer South does not object, but the AMA board has said that a lack of any meaningful consultation with the public and physicians on this legislation will have a significant healthcare impact on healthcare in Alberta. So there was a lack of any meaningful consultation from the very people who work in the system, who know the system best, I would argue. And certainly there wasn't any consultation with the public with regard to this broadly. We know other initiatives by this government have not been consulted. For instance, the parks plan to close or privatize or sell parks across this province is deeply, deeply unpopular, but still the government went ahead and they did not consult anyone on that. So they're ramming through the legislation, as my colleague here has said. The public have not been consulted. When they are consulted on their health care, they support and stand up for health care. There was an agreement by the Leader of the Opposition, then now Premier, to support public health care with a guarantee. And you know, the election is not a consultation on the state of our health care, frankly. It is a consultation on electing people across this province in different ridings. And when I talk to my constituents about their public health care, they don't wish the kind of changes that are embedded in the amendment before us to the Health Statutes Act. So, Mr. Speaker, without further ado, I'm going to take my seat and hope that members of the legislature also support the view that we need to consult more broadly on the public health care in this province, that Albertans appreciate their physicians, their services, their clinics, and that any change to that needs to first go before them and to be reviewed. You know, the omnibus legislation that is Bill 30, as I indicated earlier, changes many different statutes, many different acts. And, if you were just to ask a person on the street, do you understand what Bill 30 is going to mean to you and your family with regard to your health care? They would say, I don't know what you're talking about. Part of the reason they wouldn't know what we're talking about in that regard is because it's at 3:42 in the afternoon, morning. Sorry, it's in the morning, 3:42 in the morning, and we're here. 37 in the morning, and we're here talking about something that's going to have profound changes to the way the healthcare in this province is delivered, and the average citizen in this province has no idea that it'll change this drastically. So if they were if this was brought before them, if there were interested stakeholders like the AMA, like the Friends of Medicare, like various corporations around the province that currently deliver publicly funded health care, we would find a very different reaction than members on the other side in the government are telling us exist in Alberta today. I don't believe it's that case, and I think we need an opportunity to have a fulsome debate. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Members, for the benefit of all those present, this will be referred to as RA1. However, don't let that impede your choice on 29-2A, which is available now for any honourable member. Seeing none, are there any honourable members looking to join debate on RA1? I see the honourable member for Edmonton, Beverly Clairview.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise at this late hour and speak to third reading of Bill 30, which just recently the government brought in a closure motion, which, of course, for those who don't know what that means, who are watching, Albertans around the province, it essentially is a tool that the government has implemented to essentially muzzle debate. It's a way to shut down debate in this House. I appreciate the government will stand up and talk about the number of hours that we debated a certain bill. I didn't realize that there's a limitation on democracy, and so when the clock runs out, then you just throw democracy out the window and charge ahead, which is what this government's doing. In fact, I would love to hear from a government member who has spoken to a physician or a member of the AMA who is happy about Bill 30 and says, this is going to improve our healthcare system. This is going to make it even stronger. This is great for everyone, because I'll tell you this much, Mr. Speaker, I've heard from a number of physicians and constituents who have visited their physicians who have signs in their offices that say, due to this government's policies, that the quality of care that they give to people will now go down, that the amount of time they'll spend with patients is now limited. They apologize, but what I was at least, I respected the fact that the physicians are putting the blame squarely on the shoulders of this UCP government, which is where it should be. In the midst of a global pandemic, the government picks a fight with physicians, picks a fight with our public health care system, which is, renowned, is the envy of jurisdictions all over the world. And in fact, when I held the position of Minister of Economic Development and Trade and was on numerous trade missions, talking with investors and companies, looking at anywhere that they wanted to go in the world, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that one of the reasons that Alberta was not just on their radar, but was a jurisdiction that interested them, the real Alberta advantage, were things like our healthcare system. The fact that we have a single delivery mechanism. In fact, we're the only one in the country that has a single delivery unit for healthcare. Now, as I've said before in this chamber, I won't argue that there are improvements that can be made. Absolutely, 100%. I believe that. But What this bill is doing is undermining our public system. It is, it's in fact putting an American-style healthcare system on the fast track for this province, Mr. Speaker. And you look at jurisdictions like the U.S., for example, with their healthcare system is far, far, far more costly to American taxpayers than our Canadian system. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that I don't know if this government have spoken with any physicians. In fact, I would love for them to list who they've actually spoken with, who asked for this. But I can tell you that physicians, despite the Premier saying, no, nobody's going to leave the province, no, they already are, Premier. They're leaving the province because they clearly see that this government, through this bill, do not value the work that they do, that they're trying to discredit. In fact, the health minister on numerous occasions has attacked the AMA and physicians, trying to discredit them for the work that they do. It's absolutely mind-boggling. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I know the country is talking about it, and I've received communication from folks in other parts of the country saying, this is unbelievable. It's unprecedented what this government's doing. And so, for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I'm rising in support of this amendment, which will make the government go out and actually consult with physicians, consult with the people of this province. I mean, Mr. Speaker, we've heard the government get up on numerous occasions talking about how much they love referendums. Well, why don't you put it to the test with Albertans on who wants private health care? Let's have a referendum on privatizing our health care system and see how many Albertans vote for that. Because I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I think there'd be very few who, especially those who have experience with other healthcare systems that have private healthcare delivery models, Mr. Speaker. And so, if the government is so certain that this is what Albertans want, well, then hold a referendum on this topic. Because they seem to be very interested in referendums on other topics, Mr. Speaker. But I'll tell you this much. This bill is causing Albertans to question the future of our healthcare system in this province. I can tell you that this bill will and is impacting companies that are looking at jurisdictions within Canada on where to set up offices or potentially relocate, and that this is a disincentive for them to come to our province. This is actually counter to what the government claims they are doing through attempts to attract companies to this province. And this bill, coupled with the ongoing attacks on our public education system, is having a significant impact and effect on Alberta's reputation, quite frankly. Again, we've spoken in this place numerous times of companies and what their criteria are, or their top criteria for relocating. And I can tell you that healthcare quality of life is in the top 5 list for companies. And so, Mr. Speaker, for these reasons and many others, again, recognizing that I have a limited amount of time that I can speak to this because of the government bringing in a closure motion or limiting debate, which kind of contradicts the whole democratic institution that we are all part of. But for those reasons, I know that there are other members of the Assembly wishing to speak. I urge all members in this chamber to vote in favor of this amendment.
Thank you, Honourable Member. 29-2A is available. Should there be any takers? I don't see any at this time. Going back to Amendment RA1, are there any Honourable Members looking to join debate on RA1? Seeing none. On the amendment as proposed, as moved by the honourable member for Calgary Buffalo, all those in favour of amendment RA1, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is defeated. Moving back to Bill proper of Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020. I see the honourable member for Calgary McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's 10 to 4, and we are debating a bill this late at night that will deeply impact Albertans in each and every one of our riding. And the changes that are contained in this piece of legislation are such that those impacts will be adverse. And I think it's incumbent on every member of this House that they discuss this honestly with their constituents, explain these changes, and tell them that how Bill 30 will impact their health care, the future of public health care in this province. And that is precisely the reason that we are here trying to do everything we can to make sure that health care remains public, it remains available to everyone regardless of their size of their pockets, regardless whether they have credit card or not, and it's publicly delivered. Earlier, Premier spoke about this bill and also indicated that somehow we don't like the word profit. And I think we don't see Albertans' health as a business, as an entrepreneur, that where companies can make profit of Albertans' health. So that's, I thought, is important that I should mention that we don't want anybody profiting from Albertans who are sick, who are waiting in line, just because the government wants to open up Albertans' health for businesses. They can't just defend it that somehow we are against profit. So if somebody will benefit from Albertans' health and profit from that, I don't think that we can agree on that. So as I said, that it's a bill that will impact Albertans in every one of our riding. And it's still time that all of us think about it. All of us have received correspondence from our constituents. Let's go through that folder. Let's look at that correspondence. That's people who elected us. They are the one reaching out to us. And our primary role here is to represent them and not just to the party lines. So with that in mind, I'm wanting to move an amendment, and I can distribute the requisite number of copies of that. And once it's distributed, I can read into the record.
Amendment, and then once I see it, we'll know how to decide, how to move forward. Honourable member, do you have the original copy there at your desk. Thank you, Honourable Member. If you would please read it into the record and continue with your remarks. You have about 10 and a half minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm moving this on behalf of my colleague, Honourable Member from Edmonton, Ellerslie. And the amendment reads, Member from Edmonton, Ellerslie, to move that motion for third reading of Bill 30, Health Statute Amendment Act 2020, be amended by deleting all the words after that and substituting the following. Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, be not now read a third time, but that it be read a third time this day 6 months hence. As I said, that this legislation makes very significant changes to the delivery of health care in the province of Alberta. And those changes will have significant consequences for Albertans. And there are a number of reasons that it's important that we take time to get this one right. The first reason is that in this last 1 year, the relationship between the minister, this government, and health professionals have been completely broken. So much so that AMA, an organization representing health professionals, doctors, they are holding a no confidence vote on this government's Minister of Health. And the only thing that needs to be seen is that how high the no confidence level will be coming out of that vote. There is no question that they will show no confidence on this minister. It just needs to be seen that how high, whether it's 99% or it's 100%. Something like that. Second thing is that as it stands now, only doctors who are regulated by the professional bodies, they are the one able to bill Alberta Health Services, the government. The changes that are contained in this piece of legislation will make it so that private for-profit corporations will now be delivering that services. And this argument that somehow that those private corporations will deliver more efficient service than public system, all the while making profit out of that, is fundamentally flawed. There is no research evidence to support such a possibility. Other thing is that this piece of legislation is also changing the composition of professional colleges. At a time when the relationship between the government, the minister, and those colleges is completely broken, the government is trying to add more people, more representation of their nominees on these colleges so they can stack those colleges with their own supporters and insiders. And looking at the record of such appointments under this government watch, I think it's clear that that's is likely to happen if this piece of legislation is passed. For instance, on health advocate position, not only that they didn't proceed with open hiring, they just picked up former executive director of the UCP party for that position. When it comes to provincial court judges nominating committee, they appointed Leighton Gray to that position. So their appointment record is really troubling, and when we see them opening more representation, I think what's going behind the scene is that they are just creating opportunities so they can stack these colleges and destroy public health and what these colleges do. Other change that is contained in this piece of legislation is that government is changing the reporting relationship between the Alberta Health Quality Council and the government. Health Quality Council was established to oversee the delivery of public health care, rather independent of the government, so that public can have confidence in the delivery of public health care in their healthcare system. And at a time when the government has been attacking doctors and professionals for a year, they are now changing the reporting relationship of Health Quality Council, the last remaining hope for Albertan to have some oversight on this government and this minister, how they have bungled this file. They're changing that relationship so that the council will not be reporting to the legislature. Instead, they will be reporting to the minister. And it will be in the discretion of the minister if he or she chooses to share that report. So this bill is designed to take transparency away, take that oversight away, and further their agenda of Americanizing our public healthcare system. And when government refers to their platform and the version of the platform in some page, I think during that entire campaign, if that platform and whatever was there about health was enough, then leader of the UCP, now Premier, wouldn't have to do a whole public health guarantee thing to assure people, to assure Albertan that they will not be privatizing health care. They will not be laying off healthcare workers. They will not be attacking doctors like that. So based on that public health guarantee, I would say that that guarantee was also part of the UCP's platform and a fundamental public commitment, overriding commitment on all those fine prints in their platform. And another reason that why this bill shouldn't be read at this time, that all these changes and all these attacks on public health care, doctors, healthcare professionals, are happening at a time when we are going through a global pandemic that is threatening people's health, that is impacting their mental health, their livelihoods. And they are expecting a stronger healthcare system to be there for them. And at this critical time, the government is experimenting something not based on any evidence, not based on any research, based on their ideological beliefs.
Thank you, Honourable Member. 29-2A is available. Seeing none, we are on HA1. Are there any honourable members looking to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands, Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is likely my last time speaking to Bill 30, and specifically, of course, we are speaking to the amendment to read this bill later. And I just, I want to echo the comments of some of my colleagues in that it's quite shameful that this government has invoked closure on this bill, a bill that impacts every single Albertan. And I want to, the last time I spoke to this bill, which was about this time yesterday, just recognizing that there were, in fact, a lot of folks watching at home, and they were telling us over social media that they absolutely were paying attention even when it was 2 a.m. And I know there are a number of healthcare workers who also tune in, and so I want to just remind those folks that we absolutely stand with them and that we support them as well. Now, like I said yesterday, and like I've talked about a few times in this House, it's so disheartening that that at a time in the midst of a global pandemic, at a time when we should be strengthening our public health care system, at a time when we should be uplifting and supporting our healthcare workers, including our physicians, that this government has chosen a different path. And I've spoken about at length the fact that physicians in particular have felt the most just huge levels of disrespect from this government. And they've spoken out, many of them, they've spoken out about their concerns around Bill 30, the creeping privatization, corporatization of healthcare, the concerns that folks who have more complex needs will suffer under the system. Spoken about things like the privatization of labs, again, in the middle of a global pandemic. And many of us have heard from healthcare workers and from physicians. In fact, just earlier in the evening, I received the following note from a doctor, and she says the following: "Thank you so much for all that you do. As a family doctor that practices inner city medicine, I can't tell you how much this government has negatively contributed to my mental health during a global pandemic, no less. Last week, I broke down crying in a meeting discussing what we will do to help our patients. As funding for some of the work I do is provided by this government, we have been advised we cannot speak publicly as our administration is worried our funds will be reduced or removed. Feel free to use my words anonymously, though. This gag order is suffocating, but your advocacy, strong voice, and tireless efforts mean the world to me." And I know she's talking about all of us on our side of the House when she says that. And she is a doctor who works in the inner city, as she said. This is a physician who helps many of my constituents as I represent a lot of Edmonton's inner city. And I worry deeply when someone like her, who is on the front lines, who is doing absolutely everything she can to help our most vulnerable Albertans, and she's struggling with her own mental health right now. And although this government will, of course, minimize the concerns of this physicians, as they have with the concerns of countless other physicians across this province, I want her and I want all physicians to know and all healthcare workers to know that we will continue to fight for them, and we will continue to support them, even in the face of a government that has shown so much disrespect, and that not only to them but to democracy in invoking closure on this very important debate. Because while she's just one person reaching out, countless nurses, healthcare workers have reached out, and so too have so many constituents, because every single one of us has been touched by the healthcare system. Even though we're not directly working in the healthcare system, we've all been impacted by it. And again, I urge this government to rethink the path that they're taking our province on, because I would hope that this pandemic, that COVID-19 would compel us to reassess our priorities, and would compel us to recognize that we need a strong, robust healthcare system. We need it more than ever, and we need to support the folks who make that system function. And I worry very much that the path that this government has chosen instead is one that is leading to the dismantling of our public health care system. And so, and as I'm saying this, again, I've got a couple folks who are saying we're watching. Stephen says 100% watching. My brother has stage 4 cancer. Our family is truly fearful of privatization. There we go. Stephen watching right now at 4 o'clock. Stephen's a teacher. He also was watching yesterday, and someone who's directly impacted by the decisions this government makes. Megan, she says she's watching as well. A lot of folks are watching, and a lot of folks are paying attention to this debate. And so I want to close my comments by giving this government, and I know my chances are slim, I get that, but they've got one final chance to delay on moving this bill forward, Bill 30. I'm trying to truly throw them a bone and to warn them about this Premier's breaking of his health care promise, his public health care guarantee. It will come back to hurt him. And I talked about how I'm hearing from my constituents in the core of Edmonton, in Edmonton Highlands, Norwood. But, as I've said many times in this House, I've got a lot of connections in rural Alberta. I hear from folks in my hometown of Barrhead who voted for this government and are regretting it. Buyer's remorse. Folks from out in Camrose and Forestburg and Balf areas where I spent many years of my life teaching, they're regretting their decision to vote UCP as well.
And as a colleague stated so aptly earlier, they are not hearing from their MLAs. And in fact, we're not hearing from a lot of those rural MLAs either, are we? Perhaps we will. I heard a chuckle from the other side. Perhaps we still will. But truly, to be serious, this is about the fundamental vision for the province of Alberta. And through legislation like Bill 30, you're showing the path that you want to take our province down. One that benefits the wealthiest Albertans, one that moves towards further privatization and corporatization of our public systems, and one that, and this is the one that's the hardest for me, one that potentially will leave a whole lot of our neighbors behind in the middle of a global pandemic, again, at a time like no other, that we should be reassessing our values and that we should be strengthening our public health care system. So I want to end by urging this government to consider this final amendment on Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act. It's an opportunity to reassess, to go back to the drawing board. Again, we know that there was, we've been told by this government that there was some consultation done, but we don't know with whom. Clearly, a whole heck of a lot of physicians feel like they weren't consulted with. And to say that the consultation was done during the election, that you were elected, again, you weren't elected on attacking public health care. You weren't elected on driving doctors away from rural and remote parts of Alberta, and in fact, other parts of Alberta as well. So do not claim that simply being elected in April of 2019 gives you the authority to attack something that so many Albertans hold dearly, and that's our public health care system. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will end my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. 29-2A is available. However, I will go ahead, please. The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to comment briefly before time elapses here how shameful it is that the government would bring in closure.
However, interrupting the Honourable Member from Edmonton South, I apologize, but pursuant to Government Motion Number 34, agreed to earlier this evening, I must now put every question necessary for the disposal of Bill 30 at third reading. So, on Amendment HA1 as moved by the Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Ellerslie, all those in favour of Amendment HA1, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That amendment is defeated. The Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks. I see a division has been called. Call in the members. division has been called on Amendment HA1 to Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020. All those in favor of the amendment, please rise and be counted. Thank you. All those members opposed to the amendment, please rise.
The Honourable Mr. Kenny, the Honourable Mr. Copping, the Honourable Mr. Shandro, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mr. Taves, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, Mr. Turton, Mr. Rutherford, the Honourable Mr. Glubish, Mr. Godfrey, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Ms. Pond, Mr. Ellis, Mr. Nixon, Ms. Goodridge, the Honourable Minister McIver, the Honourable Mr. Panda, Mr. Lowen, Mr. Yassin, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Guthrie, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Tour, Mr. Williams, Mr. Yao, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Stephan, Mr. Long, Mr. Singh.
Mr. Speaker, for the amendment 7, against 30.
Thank you, honourable members. That is defeated. Continuing with every question necessary pursuant to Government Motion 34, the Honourable Minister of Environment and Parks, on behalf of the Honourable Minister of Health, has moved third reading of Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020. All those in favor of the motion for third reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried. A division has been called. Call in the members. Honourable members, a division has been called on the motion for third reading of Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020. All those in favour of the motion, please rise.
The Honourable Mr. Kenny, the Honourable Mr. Copping, the Honourable Mr. Shandro, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mr. Taves, the Honourable Minister LaGrange, Mr. Turton, Mr. Rutherford, Honourable Mr. Glubish, Mr. Gottfried, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Ms. Pond, Mr. Ellis, Mr. Nixon, Ms. Goodrich, the Honourable Mr. McIver, the Honourable Mr. Panda, Mr. Lowen, Mr. Yassine, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Guthrie, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Tour, Mr. Williams, Mr. Yao, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Stephan, Mr. Long, Mr. Singh.
All those opposed, please rise.
Mr. Dang, Mr. Billis, Member Carson, Member Irwin, Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Sabir, Member CC.
Mr. Speaker, for the motion 30, against 7.
That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020 is now read a third time. Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces Act 2020, Honourable Mr. Copping.
See the Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. I am honoured to rise to move third reading of Bill 32, the Restoring Balance to Alberta Workplaces Act. Mr. Speaker, our government was elected on the promise of supporting employee choice and to bring balance back to Alberta's labour laws. This bill will help do just that and also help businesses save time and money, letting them focus on getting Albertans back to work while protecting workers. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to supporting economic recovery and getting Albertans back to work. The NDP swung the pendulum to the benefit of their union allies without thinking about union members who work hard and provide for their families. The previous government also added costs and red tape to businesses, in turn driving away billions of dollars of investment and tens of thousands of jobs from our province. Bill 32 will restore balance in our labour laws, reduce red tape, and help get Albertans back to work. Now, Mr. Speaker, a key platform commitment was to protect workers from being forced to fund political campaigns and causes without explicit opt-in approval. Bill 32 delivers on that promise. Now, some national unions have used their workers' dues to actively campaign against Albertans, their jobs, and our foundational industries. And Albertans deserve the right to make their own decisions. Now, Bill 32 does not change the ability for unions to campaign for causes. It simply confirms workers' explicit approval that is required if they choose to support political activities with their union dues. This bill also does not change the status quo for how unions collect their core union dues in order to represent their members. It gives working union members choice. Madam Speaker, we are also amending the Labour Relations Code to require unions to provide their members with financial statements so members know how their money is being spent. And this brings Alberta legislation into line with other jurisdictions in Canada, with the sole exception of PEI. Now, Madam Speaker, according to research results from 2nd Street polling, 70% of Canadians do not think union dues should be used for political activities and non-work initiatives. And Madam Speaker, this number even increases higher to 72% when we ask union and former unionized members. Madam Speaker, the NDP is on the wrong side of this fight. We are giving the workers the right to choose what causes their money will fund. This is a promise we made. This is a promise we were elected on. And Madam Speaker, through Bill 32, this is a promise upon which we will deliver. Madam Speaker, last fall we consulted with thousands of Albertans. This included employees, employers, labour groups, and unions. We heard in general that employers need more flexibility in the Employment Standards Code to help them save time and money which in turn protects jobs of hardworking Albertans. Our government is listening to Albertans by making changes to sections of the Employment Standards Code, including simplifying general holiday pay, group terminations, payment of final earnings upon termination, payroll processes, and paying administrative penalties. We are supporting job creators and the province's economic recovery by restoring balance to Alberta's labour laws and saving job creators time and money so we can keep businesses open and Albertans employed. Now, Madam Speaker, during debate, there have been a number of issues raised by the opposition, both within and outside the legislature, and I'd like to set the record straight on a number of these items, particularly regarding termination pay, averaging arrangements, youth employment, strikes and picketing, general holiday pay variances, and rest periods. First, I'd like to speak a little bit more about our changes to payment of final earnings upon termination and further clarify the intent behind this change. Now, to be clear, Madam Speaker, employees will still receive the same amount of termination pay. We are simply adding flexibility to the timelines employers have to provide this pay to save them administrative costs. We are better aligning the requirements with payroll practices to ensure employees receive their final payments in a timely manner. Now, Madam Speaker, most employees are paid biweekly, and the changes we are proposing allows employers to pay Albertans on their next regular pay cycle or the one immediately following. Employers will have 10 consecutive days after the end of their pay period in which termination occurred, or 31 consecutive days after the last day of employment. That is the outside period in which this payment can be made. Now, Madam Speaker, these changes can save job creators up to $100 million per year in administrative costs, according to estimates from the Canadian payroll systems. And to be clear, Madam Speaker, this is not, as the NDP would suggest, taking money out of workers' pockets. This is saving administrative costs for employers so they can help keep Albertans employed. Now again, employees are getting the same amount of termination pay as they would have before these proposed changes, but with flexible timing that allows employers to save money on payroll processes, which will help them save money, keep their doors open, and keep Albertans employed. Now, Madam Speaker, there's also been misinformation from the members opposite regarding overtime. I'd like to put an end to that and reiterate that the general rules for regular overtime are not changing. In addition, rules for overtime arrangements concerning the maximum 12-hour days and payment if hours worked exceed 44 hours a week on average, they still remain. The only thing we are changing, Madam Speaker, is how we address averaging arrangements. And these are arrangements that apply to non-standard schedule, like 14 days on, 14 days off. And these types of schedules have been in place in Alberta for decades. Now, the previous government made changes to averaging arrangements that made them more complex, difficult to administer, and difficult for employers to use. They replaced compressed work weeks, which was working quite well prior to Bill 17 coming along, with hours of work averaging agreements. And this increased employers' cost, adding administrative burdens and less flexibility. Madam Speaker, we are changing the rules back to what they were before by giving job creators more flexibility to get Albertans back to work. Changes to hours of work averaging will make it easier for employers to set up arrangements, create schedules, and calculate overtime. And we are undoing years of NDP red tape to make it easier for Alberta's job creators to employ hardworking Albertans. Now, I'd also like to set the record straight on youth employment. Madam Speaker, very little will change under Bill 32 from a policy perspective. Currently, employers have to apply for a permit for certain jobs in order to hire 13 and 14-year-olds. The proposed changes will remove this requirement for employers to obtain a permit. Youth will be allowed to work specific jobs from a pre-approved list. Now, this list is comprised of jobs that permits were frequently granted to by the previous government and ours, and includes such jobs as tutoring, working at a dance studio, coaching, and certain jobs in the hospitality sector. Madam Speaker, we are simply adding to the list that the former NDP government had in place and already had jobs on the list. And for job creators, this will reduce red tape and a regulatory burden. And for youth, this change will make it easier for them to find employment and allow them to gain practical job skills and experience so they can build their resumes and their futures. I'd like to turn now to strikes, picketing, and lockouts. Now, our government supports workers' right to strike. We are balancing employees' rights to fair collective bargaining, striking and picketing with the need to protect businesses and our economy from harm and making sure Albertans continue to receive the services they rely upon. Now, these changes ensure employees will still be able to strike and picket, but with additional rules that make sure these activities do not overly impact the rights of individuals and businesses. Now, before 2017, secondary picketing, or picketing somewhere than the employer's primary business, was not in the code. And all we are doing is ensuring that there must be advanced approval for secondary picketing, and this is similar to the legislation in British Columbia. Similarly, changes would allow the Labour Relations Board to prohibit picketing when it obstructs or impedes a person from crossing the line who wishes to cross. And again, this is consistent with the approach in BC. These changes are intended to balance labour laws and help get Albertans back to work. Now, Madam Speaker, one of the changes Bill 32 is making is how general holiday pay is being calculated. Now, this change calculates a payment based on the average of days worked in the 4 weeks immediately preceding the general holiday or the 4 weeks ending on the last day of the pay period preceding that general holiday. Now, the members opposite proposed amendment suggesting that our proposal, the proposal in Bill 32, would in effect reduce general holiday pay if an employee took vacation in the 4 weeks prior to the general holiday. Madam Speaker, that is simply not the case. The members opposite were wrong in their reading. We are simply reinstating the same approach that we used prior to Bill 17. And this change provides flexibility for calculation for employers, and it better reflects the pay that employees earn for the days they work. Now, Madam Speaker, I'd also like to clarify some points on requesting variances. Now, this is not new. We are going back to a similar system to what it was prior to the previous government's changes. Now, the previous government put in a whole new system for variances, expanding it to industry, requiring a maximum of 2 years, and then letting them expire, posting them to regulations. The NDP added a significant amount of red tape, making it complicated and difficult to use. And for any variance that's done in the future, all impacted employees must be notified, and it will be publicly posted. The previous government had a whole list of details on how an employee would need to get notified. We are changing it. We are making it simpler, Madam Speaker. But the two key elements, that they must be posted and employees must be notified, remain. Madam Speaker, variances were working just fine before the NDP came in with all the changes. We are making sure that they work for Albertans. We listen to Albertans on this issue. We are making the changes so a variance that have been in place, again, for decades, can continue to be used by employers, reducing red tape and helping get Albertans back to work. Now, Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk about rest periods. Now, regarding rest periods, the opposition has suggested that we are reducing the amount of rest employees receive. That is simply incorrect. 30 minutes for every 5 hours work remain. But what we are doing, Madam Speaker, is providing employees and employers greater flexibility concerning when those rest periods can be taken. We heard from Albertans that the rules, many of which that the New Democrats put in place with Bill 17, simply weren't working, and we listened. And we are rebalancing the labour laws and reducing costs for job creators to get Albertans back to work. And Madam Speaker, having set the record straight on a number of items raised by the opposition, I would like also to highlight other proposed changes that also restore balance to the labour laws, reduce red tape and costs, and help get Albertans back to work. This includes things like updating rules for union certification and revocation timelines, as well as remedial certification provisions. With these changes, specific timelines for certification and revocation processes will be removed to reduce red tape. The board will also only certify unions to represent employees when no other remedy is sufficient to counteract the impact of employers' misconduct and the true wishes of employees cannot be determined. Bill 32 also updates the rules for collective agreements, such as allowing for collective agreements to be renewed early so long as there is employee consent. A higher threshold for first contract arbitration will also be implemented so that the board can only order first contract arbitration once that threshold is met, effectively rendering first contract arbitration as an option of last resort. And changes such as this will make it easier for employers and employees and their unions to focus on reaching an agreement and maintaining labor peace. In addition, Bill 32 makes changes to rules on the construction sector, which will encourage competitiveness and reduce administrative burden by introducing flexible rules for industrial construction and maintenance unions to organize their members. It will also make changes to rules about major projects that add clarity and certainty, encourage further investment, and increase the number of major construction projects in the province, and allow a collective agreement to stay in place for the remainder of the contract's term, even after employees have chosen a new union. Madam Speaker, in making these changes, our focus is on attracting business here and letting the world know that Alberta is open for business. Other changes in Bill 32 will encourage the province's economic recovery by keeping businesses open and Albertans employed. This includes updating rules for temporary layoff notices so employees can be laid off for a longer period of time, in this case 90 days total in a 120-day period, and stay attached longer to their jobs. Now, this change is for non-COVID-19 layoffs. COVID-19 related layoffs can continue to be for a period of 180 days. Employers still have to provide employees with written notice of temporary layoffs, but specific timing requirements have been removed. Madam Speaker, we are standing up for Albertans and protecting their jobs so they remain attached to a job longer during these uncertain times. Now, Madam Speaker, in conclusion, our government promised a bold and comprehensive plan to chart a path forward for the Alberta economy, and Bill 32 is an important part of our economic recovery plan. It brings balance back to Alberta's labour laws, give unions workers choice, reduces red tape, and help gets Albertans back to work. I encourage everyone in this chamber to support Bill 32. And by doing so, Madam Speaker, you will be supporting hardworking Albertans and business owners and helping them create jobs and keep our province on a path to economic recovery, all the while restoring balance to our labour laws. Thank you.
Reading of Bill 32, I'd like to recognize the honourable member for Edmonton Beverly Clairview.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to third reading of this bill, which the title is quite a misnomer, actually. Restoring balance in Alberta's workplaces. I think it's doing quite the opposite, and I'll lay out some of my arguments for that. Madam Speaker, Alberta for many, many years was a laggard in Canada when it came to protection for workers, when it came to employment standard codes, and it wasn't until the NDP government of 2015 that we brought Alberta's labor codes into the 21st century on par with many other provinces. In fact, I think we moved to the middle of the pack. We didn't even jump to the front of the pack when it comes to again, amending various pieces of legislation, all in the name of protecting workers. Now, of course, this UCP government will tell the tale quite differently, saying that the pendulum was swung to the other side. Actually, the pendulum was on the one side, and through changes that we brought in, we moved the pendulum more to the center. And so this bill, as the minister so aptly described, eliminates many of the changes that were made that actually did bring balance to Alberta's workplace for both employers and employees. And so, I'll talk about my main concerns with this bill, and then, should time still remain, talk a little bit about this government's unrelenting attacks and hatred for unions, which I really don't understand. This bill not only undermines the rights of working people, but undermines their rights to organize, which essentially is a union, a collective voice versus an individual voice. And I know my colleague, the member for Edmonton Ellerslie, I believe it was in second reading, talked at length about all of the benefits that every Albertan, every Canadian have enjoyed because of the advocacy and work that labor unions have done, from being paid for overtime work, advocating on behalf of better labor standards, the fact that there are 8-hour workdays, that there are weekends, because we don't have to go too far back in history, Madam Speaker, to a time when there were no rules. And so whether minimum age to work in different workplaces, how many hours they could work, what they were paid, if they had asked for either an improvement or a break that they could lose their job, there was fear of retribution, there was zero job security. And what I'm talking about, Madam Speaker, is not going back that far in our history. And so in this bill, Madam Speaker, a number of changes, and so I will clarify for the record. appreciate those were the minister's words, except his clarifications, I think, whether intentional or unintentional, were not exactly as how they were laid out. And so, now I will speak to a couple of words that the minister used over and over again. It's great when the government speaks in code, and so I think the word flexibility was used probably a dozen times in describing this bill. And so, flexibility to pay workers, to not pay workers, to pay them overtime, maybe not pay them overtime, pay them on time, maybe pay them later. A number of real concerns that our caucus has outlined through the course of this bill. Now, I'm looking to my colleagues to help me recall how many amendments the NDP opposition brought forward on this bill. I believe it was several. I'm not sure I have the number in front of me. And out of all of the amendments, I'm not sure how many were accepted. My suspicion is probably zero, although I'm trying to make eye contact with the minister to see if he's nodding or shaking his head. And that's unfortunate. I think one of the things that we tried to do well in government, Madam Speaker, was we were open to amendments from the opposition. And that's simply because, Madam Speaker, no one party or no government has a monopoly on good ideas. And so there are good ideas that come from the opposition. In fact, I was just talking to my colleagues about when we were in government, how often we accepted amendments from the Wild Rose opposition, the then UCP opposition, to others, other parties that were represented in this chamber in those years. And so it's unfortunate, Madam Speaker, when amendments are, and reasonable amendments, practical, pragmatic, trying to improve a bill, are simply shot down. And I'll never forget this story. Now, it wasn't this current government, but back when I was first elected in my first term, and I know that there are members on both sides of the chamber that were first elected in 2012. When we proposed some amendments, I remember during a division speaking to a former PC cabinet minister. And I said, this amendment is really, really reasonable. And he acknowledged it and said, yeah, actually, this really does make sense. Yeah, this is reasonable. Okay, will you accept it? No, I won't accept it. Well, why won't you accept it? Well, because it came from you. Well, that's interesting. So that's putting partisan politics and ideology ahead of good ideas. I don't think any person in this room was elected to put partisan ideas ahead of good ideas. In fact, every company that I have spoken with, and every individual that I've spoken with since 2012 expects that whomever is governing, that they will take into consideration good ideas. They want the best possible legislation. So anyway, it's unfortunate that on this bill that some of the ideas put forward by the NDP opposition were not accepted. Now, I'll dive into the bill specifically. So the changes to final pay, employees could wait much longer to receive their final pay, up to 31 days. And I would love to know from the minister and the government how many workers said, please take your time in paying me, take longer. I don't need to be paid promptly. I don't have bills. I don't have a mortgage to pay. I don't have a family to support. And to layer on top of that, in the midst of a pandemic, when Albertans and Canadians are hurting so badly that, again, this legislation, dovetailing with a bill that was just passed by the Assembly, which is an outright attack on doctors and on our healthcare system. It floors me, Madam Speaker, that that the government has the audacity to attack the very people who are keeping us safe, who put food on our table, who ensure that our economy is moving. And so, again, would love to know how many workers have asked for that delay in pay. Now, I appreciate the minister says, well, it's going to save $100 million in admin costs. So $100 million in admin costs, and again, what is the economic impact on the workers and on that delay, where they have payments that must come out of their bank accounts at certain times? So that's like saying to a family, okay, so you got to choose between paying your mortgage or your rent and picking up groceries. You can wait 2 more weeks. You don't have to eat. I mean, I'll just pay you in a couple weeks, and then you'll be made whole. I don't know how many people asked for that. I'd imagine there are few. I'll give the minister the benefit of the doubt that there aren't zero, but I'd love to know who they are. Yeah, logic dictates that no one is asking to be paid later, and so appreciate that for some employers that does mean a savings, and they say, yeah, great, I get to keep that money that's owed to the worker for a longer period of time and either earn interest on it or use it some other way. But no, the worker doesn't need that. The employer will save. Well, what does the worker, what does the employee lose with this section of the bill? The averaging arrangements are no longer agreements. Now, again, this is where clearly lawyers wrote the language on these. But what it means is that an employer can impose with 2 weeks' notice and can change with 2 weeks' notice how the employee is compensated. And so providing flexibility, as the minister, of course, loves to frame this as, means that the average hours of an employee or a worker that used to be 12 weeks is now extended to 52 weeks. And so, I mean, what that means is, yeah, sure, it's a cost savings for employers, but off the backs of workers. And so, let's keep in mind, folks, that the most successful companies around the globe are successful because of their employees. This provision basically means workers are going to receive less money. They're going to be paid less. They're not going to be adequately compensated for their overtime work. And, where I come from, if you should be paid for the work that you do. And if you're working overtime, then you should be paid for that work. The next provision, Madam Speaker, is the removal of a 2-week notice for temporary layoffs. Now, that is going to wreak havoc on workers. This will create gaps between the last paycheck and the eligibility for employment insurance. And so, again, the government is creating uncertainty, stress for workers that will now have a gap. Well, how are they supposed to bridge that gap? It's asking workers to take on unfair burden that I don't see how this makes Alberta more competitive. In fact, I see how it makes us less competitive. Because, again, in order to attract some of those top companies, they want top talent. And provisions like this are going to disincentivize people from coming to this province or from working in certain jobs in this province. There are a number of exemptions and variances that will be that could be allowed for employer groups or associations. Interestingly, there's no longer criteria for these exemptions in the regulations. And of course, as parties in the opposition, including the UCP, were in the opposition, talked about how the devil's in the details, and the details are in the regulations, which of course are not publicly debated and disclosed. They're done behind closed doors with Executive Council. Now, what this other exemptions and variances will allow is essentially, it's going to open the door, Madam Speaker, for employers to be granted exemptions, to pay below minimum wages for specific groups or individuals. And it's sad, Madam Speaker, that we can imagine the groups that will be targeted. Often those that may not be able to advocate for themselves or who struggle to be able to have their voice heard. And so this opens the door for provisions that are not necessary but could have significant impacts, Madam Speaker. The changes to the rest period. Again, as the minister calls it, it provides flexibility for the employers. Well, again, flexibility to delay payments, defer payments, to refuse payments. Again, in this section, it talks about how employees could work a 10-hour day with one 30-minute break, which again provides flexibility, sure, to the employer off the backs of the employees. Now, what I do want to say, Madam Speaker, is that we know that the majority of employers in this province are incredible employers, great people who take care of their workers, who treat them well, who value them, who understand that their company is successful, largely in part because of the fruits of the labor of their workers. And we applaud those companies, and there are countless examples, Madam Speaker. But the purpose of having legislation that is a minimum standard or minimum bar is to ensure that for those employers who don't treat their employees well, and unfortunately there are examples in every jurisdiction of companies that do take advantage of workers, that's what this legislation and employment standards are meant to protect. They're meant to protect workers. Again, we know that there are countless companies that go far above and beyond the minimum. And again, that's a testament to, I think, to the spirit of what it means to, quite frankly, to be Canadian. But there are those that need those minimum standards. And a number of provisions in this bill drops the bar significantly lower, and in fact lower than the majority of other Canadian provinces, and puts Alberta workers at a disadvantage. Changes to statutory holiday pay, Madam Speaker. And I apologize, at this time my throat gets very dry. Removes vacation pay, general holiday pay from the calculation, and provides flexibility, as the minister pointed out, for an employer to choose a cheaper calculation, should they so choose, between the different options. Employers can deduct overpayments from an employee without approval, written approval. It also, Madam Speaker, makes changes to the Labor Code. Interestingly, adds expedient to the preamble. Again, I would love to know the backstory of that change. Maybe I'm reading more into it than I should. Again, Madam Speaker, there is a number of changes that are made to unions, to organized labor, including that requires the union to file financial statements according to the regulations. Now, there's no clarity whatsoever on what those regs will be, but what's interesting, and I know the member for Edmonton Decor is a proud union member and has been for decades, who has, clearly articulated in this chamber that there are regular monthly meetings where financial statements are made available to every member who attends. And those meetings are open to every member, not just their reps. And I know that many of them have moved to online to make it even more readily available to their members. Again, this change just makes me question where this is coming from and to what end is the minister trying to, or what problem is the minister trying to solve. Madam Speaker, changes to some of the union dues and the deductions, the union dues deduction and the opt-in requirements will have significant impacts on a lot of the work that unions do. Now, I can tell you, Madam Speaker, that for many years, I have had the privilege of participating in the Labor Day barbecue.
Honourable members, we are on third reading of Bill 32. And I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton West Henday has risen to join debate.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, everyone. It's an honor to rise to speak to Bill 32 while once again the process that we're going through here and the government's decision to invoke closure on committee of the whole once again leaves us being rushed through a piece of legislation that deserves the opportunity to be seen by the general public. And I have spoke to some extent on Bill 32 and the idea of flexibility, as this minister calls it, but specifically around the issue of changes to overtime payments and averaging agreements as proposed in this legislation. And when I was knocking on doors during the election, I was quite clear that this was a decision or a path that the government was going to go down, and it was very concerning for the Albertans that I spoke to. And I don't think necessarily that the majority of Albertans understood the full extent of how cold-hearted of a decision, especially around averaging agreements and paying people fairly for the overtime that they've worked. I don't think they truly understood the decision that this government was going to make. And so when I raised the idea of that, the prospect of that on the doors, people were truly mystified that a government at that time, with the price of oil, in a crashed state, and we continue to see that, but that a government would actually propose the idea to roll back these hours. And the previous member spoke, especially when we look at being in the midst of a pandemic and the idea that many families are lucky to be working right now, and they're doing everything they can to hold on to those jobs. But at the same time, this government is making it easier for employers to lay off workers without any prior knowledge to those employees. They're making it easier for employers to, once again, change averaging agreements so that even if something was decided on, that unilateral cancellation of agreements with 30 days notice can be done, and also extending the opportunity for averaging agreements. It's very concerning, Madam Speaker, and once again, when we look at the fact that this government has already moved time allocation on committee of the whole, and signaling that they're willing to do that again on this part of the debate, it's very concerning. And we saw that with Bill 30 that just passed through the House forcibly by this government, that when things aren't going the way this government wants, and people are concerned about the legislation that this government is trying to pass, that they will do anything in their power to make sure Albertans don't see it. And that's what we're seeing once again here. And, you know, just looking back on some of the amendments that we brought forward and some of the concerns that we've had around this legislation, looking at the extension of final pay that the previous member spoke about, that this government is willing to extend from 3 days to 31 days the ability of employees or employers to pay out workers. And once again, we look at the situation that we're in right now in the midst of a pandemic, and for this government to say, well, 3 days wasn't working for employers, but instead of finding a balance somewhere in the middle, as was proposed by the NDP opposition more recently, we're just going to fully put it in the hands of employers. And so while this government titled their legislation Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces, and the minister goes on at length about flexibility, the fact is this is not flexible for workers. And as the previous member spoke about, and as many members of the opposition here have spoke about, there's no flexibility in having the ability to pay me later. If I'm a worker that was just laid off and you know, trying to get on, whether it's EI or I've spoke to some extent on the idea of somebody that potentially was accessing AISH that found employment and then was laid off after that fact for whatever reason, and now they're trying to access this program that in many instances can take months to get back on, and this government is saying it's okay for employers to not pay those workers for 31 days. And even looking at the employment standards engagement document that this government released, you know, very little detail about who they actually consulted, and in the document it goes on to talk about the fact that there was a lot of employees who shared their concerns, so we had to make sure that we found balance in this, and you know, the ideas or thoughts of employees were scaled back to find an average between employers and employees. And so it's quite clear that they received a large amount of concern from employees, but instead of finding a balance, as this government has titled this legislation, or restoring a balance, they have done quite the opposite, and they have tilted the scales towards employers. And as the previous member spoke about, and as many members of the opposition have raised in this debate, when we made changes through some of the legislation when we were in government, it wasn't about you know, moving us to the front of the pack, and in most instances it was about putting us in the middle. And for far too long, Alberta had some of the worst legislation, or might I say most outdated legislation, when it came to employment standards codes and labor relations codes. And unfortunately, instead of continuing on that work or potentially tweaking to some extent some of the changes that we had made, this government has completely just ripped up everything that we've done and moved the pendulum back into you know, the employer's corner. And of course, I can respect that employers will work within the legislation that they're given. And so when a government says, well, you can do this, you can hire 13-year-olds and we'll make it easier for you to get exemptions to pay them less than minimum wage, and we'll potentially look at, you know, opening up what kind of work they can do, even though the labor minister begs to differ. You can change averaging agreements with 30 days notice. You can terminate people temporarily, quote unquote, as the minister says, with no notice. The fact is, this government has completely you know, completely flipped the table, completely handed all of this to the employers. And it's quite unfortunate. And so moving on, looking at the idea of authorization for deduction as proposed in this legislation, this government is now saying that through this legislation, employers can automatically take money out of the pockets of employees without their consent, which was not the case before. In the instance of an accidental overpayment of wages to an employee, this government is making it so that employers are able to take that money back from workers without any kind of consultation or their consent. And that's quite unfortunate, because these things happen, and in those cases, it's quite possible that an employer has spent that money, and we're seeing that even with the federal government's administration of the CERB program, that potentially somebody was given money that they didn't necessarily shouldn't have been able to access, and the government is coming back and asking for them to pay for that. But the fact is, instead of coming up with a payment plan or ensuring that there's consultation and the opportunity for an employee to have their voice heard in instances where this happens, this government is saying that without any notice, an employer can take that money back. And especially, as mentioned, in the midst of a pandemic, when families are scrambling to find enough money to pay for whatever it might be, and unfortunately this provincial government has done very little in the pandemic to support Albertans and their families through these times of need. And in most instances, the support from government has been coming from the federal government. And it's very concerning that at a time like this, that this government is once again making it so an employer can take that money away from workers in the case of instances of overpayment. Now, once again, when we look at averaging agreements, and I spoke to some extent about this in previous discussions, the idea that an employer can change these averaging agreements to make it so that even if somebody was previously eligible to get paid overtime, that an agreement could be made, once again, without the consent of an employee, to change what is considered overtime. And so I had raised an instance for myself in an industry that would be considered open for exemption in my previous line of work, that there would be instances where my employer would tell me, well, you're going to work 14 hours today, and either tomorrow or another time this week you will not work, even though you were potentially scheduled to, and we'll just call it even. You won't get paid overtime, but at least you'll get that time off. At straight time, of course. They weren't offering overtime by any means. And unfortunately, I raised that point, and that happens often, and this government is making it easier for that to happen. And unfortunately, the government House Leader said, oh, that's illegal. But the fact is, they are making that easier to happen and even more legal through this legislation. And so, just like the previous member, I have a lot of concerns about who is actually consulted with this legislation. Once again, the employment standards engagement in the document says, because the majority of respondents were employees, the weighting of satisfaction and dissatisfaction rates was considered when developing policy options. And so when we look at the idea of something like getting paid in a timely fashion within 3 days of being laid off, and this government's decision to extend that to 31 days, well, it was quite unanimous that employees supported the idea of getting paid in a reasonable manner, and employers said, oh no, that doesn't work for us. We'd rather have a full pay period to pay them back. Well, that seems like a no-brainer that that's going to happen. But instead of finding a balance between the two competing groups, this government completely put it in the hands of employers, which is really par for the course with this government. We've seen it. The idea of $4.7 billion, the corporate tax cut that this government has pushed through, and with zero accountability to where that money is going, which is extremely frustrating. And at the same time, we have seen zero results from that money being spent and given to large profitable corporations. And instead of pausing and taking some time to consider what industry stakeholders are asking for, and the inability of the Economic Development and Trade Minister to create any kind of new growth in our province, instead of re-examining those opportunities, this government is moving forward even faster with that $4.7 billion handout. And even more so, on top of that, instead of the idea of creating programs like investor tax credits, which this government has gotten rid of, and tech programs, which thankfully this government seems to finally be turning the corner and deciding that diversification is more than just a luxury, as this finance minister has said in the past, that it's a luxury that we can't afford right now. But instead of moving forward with those decisions, this government is instead going to put all of that responsibility on the back of employees. And there's many aspects within this legislation that hint towards that quite clearly. And the frustrating part is that many of the amendments that we brought forward are very reasonable. The idea of finding balance in whether it be the authorization for deductions, as I've talked about, or the idea of striking the extension of final pay, that people deserve to be paid in a timely manner, in a reasonable manner, and this government has totally ignored those calls. And it's unfortunate because we know that the majority of employees expect to be paid in a timely manner and expect that if they are working overtime to support their employer, that once again they also be paid at a fair and reasonable rate as well. But this government does not seem to consider the idea of working overtime to be something that should be valued, and they would rather turn their backs on those workers. Now, once again, moving to the idea of the changes that we're seeing in this legislation around stat holidays and the changes that they're making that will allow for an employer to choose between 2 4-week periods to determine holiday pay. And to be clear, they're leaving that once again in the hands of employers to decide which they'd rather take. Well, they're going to take the route where they can pay workers less. That's quite clear. And once again, it's not the fault of these employers that is the case. It is the government's decision through their legislation and through their actions that is allowing these employers to do that. And, you know, I won't hold that against employers by, you know, for taking advantage of the leeway that this government is going to give them. At the end of the day, they're there to make a profit, and by no means, once again, would I hold that against them. But we are here as legislators to find a proper balance in the workplace, and unfortunately, this government has not done that by any means. We've also raised concerns that this wasn't consulted on for nearly long enough, and we called on this government.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available, and I would like to recognize the Honourable Member from Edmonton Decor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the member from Edmonton West Hende's comment, and he had mentioned a little bit earlier, although very, very briefly, of his background. Previous to becoming an MLA. And, you know, certainly since Bill 30 came out, I've had many phone calls simply from friends that happen to work in the building trades, and some of the language that's being proposed in Bill 30, and shall we say, those phone calls have not been very positive, certainly not directed at me, of course. And so I'm just wondering if maybe the member from Edmonton West Hende might be able to comment a little bit on maybe some of the feedback that he has heard either from constituents or even his own friends that he's known from his time before becoming an MLA, and what kind of conversations have come out of those.
Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the comments from the member from Edmonton Decor, and you know, him and I have had many discussions on this legislation and many other of the changes that this government has proposed over the last year, you know, taking action against working Albertans, you know, and even back to the election, as I discussed about the prospect of changes to overtime compensation. And I guess more specifically on my relationship with my own union, I spoke earlier in the debate about being a proud member of IBW 424, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, and like the previous member stated, that any member has the opportunity once a month to go to, well, several times a month if you would like to travel around the province and go to each branch's meeting, but you have the opportunity as a member to go down to the union hall to have these discussions with the leadership, but also the general membership, and these things are voted on often line by line. And so it's quite apparent through the changes that this government is making that most of them, if not all of them, have never been to a union meeting in their life. And in the case that some of the members in the government have been to a union meeting, then shame on them for allowing this legislation to continue forward. The idea of opting in for certain expenses from the union. The fact is, Madam Speaker, that any union member has the opportunity to vote on each of these pieces. Every dollar that's spent is broken down at these meetings, and even to the extent of any money that is used for third-party advertising. And so the fact that this government thinks that this is a widespread issue, well, I mean, they don't really. The fact is, they are doing everything in their power through this legislation and others to vilify the union movement. Something about getting paid overtime, something about having weekends off, something about labor standards and safety standards in the workplace really upsets this government, and they're showing it through this legislation. So it's very unfortunate that in the midst of a pandemic, when people are trying to make by, when people are trying to work as much as they can if they have a job to get that overtime, that this government is saying that employers can take it away. That once again, and we had this discussion when the government proposed changes to holiday pay earlier. And the fact that it was around Christmas time, that this government decided that right around Christmas time, well, you'll no longer get many of the general holiday pay opportunities that you once had. Merry Christmas, Albertans. There you go. And so it's very unfortunate that the government continues down this path of undermining workers, whether they're physicians or construction workers or frontline workers of any kind, that this government is doing everything in their power to undermine those workers, to take away their compensation, to take away their ability to negotiate their compensation, to take away their ability to get general holiday pay, to take away their ability to get fair notice before they are about to be terminated. There is just so many problems with this legislation, and it's completely unfair for this government to invoke closure on committee of the whole before we've had an opportunity to present all of our amendments, many of which have been very reasonable around the idea of extending final pay. And one final comment, I'm not sure if I'll fit it in, but the Minister for Service Alberta recognized the idea of prompt payment being an important issue for contractors, but has now turned their back on the very employees that expect the same prompt payment if they are to be terminated. So it's extremely unfortunate. I think it's shameful, and that member recognizes the importance of prompt payment for contractors, but not employees.
For third reading on Bill 32, are there any other members wishing to rise and join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Calgary McCall has risen.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's 5:45, and as you can see, it's difficult to stay up this late for anyone. But we are discussing an important piece of legislation. And I think it's important for us to be here and represent the constituents who elected us to do that. While Minister was introducing third reading, I was listening to Minister's remarks with interest. And Minister opened up debate with comments like that it will restore balance and it will give union members choice how their money is being spent, and with comments like that NDP is on the wrong side of this fight. The problem with these assertions is that when you say that you're restoring the balance, the presumption there is that the law as it exists now is not balanced. And as my colleague from Edmonton, Beverly Clearview, mentioned, that for the longest time before we became government, Alberta labor laws were lagging far behind other Canadian provinces. they were designed to favor employers. In the changes we made were not really some radical changes. Those changes were based on common sense. They were based on interjurisdictional scan, how other provinces were doing that. And they were just giving Albertans the same rights that Canadians in other provinces have enjoyed for decades. And saying that this government and this minister is restoring the balance? No. They're changing these laws in taking Albertans backwards where they were prior to 2015. And then Minister claims that through this piece of legislation, the government is giving employees a choice. And the choice we could find in this legislation for employees is they can choose to get paid whenever employers want to pay them after termination. That's the best government could offer. They can choose to let employer decide how averaging agreements will work. They can choose to let employer decide how overtime will be calculated. They can choose to let employer and government decide what wage variances are needed. They can choose what employers may decide about their rights for picketing and strikes. And quite frankly, Minister, that's not a choice. That's not a choice at all. It's a fundamentally flawed piece of legislation. It's a blatant attack on the hard-earned rights of working Albertans. There is nothing in this piece of legislation for working families, for working Albertans. And with all these changes, the Minister even went further to say that NDP is on the wrong side of this fight. Again, as if there is some fight going on between Albertans, two groups of Albertans, one being employer, others being employees. And in that fight, Minister asserts that we are on the wrong side of the fight. I think we do know which side we are on. And in these circumstances, when Alberta has already lost 350,000 or so jobs, or their hours have been reduced, they're going through a global pandemic. Their lives and livelihoods are impacted. And instead of getting them back to work, instead of supporting them, instead of helping them to get through this pandemic, government has decided to attack what they already have, their rights. And sure, in this fight, we are on the side of workers. And I guess time will tell who was on the right side and who was on the wrong side of this fight. But for a government, once they are elected, their job is not to divide Albertans. Their job is not to create these kind of divisions. Their job is not to build these narratives that as if employers and employees are some competing forces who are in some kind of fight. The job of the government is to support all Albertans. The job of the government is to create circumstances that are fair to all Albertans. Create circumstances that offer opportunities to all Albertans. And many of the things that Minister touched on during his opening comments are not in favor of employees. For instance, they said union members will have choice in the changes they are making to their dues. They are pursuing them as a matter of policy, as a matter of principle, that they want those Albertans to have greater control on their resources. If that's the policy goal, if that's the principle that government wants to abide by, if that's the principle government wants to hold, I think then there are many other examples where government should apply that principle. For instance, Premier Office still continues to hire Paul Bunner, a racist speechwriter who has written extensively kind of things that should have no place in our society. He is called Indian residential schools as bogus genocide story. He has extensively commented about racialized communities, Muslims, LGBTQ community, and all three treaty organizations, their chiefs, and thousands upon thousands of Albertans have spoken against that, demanding that Paul Bunner be fired. And reason for that is they want greater control on how their money is being spent, because Paul Banners still get paid from public dollars. If you're giving union members that choice, that they should have some control how their money is being spent, how their dues is being spent. The money Alberta government is paying to Paul Banner is also taxpayer money, and a taxpayer rightfully are demanding that their money shouldn't be spent on a person who is racist, who has a history of racism. So apply that principle in this instance as well. Then, if that's the principle, what will follow? I think $7.5 billion of Albertans' money was given to a private company, Keystone XL, for Keystone XL project. And Albertans have been asking for information on that investment, how their money is being spent. Albertans are asking for details, what risk analysis was done on this project. And before, I think government accuses us for not supporting any pipelines. Let me be very clear that we have supported Keystone XL pipeline when we were in government, and we still believe that it's an important project. We supported Kinder Morgan, and if there is progress being made on that project, it's because of the work we did on that pipeline. So we understand what role pipelines play in our economy, what role they play in taking our energy resources to other markets. But the thing is that Albertans, as taxpayers, it's their money. And if you're talking about greater control, I think they deserve to know how that money was invested, why that money was invested, especially at a time when there were clear political, financial, and regulatory uncertainties facing that project. The presidential candidate has threatened to cancel that project. So,
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available, and I will recognize the Honourable Minister of Labour and Immigration.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to respond to a few comments made by the members opposite, particularly in regards to some of the amendments that they suggested to Bill 32. And then, time permitting, I'd like to talk a little bit about overtime averaging arrangements. So, Madam Speaker, and I'm paraphrasing the member from Edmonton-Clairview, but he was talking about, we've made reasonable, thoughtful amendments to Bill 32, suggesting that, good ideas should become before political ideas. I think I may have that backwards in terms of how he phrased that. And the members opposite suggested that they proposed a number of good ideas, and then we have refused them as government because from a partisan point of view. And I wanted to actually, let's go analyze that. Let's talk about a few of the amendments that the other side has proposed. First, I want to talk about the amendments in regards to termination pay, and this is the timing of termination pay. As you know, Madam Speaker, we put a suggestion that it would be within 10 days of the next pay. So in essence, the next pay to a maximum of 31 days. The members opposite suggested an idea that it would be just on the next pay. Well, here's the problem with this, and we explained this to the members opposite when we had the debate on this particular one, that if you're on a weekly pay schedule and it's a short time period from when the termination occurs, there's not enough time for an employer to calculate all the final, because it's not just about what you earned in that period, it's what the entire termination pay, any outstanding annual vacation, banked overtime, et cetera, that would have to be on that. So there wouldn't be enough time. So not enough flexibility on the front end made by that suggestion. And on the back end, if you're on a monthly pay cycle and you were terminated early in that cycle, like on day 1 or day 2, you would actually have to wait longer than what our proposal was, the maximum of 31 days. So to suggest that this was a good idea and we just rejected it for partisan views, Madam Speaker, that is simply not the case. It just wasn't a good idea. It didn't meet the policy objectives and actually could have resulted unintended consequences, resulted in people even waiting even further to get their pay. Let's look at another one, the general holiday pay. You know, members of the other side made an amendment, and it was based on the premise that the proposal made in Bill 32 would significantly reduce general holiday pay for someone taking a vacation. So, for example, if someone was a 2-week vacation in the 4 weeks prior, and they worked for 2 weeks, that the way that we've structured the proposal in Bill 32 is that we would take the earnings for the 2 weeks that you worked and divide it over the whole 4-week period, in essence, cutting general holiday day in half. Madam Speaker, as explained last night on that particular amendment, that is simply not the case. That is not how the language works. We are going back to the language that we had before the members opposite put in Bill 17 and added the complication to in terms of how payment is made. We're going back to that language, applying it the same way, and you would just average earnings over that 2 weeks period, in essence not changing the daily wage at all because of the annual vacation that is taken. And let's examine one other proposal or amendment that was proposed by the other side, talking about rest periods. And what was that reasonable amendment? Just eliminate it. That was a reasonable amendment. It was a conversation about we'd do this. And there's multiple amendments that were made forward where it wasn't about a change in the wording. It wasn't about a slight modification. It wasn't about even trying to deal with the policy intent. It was, no, we're just going to strike it out altogether. So, Madam Speaker, I suggest that, when the other side makes an argument that, good policy should trump partisanship, I wholly agree. It should. This is good policy, Madam Speaker. We are making changes here because we want to bring balance back, and I'll touch on this just a moment, because the member from Edmonton West Henday indicated that the government has ripped up everything we have done in Bill 17. Again, that is not correct, Madam Speaker. There are a number of elements that were made in Bill 17 on the Employment Standards Code in terms of multiple leaves that we have left, and we committed to leave in our platform, and we didn't change. And also in the Labor Relations Code, there's a number of elements in terms of first contract arbitration, remedial certification, reverse onus. Madam Speaker, we left those in because that was good policy. Now, we modified it to make it be able to apply correctly, but we modified. But, Madam Speaker, our focus is rebalancing the labor laws, reducing red tape, and getting Albertans back to work. That's what Bill 32 does, and I'm proud to be able to stand up and be able to talk to that and support that bill. And again, I urge all members to do so. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It's over. Sorry, there were 2 seconds left, my honourable member. However, for third reading on Bill 32, are there any other members? I would like to recognize the honourable member for Calgary-Buffalo.
Appreciate that, Madam Speaker. I too want to start by focusing on some of the things that the Minister of Labour and Immigration talked about when he introduced third reading of Bill 32. And those, not unlike my colleague from Calgary-McCall, focus on the pendulum having swung back towards the employer, and the $1 billion of investment the NDP have chased out of the province. And before I begin that, I want to just remind or share with my colleague from Edmonton, Beverly Clairview, that 10 amendments were prepared and brought forward for discussion here. We did the work of reviewing Bill 32, and we did that work after coming to, we did the work of bringing those amendments to this place. With regard to the pendulum, I think, like my colleague from Calgary-Buffalo, that the pendulum has always been swung in the direction of employers in this province. This is Alberta and we have had a government prior to the NDP in 2015 that was 44 years of progressive conservative rule in this province. And if you look at where the cross-jurisdictional scan, and I can remember as a cabinet minister sitting with the former Minister of Labour looking at the cross-jurisdictionals. Alberta was not at the front of the pack in terms of labour codes and other labour policies in this country. It, as my colleague from Beverly Clairview correctly identified, Alberta was a laggard with regard to those things. And so our work was to look at how we could bring the code and labour policy in this province affecting workers, addressing unions and updating those policies, how we could bring those into the 21st century. And we did that work, and I'm proud of the work we did, and I'm glad to hear the Minister of Labour and Immigration say that he doesn't believe that all the work we did was not worthwhile, and some has been kept. But to just focus a little bit on some of the media with regard to where we are now. You know, I look at some of these titles and have scanned some of the articles, and for instance, this one is Alberta's Bill 32 is a seismic break in labour and employment law, and that's in the Canadian Law of Work Forum, July 10th. A seismic break in labour and employment law. So kind of get a sense that it's returning back to where Alberta was in some respects. This one by Mr. Dury is Alberta imports right-wing Republican-inspired labour laws, and that's in Canadian Law of Work Forum. And on and on. There's one from the U of C Faculty of Law blog. Scanning that, you get the question mark. It says restoring balance, question mark, and talks about Bill 32, the charter and the fair democratic process. So, Mr. Speaker, just a quick review of some of the media that came out after the introduction of Bill 32 would indicate that with regard to the pendulum analogy that was put, and many people here have talked about, that the pendulum is not being restored to the side of the employers. It's always been on the side of the employers. And our work in 2015 was an attempt to ensure that employment and labor laws are modern, up-to-date, and fair for both employers and workers in all sectors. And I can remember the Minister of Labour at the far end of the front bench there saying, by way of example, that it's important to do this work, and it was consulted widely on, and she would often use the analogy of, or the example of the last time parts of the code had been improved were, I believe she used to use things like when Laverne and Shirley was a new hit show on TV. Can't even remember when that was, probably early 80s. So I'm proud of having a government that dug in, that looked at improving parts of labor law in this province, and labor law that had lagged behind other provinces and jurisdictions because the inertia that had occurred as a result of 44 years of PC rule were changed in 2015. Now, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to just go on briefly to the next point that the Minister of Labour and Immigration made, and that's the billions of dollars of investment that were chased out of the province, he said, by the NDP government with the the updating of labor legislation in this province. And I too I wondered about all of that when I heard it, and earlier in the evening when the Premier was talking about the very same thing in terms of the GDP in this province, and implying the same thing, that the policies of this government, in his paraphrasing them, were a disaster and chased out billions of dollars of investment, and Alberta will never be the same, and that sort of thing. And implored, and he said, take a look at the data. And so I thought I knew the data, and I went back and checked the data. The data doesn't show that we're at a $360 billion GDP in this province. The most recent numbers, 2019, that we have show that we're at $334 billion, and that's a significant stretch from 360. And he talked about, and I don't think in the year 2020 we grew $26 billion in this province. So he talked about a drop of 20% in GDP. And if we look at the most recent data we have, it's 20% off 334, so that's 66 billion. It's 268 billion, Mr. Speaker. That's pretty startling when the most recent information we have is 334 billion. We haven't been that low since 2007, and I'd submit that the UCP government's on it's your watch now. A 20% drop, though there has been a pandemic. It's affected the whole world. Though there has been a drop in oil prices, affected the whole world. I would submit that there's an effect that your policies have had on the significant 20% drop in GDP in this province. And for sure, there was a drop when we were government. The 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19 numbers go from 326 billion down to 314 billion to 329 billion to 336 billion and 334 billion. So there's a classic V there in terms of a recession. 2015, 16 were recessionary years, and that's when we were working on this labor legislation. It hadn't been brought in. We, of course, did bring it in and passed that bill in 2017, the Fair and Family Friendly Workplaces Act in 2017, consulting on it in 15 and 16. But like my colleague from Calgary, McCall, spoke to a little while ago, we had a drop in world oil prices too that we didn't cause. You didn't cause them, and yours were pretty significant too. The point I'm trying to make is that there was a recovery that this NDP government oversaw back to $334 billion that now has been eroded, and the UCP government is in the driver's seat around all of that. So, Mr. Speaker, I believe that the Premier was wrong when he said that, and I don't agree with the Minister of Labour and Immigration, where he says investment was pushed out by our policies and our actions. If that's the case around the NDP government, it's also the case around the UCP government, because the 20% drop probably, I heard the Premier speak to a press conference the other day where he says, the deficit's going to be north of $20 billion in this province. North of $20 billion is towards $25 billion, Mr. Speaker, which it's alarming, obviously. But that's on the UCP watch. So I just wanted to underline that the work we were doing around the Fair and Family Friendly Workplaces Act I'm proud of that work, Mr. Speaker. It did things like ensured minimum wages could not be lower for those with disabilities, and my review of this document that's before us, Bill 32, will allow something like that to be reestablished in this province. Earlier in the tenure of this government, there was a reduction of minimum wages for youth. And again, that's not something that we supported. We, in fact, went the other way with the view that work is work is work. I can remember the discussion that was here with the previous legacy parties of the UCP. And though they didn't agree, we valued work, whatever age the person was and whatever capabilities the person was, and believed that minimum wages should be paid, and there should be no substandard of wages. Now, I wanted to just spend a few minutes on the consultation process that the UCP did with regard to this bill coming forward. And I believe that there were, just looking at the respondents and seeing that 3/4 of those respondents were employees, and trying to reflect on how did so much change that seems to be swinging the pendulum away from employees. So in my view, I saw that regardless of the employee views that were elicited through this consultation, that I think the employers, stakeholders, were more successful in getting their views heard than employees. As we can see, only 12% of the respondents were employers, but when I looked through the bill and the analysis that's been done on the bill through the articles that I referenced earlier, it looks to me like there is answers from those respondents that were cherry-picked and put into this bill that would benefit the employers again. So the sections, not the sections, the bill overall, I think in terms of analyzing some of the things that I saw in the bill, I was disturbed with the focus on what seemed to be changing radically the way workers relate to their unions, and not being part of a union for many, many decades.
Thank you, honourable members. 29-2A is available. I see the honourable member for Edmonton Decore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the comments from the member from Calgary Buffalo. I was hoping I might be able to take an opportunity with which to tap into his experience, having been the finance minister in the last previous government. And so when we're talking about the economy bringing in investment, I'm wondering what kind of impact that might have when we look at potential labor peace within the province. We have seen legislation that's come forward in this House that is very, very clearly creating a lot of unrest. Let's be honest, Mr. Speaker, I have heard, through the grapevine, shall we say, the words general strike. I mean, you hear that kind of thing, that's not necessarily a good thing. So I was wondering if the member from Calgary Buffalo might be able to comment a little bit how investors might look at coming into the province knowing that they could be faced with some significant labor unrest with doctors, with labor unions, the public sector employees and such, and I was hoping he might be able to offer some insight on that.
The honourable member for Calgary Buffalo.
You know, not being on the inside and more conscious, I guess, of newspaper and other media reports, and being a bit of a watching politics across the Canadian jurisdictions and North America in particular, and knowing that there are some unions in this province who are very much lining up to look at taking Bill 32 to court to assert their rights and not see them rolled back, and believing that they have a really good case of pressing that in courts of law. I think that doesn't add to the certainty that investment looks to in jurisdictions where they want to locate, whether those are international companies or indeed local ones who want to expand. So I think anything that creates investor certainty is created by a stable, growing economy where, and we don't have that right now, where the rule of law is upheld everywhere, and we do have that, but where there's protections in place for workers and employers, and there's a balance. And what I think investors would see with the discussion we've had in this province around Bill 32 is some concerns that we don't have balance. And I think it's always in the interest of good development to have stability. And in this province, there are many areas, sectors of our economy where there's not a lot of stability. You can look to the education sector, you can look to the health sector, you can look to government and see where there's, at the local municipal level, many governments are concerned that the actions of the UCP are overstepping their own local jurisdictions. And so all of those taken together, I think, and looking at our newspapers on a daily basis, would lead one to conclude that there's a time in this province where there's a lot of unsettled feelings going forward, and there needs to be greater stability. So with that said, I'll take my place. Thank you.
With 30 seconds left on 29-2A. Seeing none, are there any honourable members wishing to join debate? I see the Honourable Government House Leader.
Adjourn debate.
Opposed by the Honourable Government House Leader. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Carried.
Under government motion number 36, Honourable Mr. Nixon.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move government motion 36, be it resolved that when further consideration of Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplace Act 2020 is resumed, not more than 1 hour shall be allotted to any further consideration of the bill in third reading, at which time every question necessary for the disposal of the bill at that stage shall be put forthwith. Mr. Speaker, it would seem that after more than 26 hours of debate on this bill, the opposition is no longer offering original arguments or making thoughtful contributions, at least from my perspective. Instead, they're running out the clock. They're holding this chamber hostage instead of letting members return to their constituencies. Mr. Speaker, despite the ongoing pandemic, this legislature, Alberta's legislature, has continued to sit more than any other jurisdiction in Canada, and in this time we have achieved results for our constituents and for Albertans. We've delivered far and above our intended legislation, and yet now, in the last days of the session, the opposition is keeping us here to repeat the same tired talking points for hours and hours on end, most of which, if not all of which, have nothing to do with the legislation before the House. As such, I'm moving time allocation this evening because it's time to have the chamber move on. And as I've always said, Alberta's government will keep its promises to Albertans despite the NDP trying to block legislation inside this chamber. I implore the opposition, if they have anything of value to add, and if they want to get to work on this piece of legislation, now is the time, because as I said earlier tonight, we will pass our platform commitments inside this House, Mr. Speaker, and we will keep our commitments to Albertans.
Member, under Standing Order 21-3, there is an opportunity for an opposition member to respond, and I see the honourable member for Edmonton Beverly Clairview.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. While this government's just breaking records left, right, and centre on shutting down democracy and debate in this province, as Albertans are getting up to go to work, the government House Leader, the Premier, and this government is shutting down debate, which will impact millions of Albertans, quite frankly. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting how quickly this government has invoked closure both at Committee of the Whole and in third reading here on two bills, Mr. Speaker. You know, the opposition has a few tools at their disposal in order to ensure that Albertans are aware of the legislation that the government is bringing forward. And so, as we've seen in the past few days, the NDP opposition have been working hard to reach out to Albertans of all stripes to get their input. And so at times, one of the tools that we have at our disposal is to slow down debate, because we want to consult. We want to talk to Albertans and hear their opinions. Plus, we also want to a little time to come up with amendments to improve legislation. Well, this government has clearly indicated that they are not interested in hearing from the Albertans that the NDP opposition represent. And so I know the Premier and government love to brag about the last election, but the reality is that they did not get every Albertan's vote. In fact, hundreds of thousands of Albertans did not vote for them. And so the purpose of this place, Mr. Speaker, as you know, is to ensure that there is robust debate. Now, I appreciate the government House Leader is enjoying counting hours on how long a bill is being debated. But once again, I ask the question of, so is there, Minister, and through you, Mr. Speaker, a magic number? And once that number of hours has been reached, democracy's been served, and now we can implement a gag order, effectively silencing Albertans on these very important pieces of legislation. Keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, these bills are both this bill and Bill 30 that was passed earlier this evening have significant implications on our province, on the future of our province, on the people who have built this province and continue to build Alberta, on the people that keep us safe, on the people who teach our kids. And these impacts, I fear, Mr. Speaker, are going to be devastating, but it all starts with the fact that this government is taking advantage of its majority in order to limit debate, because they do not want to hear from the Albertans that disagree with them. The Albertans that are raising the alarm bells on the implications of this legislation that we are debating. And now, Mr. Speaker, with the final closer motion, we will have one more hour to raise our concerns. I will remind the Minister that on this bill there was 10 amendments that the NDP opposition put forward in Committee of the Whole, which, of course, the government implemented time allocation or closure on that stage of the bill. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that students who learn about the stages of a bill are shocked when they learn that the government can use closure in order to silence the opposition, to end debate, and interestingly, Mr. Speaker, all happening before many Albertans even wake up, that this final bill will be voted on in this Assembly in a way that, frankly, this government has used the cover of night in order to accelerate the passage of two bills. For those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that governments in the past have used this type of motion very, very sparingly, where we see that when this current UCP government does not like to hear from Albertans about some fatally flawed bills, the easiest way is to silence them. And that way they don't have to hear the concerns, the proposals, the amendments. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that in the past 6 years, this current UCP government has used closure several times, many more than the previous NDP government. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I urge members to not support.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader, does the Assembly agree with the motion? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That is carried. A division has been called. Call in the members. Honourable members, a division has been called on government motion number 36. All those in favour of the motion, please rise and be counted.
Honourable Mr. Kenny, Honourable Mr. Copping, Honourable Mr. Shandro, Honourable Mr. Nicolaitis, Honourable Mr. Nixon, Honourable Mr. Taves, Honourable Minister LaGrange, Mr. Turton, Mr. Rutherford, Honourable Mr. Glubish, Mr. Gottfried, Honourable Mr. Nally, Honourable Ms. Pond, Mr. Ellis, Mr. Nixon, Ms. Goodridge, Honourable Mr. Panda, Mr. Lowen, Mr. Yassin, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Guthrie, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Tour, Mr. Williams, Mr. Yao, Mr. Van Dyken, Honourable Mrs. Ahir, Honourable Mr. McIver, Mr. Stephan, Mr. Long, and Mr. Singh.
All those opposed to the motion, please rise.
Mr. Dang, Mr. Billis, Member Carson, Member Irwin, Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Sabia, Mr. Agan.
Mr. Speaker, total for the motion, 31. Total against, 7.
That motion is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces Act 2020, adjourned debate. Honourable Mr. Nixon.
Are there any honourable members looking to join debate on Bill 32? I see the honourable member for Edmonton Decor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to rise here, what I guess is this morning here at 10 to 7, right after closure on Bill 32 has been implemented, giving the official opposition one more hour with which to add some comments. So I have several, Mr. Speaker. I will try to be as quick as I can because once I'm done, I intend to give the government a chance, which I will get to shortly. And so, Mr. Speaker, from what I can tell with regards to the language in Bill 32, the supposed Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces Act, I think that title is absolutely ridiculous because there is no balance when it comes to the language that's contained within Bill 32. Such things as talking about transparency for unions, Mr. Speaker. Let's be honest, members opposite can't even get transparent about a donor list, and they want to start talking up about unions being transparent with their memberships. I hear about supposed good policy around this, but yet we see language in here which is going to impede people's constitutional rights with which to potentially strike, which we all know is going to end up in the court system. This is going to cost taxpayers dollars. I mean, my gosh, this government has gone as far as to reduce funding for the fall alert system, pinching pennies, and yet we're prepared to pretty much go to court, waste taxpayer dollars on something that will likely get shot down because we've seen a Supreme Court decision around people's abilities to strike. So some of the other things that I'm looking at, you know what, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to just simply say this. It leads me to the conclusion that members opposite actually have absolutely no idea what a union is about, what it's supposed to do, what it's mandated to do. And I think it's important to put a little bit of that in context. And I want to refer quickly to, during debate of General Motion 28. And it was the very first part that I'm cluing in on here. And it was condemn the actions of public sector unions who are blocking proposed wage top-up for healthcare aides in continuing care facilities. Now, Mr. Speaker, I've been able to spend some time within the labor union. The member from Edmonton, Beverly Clairview had mentioned a couple of decades, and to be specific, 26 and a half years. And so I could say I know one or two things about a union, but this statement that I see here tells me that they don't. Because I would challenge any member of this assembly for the members opposite to name one single union anywhere on the planet that is in charge of payroll. There isn't a single employer that would give up control of payroll to the union. Because that's what that motion, part of the motion was saying, was that the union wasn't paying the employees. That's the employer, Mr. Speaker. Now, it's very well known what members opposite feel about unions, which is why they're bringing in Bill 32, which is union-busting language. That's what this is about. Because I've heard, Mr. Speaker, in the 29th legislature, unions got referred to as organizations that are almost akin to human traffickers. I've heard how unions, when they go on organizing drives, bust into people's homes, force them to sign union cards, and intimidate them if they don't. Clearly, members opposite have never, ever been on a union organizing drive. So, when we are looking at labor language that at one time used to be the worst in the country, and then was brought into just mainstream. Mr. Speaker, that's average. That is average. We weren't leading the way. We weren't bringing in new groundbreaking language, although I would love to see new groundbreaking language brought forward in labor legislation. Because at the end of the day, we always hear about these big union bosses. Love hearing all about it. It's so funny. Because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, the union is the members. It's up to the members. These union bosses work for the members. And so listening to all this rhetoric that I've heard over the course of time is simply ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely ridiculous. Which leads to my whole point of all of that clearly they have no clue how a union operates, what's involved, who's responsible for what. But tell you what, if you ever want, I can hook you up with an annual general meeting with one of the biggest private sector unions in this province, and we'll show you how a union meeting is run and how transparent it is. And so, Mr. Speaker, I mentioned I was going to give members opposite a chance. And so I have an amendment to propose. I will pass those up to you and await your instructions.
Member, if you could please read it into the record and please continue with your comments.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I move that the motion for third reading of Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces Act 2020, be amended by deleting all of the words after that and substituting the following. Bill 32, Restoring Balance in Alberta's Workplaces Act 2020, be now not read a third time because the Assembly is of the view that the government has not conducted satisfactory consultations with members of the public regarding the amendments proposed by the bill. Now, Mr. Speaker, we have heard a lot about this consultation that the government undertook. I have undertaken to look where those consultations were listed at, who they talked to, and I know what I'm doing. And I believe I mentioned this earlier. It's very, very difficult to find, and I knew what I was doing. So how is the public supposed to be able to look at that and be able to say, oh, look, they did actual thorough consultations? I did check with the largest private sector union in the province. They made a submission, but nothing happened after that. They weren't talked to. You're talking about a union that represents over 30,000 Albertans. And I'm very proud to say that happens to be my former union, UFCW Local 401. And the President, Tom Hesse, has heard nothing from this Labour minister. So right there, when we look at some of the changes that are proposed within Bill 32, I've asked, and none of them would be in favor of that on the entire board of 401. And I've talked to the vice presidents of the union as well. Because, see, it's not just the union bosses that run the union, it's the rank and file members who sit as vice presidents within 401 who are making the decisions. And they're spread all across the province, Mr. Speaker. They're in all kinds of different workplaces. So, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, because time is now short, I have much I would like to say, but I know my colleagues on this side of the House also have a lot to say. And so with that, I will take my seat, and hopefully the government will see the light of day and accept this amendment.
Thank you, Honourable Member. This will be referred to as Amendment RA1, and we are on 29.2A. Should there be any takers for 5 minutes of questions? I see none. Going forward then, are there any members who would like to speak to RA1? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Northwest.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and good morning. I would like to just say a few words in regards to this amendment. I think considering how many amendments and how much we have heard from Albertans in regards to how flawed this bill is, Bill 32, that it seems reasonable that we do delay its passing. I think that there's a number of areas that have gone wanting in terms of an explanation, and clearly the bill is flawed in a number of ways. Workplace laws are generally a way by which we can ensure the safety and the security and the integrity of our workforce in any jurisdiction, and particularly here in Alberta. And as we move through very difficult economic circumstances and the pandemic, I think now more than ever we need to ensure that stability in our workforce. Let's not forget that we're talking about literally hundreds of thousands of people, and laws that do determine holiday pay, overtime, minimum wage. These are all issues that are touched on here in this bill, and they raise serious questions, I think, in many people's minds, mine and Albertans in general. We know that, for example, reforms around overtime and holiday pay simply brought Alberta into in line with the rest of the country, and in line with the rest of developed nations and economies around the world. And you know, I think there's a direct correlation, Mr. Speaker, between the integrity and the fairness of labor legislation in any given jurisdiction, any given country, and the success to which and the resiliency of the economy that the labor force does serve and labor legislation does serve. And by moving backwards in regards to these issues around holiday pay and overtime, minimum wage and so forth, we are not just compromising the security for workers that are affected by these laws, but I would suggest that we're undermining our economy as well here in the province of Alberta by changing how these things are delivered, right? The overtime issue, I think, is particularly egregious, and we know that it literally affects so many workers, and we know that we have a large seasonal labor contingent here in the province of Alberta, and these issues, the changes that Bill 32 does around overtime are huge steps backwards. I find that it's amazing that this would even be considered. Another issue that I have been really concerned about is the minimum wage exception, right? And we've already seen this move backwards in regards to minimum wage for youth, right? And we know that we've heard and seen other sectors of our economy, workers potentially having an exception, and then having this exception being able to be granted simply on by request, right? And so again, the minimum wage laws are in place for a reason. We certainly have, a minimum wage that is modest, but it at least is in keeping with, again, standards around developed economies and nations around the world, and to start to differentiate between wages based on age or what kind of job you're doing, or and so forth, is again a way by which we can degrade the integrity of our workforce and thus degrade the integrity of our economy. We know as well that much has been said around organized labor or unions organizing and collecting union dues, right? And again, this is a way by which unions can conduct their activities. I know, for example, that some of our unions in the province here collect union dues and then raise money for all sorts of worthwhile causes. And I could see that many of those charity initiatives could be undermined and compromised by this law that is before us here today as well. I believe that it's clear, as the honourable member from Edmonton Decour mentioned, that one of the biggest unions, for example, with UCW, was not consulted in regards to this bill, and I would suspect there's many other very large unions representing tens of thousands of people that were not consulted too. So I think it's reasonable that we do delay the forward passage of Bill 32, and certainly based on the concerns that have been raised by Albertans around this bill and by the official opposition, that it is reasonable and logical that we do not move forward to the passage of Bill 32. Thank you.
Well, Member 29-2A is available. Seeing none, are there any honourable members? I see the honourable member for Red Deer South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm grateful to stand just for a few quick moments just to provide a bit of balance on the discussion on Bill 32. And I will be quick because I want to make sure that we give the members opposite as much time as they'd like, and speak to the amendment as well. And the amendment, of course, speaks to consultations with the public. And I just opened up the UCP platform in the last election. And it talks about workplace democracy and balance in labor legislation, including protecting workers from being forced to fund political parties and causes without explicit opt-in approval. And I'm grateful that Bill 32 is in part a fulfillment of that platform promise that we made. I'm grateful to stand and support this bill because I think it's in the public interest. I'm quite excited about it. And I'm grateful to support my friend, our Labour and Immigration Minister, in that respect. Listening to a few of the opening comments made in this third reading of the bill, the members opposite referred to Alberta twice as a laggard and also the worst in the country. And that reminded me of the leader of the official opposition stating very early on when she became premier that Alberta was an embarrassing cousin. Now, I need you to appreciate, Mr. Speaker, Alberta is not embarrassing. And I'm not embarrassed at all by what Alberta was or what it is. The culture of Alberta is entrepreneurial. That is how Alberta has competed and succeeded. And providing economic prosperity for Alberta families and opportunities for our children is what Bill 32 seeks to support. I listened with great interest to the leader of the opposition, describing Bill 32 as a profound attack on working people. And I'm going to be honest, I'm not sure what is a more profound attack on workers than actually destroying their jobs. You know, and a prevailing perspective I've heard in respect of the members' opposite discussion of Bill 32 is that anything done to support Alberta businesses is somehow an attack on Alberta workers. That reflects a zero-sum game perspective. It is not. This government is seeking to grow the economic pie for collective prosperity for both Alberta workers and businesses. The member of Calgary-McCall said they are on the side of workers. This government is on the side of both Alberta businesses and workers. Rather than growing the pie, the NDP is more focused on pitting employees against employers. Fighting over dividing the pie is less productive than seeking to grow the pie. And that is what Bill 32 seeks to do. It does require internal controls on picketing. I think that most Alberta individuals and families are more interested in getting and keeping a job from Alberta employers than fighting with Alberta employers. Too much time and energy was spent by the NDP aiding and abetting unions in seeking an adversarial relationship with employers, such as unfettered access to secondary picketing. I mentioned that I met Gil McGowan in person for the first time in the legislature a couple of weeks ago.
Sorry to hear that.
Again, during our committee meeting, he did not like my questions. So without meeting me or knowing me personally, he decided to call me names and twist and distort my comments on Twitter.
That was the right guy. That's the guy.
It is in the public interest to protect Alberta businesses from unions seeking to bully long-suffering Alberta businesses. It is not helpful for jobs to leave businesses vulnerable to unfettered tactics of individuals like Gil McGowan. Now, I just want to close with a plea. The overarching aim of Bill 32, beginning with the end in mind, is to support more jobs for Alberta individuals and families. And I believe that that is what all of us in this legislature on both sides desire. It's those Alberta individuals and families that all of us here love and care about. To have a job is a blessing. It allows individuals and families to be self-reliant, to seek happiness as they individually see fit. The toughest job is looking for a job. And our hearts go out and break for those Albertans who just want a chance to work. I've said it once and I will say it again. The greatest failure of the NDP socialist policies is that those policies contributed to a net loss of tens of thousands of private sector jobs. And not once did I meet a business that thought the NDP did a good job on supporting Alberta economy.
Hear, hear.
So what does this government need to do to course correct? To provide hope to Albertans seeking jobs, including opportunities for our youth. We cannot control the incidence of a global pandemic or a global economic forces like an oil price crash. However, there are constructive actions that we do have control of, where we can act. One of that key is establishing Alberta as the most attractive place to start and grow business. That is what will result in more jobs for Albertans. Another matter we have control is ensuring that we erase dysfunctional government policy that penalizes or disincents employment of Alberta families and individuals. We cannot afford to be complacent and allow such policies to drag down opportunities to support jobs for Albertan individuals and families and opportunities for our children. Bill 32 supports this course of correction. I am grateful to support the public interest in Bill 32, and I'm grateful for our Immigration and Labour Minister for bringing forth this important legislation. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Honourable Member. 29-2A is available for questions and comments. I see the Honourable Minister of Transportation.
Well, I just wanted to know if the Honourable Member wanted to reiterate some of the high points there, because while we listened very respectfully while the opposition talked, there was nothing but racket. I thought they might have missed some of the important points if you wanted to reiterate a couple of those, because there was nothing but, and again, even now, there's nothing but racket from over there.
The Honourable Member for Red Deer South is the individual with the call.
Sure, and I appreciate that question. And perhaps some of the members opposite were not in the House when I had the opportunity to speak earlier in the process on this bill. And one of the reasons I am speaking on this bill is it's so important. And it's interesting that the bills that I am the most excited about, that I feel are the most positive in the public interest for Alberta families and individuals, are the very ones that the NDP seems to be the most opposed to. But you know, when I talked about the experience in terms of making sure that we have unions be accountable to the public interest, I had the opportunity to relate an experience when I was in university, seeking to obtain an education, to be self-reliant, to support my family. And I had the opportunity to be in an airport. I had reserved an online car rental, and I went to go and rent that car, and I was accosted by a union who sought to discourage me from using the services of their employer. And I must confess, Mr. Speaker, being a young person, looking for the opportunity to even have a job, wanting to have an employer take a chance on me as I was starting on my career, and being grateful for that valuable training, which I'm so grateful for that mentorship and training that Alberta employers have given me. I found that striking. And certainly as it relates to secondary picketing, we don't ever want to see innocent Alberta businesses who may be suppliers or customers to unions being undermined with that. So I'm so thankful for Bill 32, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to that. Thanks.
With about 2 minutes left on 29-2A, order. Seeing none, are there any honourable members looking to join debate on RA1? I see the honourable member for Edmonton Highlands, Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honor to rise in this House, which perhaps for the last time, in fact. And I have to say I'm quite disappointed, to be honest, just the way that it's worked out.
I've not had an opportunity to speak to this bill. And, you know, while the government members will say that, you know, we don't take the time to read and to analyze, I've spent a lot of time reading and analyzing this bill. And quite frankly,